All right. Another Saturday night. Shoot the Breeze episode. I'm glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you here tonight as well. I appreciate everyone who's here and everyone who's about to appear here. If you can hear my voice, please drop a 1. If you can hear my voice, please drop a 1. This way I know that I am being broadcast across the internet. This way I know I'm being heard in the streets. Real Black Gentleman just gave a 1. He said, good evening, Koku. Right? Appreciate that. So I can be heard. Great. I'm doing a little different tonight. Tonight, you'll notice at the pinned comment at the top of the chat, that's where the StreamYard link is. I'll drop it in the chat a couple times tonight, but if you fall out of the stream, you could always find the link up there. So make sure you guys check out the link. Also, make sure to respond to the poll as well. Tonight, for Shoot the Breeze, episode 73, we will be discussing a couple of things. Why propaganda is necessary. We're going to look at a video about revolution and the steps to take. We're going to, agree or disagree on what we see. We're going to talk about a billion wicked thoughts. We're going to talk about a dose of Tate. You know who Tate is, right? Tate is that, I forget his last name now. He was deplatformed on YouTube, and I want to believe he was canceled off of the internet, if I'm not wrong. We're going to look at how the Church of Latter-day Saints, or Mormons, are allowed to operate in any African or predominantly Black country. We're going to look at 10 recession-proof small businesses you can start. That should be an interesting one. This was an interesting question. Does it make sense to try to discover our origins? That's an interesting question. And then also, we're going to look at how to target a predominantly Black audience on YouTube. So we have those topics and a few more tonight. So I hope you guys are interested in what's coming along. What I'm going to do now, even though I mentioned that it's pinned to the top of the chat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. And while I drop that, what I'll do is I'll start the show here officially. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. We're back. Make sure you guys are checking out the Forecast Radio. He just showed up in the chat. Check out Brother Bakari. Check out Cassandra Cheek. She's in Kenya right now, actually, and she's been interviewing folks on the ground there. She's been explaining, like earlier today, she explained, how to carry yourself, how to move around in Kenya. She was breaking down the currencies and all that kind of stuff. So you guys should check that out. As well, check out Tanzan, African Mind. She's traveling as well, so she might not be on Tuesday. She wasn't on this past Tuesday. She might not be on Tuesday, but she'll be back soon. Don't worry, right? And again, make sure check out the Matron and Harsh Reality Podcast and the Pro Black Perspective and everyone else, right? With that said, I got two folks who joined me on the panel so far tonight. Let me hear from Kevin Carey. How are you this week, Kevin Carey?
I'm good. Last week I was just out of it, so I couldn't be on the show. I was very tired.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. And I know I know you can't be here every week, but I appreciate it all the same.
Yeah, but today, man, I think when I sent you the text, very satisfying to get these efforts out of my phone, man.
Yeah. It's election season in America, and they're texting you, to remind you to vote, especially the Democrats. I don't ever remember seeing a Republican send those texts out. But then again, it would make sense, I guess, because I am in a kind of a Democratic state. But yeah, they be sending them out. Sometimes you tell them to stop, you'll text back stop, and they'll just text you from another number. They'll just change up the game and still text you again. So I saw your responses to that. That was kind of funny. And I appreciate it.
Well, real quick, I just think they said a lot of the people, even the governor, they're starting to lose against the opposite party. So I'm telling them, yo, if you're not giving me anything, I'm not doing anything for you.
Well, Governor Hochul in New York, in particular, should lose her position, because what she did during the pandemic is I mean, especially towards the end when they started firing people, or people had to lose their jobs for not taking a job and stuff, and then they mandated it for everyone. That was sick.
But you heard though that they had the court rule against them. They have to rehire them people they fired.
Yeah, I saw that about 2 days ago. Yeah,
good. They deserve what they get, man. They deserve everything that comes to them.
And as people get their jobs back, they should definitely vote to get her up out of there. With all that said, second panelist tonight is Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good. How you doing, Koku?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there, man.
Good night to you too, Kev. Good night to you too, Kev. And the Bitter Medicine Podcast family as well. Good night to you all.
Yes, sir. How's the hometown? What's going on down there now?
Nothing much but murder and mayhem.
I hate to laugh, but
It was bad, man. I mean, what you want me to say, Goku?
Yeah. I hate to laugh, but it's so fucking crazy. I was watching this thing in the hometown where she's a Sawyer too. A young black woman was summoned outside of her home just to be gunned down. Yeah, and it sounds like she was a witness to a murder or something like that.
Yes, and also they robbed a watch store. You know Sun Isles? You remember Sun Isles? They robbed Sun Isles for a couple hundred. I think they get a lot of money out of that shop.
Yeah, Sun Isles. Sun Isles always was making money.
That's right. They made some money in a broad daylight. Then 3 people get gunned. I mean, it's incredible because I feel like on every weekend, it's like the brothers them getting worse and worse, man. I don't know if they're on drugs or what. I don't know what the deal is. So I try as much as I can to take it easy, try to, give the brothers them respect as they want it. You disrespect me, and I just try to move through the Bahamas with intelligence and wisdom, man. Because I mean, life is becoming cheaper and cheaper every day, so we try to avoid certain situations. But it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. It's a shame, man. It's a shame because tourists see one thing and we see a whole different thing in the country, man. But
Oh, tourists have a pass. Tourists are really one of the few people who can walk about the Bahamas at any time of day without anything happening to them. In
yeah,
particular, if your skin is white. In particular.
yeah, in particular if you're white, you get a pass, man. That's wild. That's wild to me. But I hope things will turn around in the hometown, man.
Yeah, man, we good, man. We good, man. You know, we gonna make it. We gonna make it.
Yeah. I see Tanzania's here saying Amani. Peace to everyone. Peace to Tanzania as well. With all that said, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number one. Shoot the Breeze topic number one is, what do people think of this quote? What is this quote? Let me bring that up. This looks like it takes us to a tweet. I'm hoping my computer works properly tonight. I restarted it before the show, so let's hope. Yeah, this takes us to Twitter. And it's a tweet from Mwango Capital via AMB Professor Bitanji in demo. Quote, the biggest tragedy in our economy is not lack of capital to do business, but lack of creativity to think beyond the norm. So this was attached to this image here from the same professor, who says the biggest tragedy in our economy is not lack of capital to do business, but lack of creativity to think beyond the norm. Go to any rural setup, get 50 people, give them $100K to invest. 10 will start small shops, 10 will start a clothes selling business, 10 will start border, I don't know what that is, 10 will start poultry rearing, and the rest, some subsistence, improved irrigation farming, etc. Within 4 months, the kiosk will be closing due to low returns. Eggs and similar farm markets will flood the local markets. Similarly, get 50 people in Nairobi, give each $1 million. 10 will buy matutus. Tan might be able to decipher. It sounds like they're in Kenya, so Tan might be able to decipher that. 10 will be buying plots to build rental houses. 10 will start importing some stuff from China, etc. In short, none of us have creativity to venture in areas like manufacturing. Yet in every concept paper, we always talk of industrializing Kenya. Flats and malls will never be manufacturing industries, right? So that's a interesting tweet about the lack of creativity is more so the problem than the lack of resources. This should be an interesting conversation. I don't know if Tan heard the words. Okay, Bobby Wright says, Boda are the taxis. Okay, thanks for that. Bobby Wright earlier said, Habrigane to everyone who's here, right? Yeah, so what do people think of this quote? I thought it was interesting. Kevin Cartwright, what say you?
Let me think about that. Come back to me.
All right, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Koku, I don't really necessarily know if I agree with that. I on this very same platform, we saw kids making small cars from nothing out of the garbage can.
Right.
We saw many kinds of innovations with the young people, and I think if you were to go throughout Kenya and really look and examine what the young people have interest in, what are they doing, the young innovators of Kenya, innovators, and I'm sure that there exist innovators in Kenya as there are in Ghana with the young kid who's creating the car. I think that you should support these kinds of ventures economically and monetarily. Try to find out what the thinking is behind the innovation and where the shortfalls are economically, where you could assist. I think that this person is a little bit He is looking at certain elements that exist within this community. That's fine because there are a lot of these kinds of industries, but these industries are created out of necessity. These brothers them trying to eat. So I'm not gonna be so critical of them because that's what their money that the monies they're gonna receive from these kinds of ventures that they engage in. That's what's gonna feed them. They're not necessarily looking at the long term, but I'm sure there exists few people, in particular within the younger community, that people who are interested in different kinds of various innovation, and there needs to be some investigation to see what the young people, what's going on within the communities, to see what the people that have interest in creating, grassroots people, rather than just being so critical. You know what I mean? And I know, well, I think that some of us as we age, we get very cynical because of what we see. But I think that sometimes what exists, sometimes we don't really take an interest in what we really not seeing. And like I say, if the white boys could go inside of these enclaves into African countries and find a little guy there who would innovating and creating little small cars for himself, little small things for himself, I think that there should be investigations with this particular individual because he's a PhD person, so he's a thinker. You know what I mean? I think that he is very pessimistic about Africa or African business or what African business can be. And I think that before he makes a statement like that, I think that he needs to be a little bit more objective. He's very close. This is what they're gonna do. How do you know what I'm gonna do if I get $10,000? Maybe I might do this, but I might do this too. But I think that he just really just have one perspective, and it is very limited. And I think he's too cynical and pessimistic about what Africans can do if they were to get enough money to create something in Africa. So that's what I think about it.
I feel you on that, Untouchable. I will say that I think when you live long enough, you do see the tendency of people or the trends of people. And he perhaps have seen the trend that when Africans get some money to invest in something, they invest in the same types of things over and over and over. So I'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But you're right in that also, this guy's a PhD. Are these guys teaching innovative thinking? Are they teaching, and also are they supporting? Like we talked about, you mentioned the kid who was building the car somewhere on the continent. I can't remember where now. But is someone putting that kid through a process where he could scale that up and make it into something? Because go ahead.
No, probably not. Coco, the other day I went to a fast food place, a local fast food place, and as I was starting up waiting to get my food, there was a young kid, waiting in line. And me and him, for some strange reason, we just sparked up a conversation. As I asked him, how's he doing in school? He said, I get A's and things like that. And I asked him, what does he want to do when he finishes school? He said to me that I want to be a YouTuber. Now, when the fellas around who was sitting around waiting for their food, when they heard him, they started to laugh. Because usually the regular thing is, you get a job, you work as you get a job, you work some career, a policeman, lawyer, doctor. He said something that was outside of the scope of people understanding, not realizing there are YouTubers who make millions of dollars. He said he want to be a gamer. Why am I gonna trap him into the regular economy when he is thinking outside of the box? Because it's possible for him to make millions of dollars on YouTube today. So I didn't laugh at him. I encouraged him. I said that, hey, as long as you are able to make enough money to support your family and make enough money to ensure that your family is living well, you do become the best YouTuber ever. Because I could be talking to the next, I don't know. He was 10 years old. You know what I mean? And I was set aback by the commentary because I'm like, that's new. I never heard it before. But so what? They are supposed to say something that's outside of the paradigm that we've been given, because it's the onus is on them to create something that is new, because we are limited. I mean, you've been brought up thinking lawyer, doctor, engineer, policeman, etc., etc. They outside of the paradigm. Why limit them? So I would support him if he was to try to create something that is sustainable economically, that is something different. Why am I to laugh at that? And I think that with these brothers, I feel like he is in his pile high and deep phase of life. When you get the PhD, they so restricted and rigid. They don't know there are other places and other venues you can move economically through the world and still be able to support your family and do something new. So, the young kid might be a young innovator, and it's not the onus is not my on me to stifle that level of creativity. So I didn't laugh at that, and I think that this man who was a thinker, he should be more objective. That's where I fall on it. But I'll stop.
Not to belabor the point, but yeah, that word you use is the proper word here. That rigidity. When I was growing up in NASA, I could tell you this. If the elders around you aren't kind of forward thinking, you're going to grow up in this box in NASA. I can tell you that now. If you like art, you like to draw and all that kind of thing, paint, and you're going to be discouraged from that. You understand? That's how it was when I was coming up. You're going to be discouraged from that, and you're going to be directed to do the things that Mr. Untouchable mentioned, right?
Imagine if Sidney Poitier in the Bahamas to tell his parents, and I'm sure he did at one point. He probably had to get out of there. Told his parents, "Mommy, I want to be an actor." You know what they tell him? Nigga,
carry on, and we'll find a book.
So I find it's important to allow some of our young people, when they have this ingenuity, this innovation in their head, this vision in their head, not to completely stifle it and cut it out. You have to allow your people to fly if they can.
Yes. Let's welcome in Achieve Mindset. Haven't heard from this brother in a while. Achieve Mindset, how are you this week?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I've been doing okay so far, so
Welcome
good.
back.
Yeah, I want to be briefly, but I was I got on YouTube quickly and I was like, what are you guys talking about? So I like this topic in general. I do agree with the person that made the post in the sense that there is a lack of creativity, and in terms of the YouTube reference, I know there's a YouTube channel like called RDC World One, where these guys just make animes and videos and stuff. It's quite funny, but they end up creating their own convention for black people like animes, right? So they've expanded upon it to make more money. And then there are other people that use YouTube so they can get into, be TV presenters and stuff, which is okay. But I think when we talk about individuality and collectivity, this is where the problem begins. I think the man is talking about collectively as a race. We're not really doing anything, and that's something that I feel like is very important. It goes back to a certain problem where you like, for example, October just passed in the UK, so Black History Month just came by, and all people could talk about is the first black person to do this, or the second first person to do this. This person, Usain Bolt, won the 100-meter race, set a new record. Or Barack Obama, first, black president, stuff like that. But the problem that people don't seem to realize is that Obama being the president or any black person being the first major actor or whatever, like Denzel, doesn't mean anything for anybody in the race. That's their own individual accolade. As a race, we're not really moving forward with anything, and it's that kind of issue that we are steering away from collectivity to working as a collective to individuality to working as an individual, and we're not really achieving anything. And you look at, for example, you look at the West and you look at Asia. These people work as a collective. As much as much as was doing, Europeans will like to talk about individuality and individual freedom. People work as a collective to build stuff. They have industries. What's funny is that, for example, Germany. People say they're the best car makers, but somehow nobody's Europe is able to match that. You understand? They know that's where you go for cars. That's that they have an industrial powerhouse. Other nations focus on different things. And that's the main thing that, I feel like this person is trying to get here. We're not building interconnecting economy that's based on, that relies on each other. Nigeria's economy is not relying on, Togo's or the next door neighbors. It relies on Europe, and it goes back to kind of what's it called, the ECOWAS, where they were setting up the same thing as the EU. These Africans that want to do, or these Pan Africans wanted to create the kind of EU like state so that they can stop them from reducing prices that Africans have to pay for certain stuff for raw goods, or sell raw goods at a lower price. People forget that they have power. They have NATO behind them, and soon they're gonna have a EU army. And also, there's a reason why the EU was established. It was to prevent them from killing each other. You understand? So they have a historical context, a cultural context, to build an economic ground. If, for example, right now, Nigeria makes a deal with the UK, is Ghana going to step in and say, nope, you're not allowed to make the deal? You understand? Because we created this region so we can all negotiate as a collective. It hasn't happened. So, this problem hits many different things rather than just the individual. And, it's also one thing is that when you do things as an individual and you make your money, it's good for you. But as a collective, where does that leave us? You understand what I'm saying? And I feel like the main professor's point is really regarding to us as a collective, how are we building the economy for us to be sustainable? And I think I believe that's more where he's trying to go at. I think that's yeah, that's what I have to say.
I appreciate that achieved mindset. Gas them up. You're here this week. Good show last night. Did you catch the prompt?
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Having me shout out to everybody on the panel. I agree with what the person posted on the tweet.
The tweet?
I think they was, and I think the problem is though that the person didn't do a better or deeper analysis. It's very, very surface. Because the truth of the matter is, whether we look at, for example, we look at China.
Yes, you're breaking up. All right, gas seems to be. You're still breaking up a little bit. You have to go ahead and come back in, all right? In the meantime, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Oh, greetings. And I do apologize if things don't go well technologically. I hope they do. So in regards to this, I would say firstly that if you look at the kinds of things that he says, let's apply that to any country. If you take the poor people of any country and then give them money, and then for them, what will they do? They'll start small shops, which is small businesses. They'll start cloth selling business. Start border is actually they are the motorcycles, the ones that you see people holding on to, and yeah, sort of. Yeah, I think that's the closest to that. But yeah, they're very. Oh man, if I start praising them, I'll go on all day. But they have really facilitated a lot of traffic and trade between a lot of people. Uber right now relies on borders to deliver their products. The hospitals, they deliver, because they can weave in and out of traffic. And if Cassandra will tell you about Nairobi traffic, it is yeah, it can be something of a mess. But the borders, they can weave in and out, and they can actually cut through that mess. So they are very essential to transportation. They are a cheap way for people to get around, and so they're useful. And some people make money from them. So there's the border, and then poultry rearing. So some of them will start farming. So imagine in any country, if they gave people money, let's say in America, they gave poor people money and everybody started rearing poultry and, you know, selling businesses and doing delivery services and so on. And then some of them will do irrigation and farming. What's wrong with those things? I mean, yes, they're not like big, you know, great things, and they're not exactly creative, but those are the kinds of things that do run a country. Now, and then he's saying that he's going to give them individual money, instead of saying, if we started a corporation with, say, poultry farmers, what would they invest in? Because he's accusing them of, you know, acting individually, while he's treating them individually as well. Because if it's a collective effort, if the problem is the lack of collectivity, then why are you giving it to individual people? Of course, if you give people individually, they'll do individual solutions to their individual problems. Yeah, they're not going to say, let's come and put the money together. But if you say, how would a cooperative, a farmers cooperative, you know, do work with the money? How they and there are certain those cooperatives here in Kenya and so many other places. There are women's chamas and things like that. That's what he should be looking at. How is the money spent collectively, instead of, you know, giving lottery money to individual people? Like, it's a very bad and false analysis, and it's very shoddy. So that's the first thing I would say, that in fact those businesses are you know, the mainstream of any small country. You know, every small country, every country wants to boost up its small businesses and its local farmers and so on. So it's not a lack of creativity. And then he says that the biggest tragedy is not lack of capital. If he had said that is not just a lack of capital, that would have been one thing. But the biggest thing to problems right now is the lack of capital. Most of these people, if you give those people, you know, at the 10 that will start, you know, the borders and the small shops, one of them will become, you know, a mogul in that industry. Well, 5 of them will become, 3 of them will become, you know, rich in that industry. So dismissing that and say, oh, you know, they lack creativity, is also to be very, very short-sighted. So that's what I would say about that. So I just don't go on and on. But it's not, he's totally misreading the problem. It's both a lack of capital and a lack of creativity. Now, the second thing is, once you give people the capital and they start the non-creative businesses that he's saying, now you can talk to them as a group and say, well, what more can you do? How can you now control the supply chains instead of simply being the end seller? How can you start expanding your business horizontally and so on, instead of just, you know, telling people that, oh, you know, you're limited in your creative means? And yet, of course, capital is limited. If you're limited in capital, you're going to do limited ventures. Yes, that's all for me. Thank you.
Sorry, but Tan, here's a question. What if these typical sectors that the Africans are joining when they have a chance, right? What if those sectors are saturated, right? And what if he's speaking to that? Maybe he might be speaking to the fact that, yo, we have enough people in these areas. Let's try to start up, you know, different areas of interest, right? Like, what if that's the conversation?
That part I do agree with. I do agree with that part, because they always say that if one person starts a successful chicken stand, there'll be like 6 or 7 by the end of the week or month.
In no time, there'll be a bunch of other people there trying to sell chicken too. In no time.
Okay, that point I will concede, because there is a lack of creativity in that. I think, you know, instead of criticizing that replication, and that's what people do. If they see something that is successful, they see, well, if they can do it, I'm just going to copy the model. You know, why reinvent the wheel? If somebody is doing it, let me do the same. So you can't really blame the second, third, or fourth person who does that, because it's working until it's not. So what we need to change is, you know, how do we, what other opportunities do we give in that industry that people can start thinking beyond just, oh, if somebody starts the chicken store, why can't I be the one to supply the potatoes, for example? Why can't I be the one to, get the oil and the materials and things like that? So I think that's the aspect that we need to be looking at, that if something is successful, let me look at other ways of getting in on it instead of doing the same thing that they're doing. So yes.
The tangential kind of areas, like we got to start thinking more cottage industry kind of thing. Okay, if you own a supermarket, like Tan said, I'm going to be the one, providing the chickens or potatoes or whatever.
I think also they if you really look at it, the industries that they get into, the barrier to entry is very low. So I think that if you were to get in the industry where the barrier to entry is a little bit higher, I think that you would see, because you can't just start a medical office, or you can't just start another pharmacy unless you have some license and things of that nature. But there's a big need for a pharmacy. There's a big need for a medical office in certain areas. So I think that if we were to get into industries where the barrier to entry isn't so low, and this is the rub, because a lot of people may not have the money to send their kids to professional schools or get professions where you could create businesses where the barriers to entry is a little bit higher. What I would say though is, in the first generation, sure, you have people create the tuck shops, you have people create the border borders, you have people selling clothing and things like that. But then their children, they'll have enough money, they would have saved enough money for where their children could enter different kinds of industries where the barriers to entry will be a little bit higher. There you will see.
Brother Untouchable, can you guys hear me now?
Sure, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Brother Untouchable, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, so maybe their children would have the capacity to enter industries where the barrier to entry will be a little bit higher, because they will have a grounding. They'll have an economic grounding because their families, their mothers and fathers, grandfathers would have created enough money with the border borders and the small shops to be able to advance their children a little bit further. You understand what I mean? So they could enter industries which is needed in the community, but the barriers to entry will be a little bit higher.
With that said, let's go to gas them up. Gas them up. What say you? Unmute your mic. Yes.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we did for a second.
He's in and out, man. He's in and out.
Yeah, gas is in and out.
Can I add something?
What about now? Is it better now?
Well,
is it better now?
Keep talking.
All right, listen, quickly. Here's what I just want to quickly point out. Look, the problem is not, the professor is correct in his tweet, but he's only going surface level. China was given the ability to develop by the United States, removing factories over to China, right, from the inner cities. African governments have to be able to spur entrepreneurship. Tesla is given government grants, corporate welfare. You look at, for example, all the cloud software that Amazon is able to provide to the government, right? Boeing, Lockheed, all people who are getting government and military contracts. So that's financing entrepreneurship in that way. Africans don't have the tax base, and the United States and European countries can float their debt. So it's very easy to put them in. They're not developing the industrial.
You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
What about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, but look, while I'm just like I said, it has to be a governmental effort to provide the capital for people to be able to expand, or provide the circumstances so people can expand. It needs to be consistent electricity, has to be enforcement of business contracts. There just has to be a whole top-down reapproach in terms of this thing we're calling capitalism. So it's very easy for us to blame the simple entrepreneur with their small ideas and capacity. But if you look at China, it's a governmental effort. It's not. It's government with private entrepreneurs, and it's missing out because African governments.
Yeah, we lost you for the last couple seconds there. No. I want to get Gastamup's thoughts, but I don't want to hold up stuff. So let's go to Achieve Mindset, who wanted to say something. Gas, we'll bring you back in after.
What I was gonna say was Gassama just said it himself. Like, example is COVID, right? When COVID came, there were so many engineers who came up with their own hands-free wash basin, hands-free, public cleaning stations. And I think I mentioned here before, the government didn't invest in none of them. They went and bought the ones from Turkey, Lebanon, and everything to fill in their airports. We're not investing in our own people because deep down within our race, there is a disrespect for people who are clever and people who are able to do stuff, And I think that's something that needs to be rooted out, because you have to realize that, I think a lot of people really don't look at the science revolution from the time slavery started making Europeans a lot of money. People don't study it because it's very easy for them to have had their kind of like a little bit of disrespect for the smart people. Said, look, we've got these people, we don't really need your innovations, but they knew to invest ahead of time into those stuff so that it will improve their civilization. And it goes back to, like I read a book somewhere where I think one of the early people who invested in, he was a scientist professor, was selling snake oils to fund his own experiments, and he was getting kicked out of different universities. This was before they began the whole, new world adventure. And after they brought money in, they started investing in manufacturing and stuff like that. But they allowed smart people to lead. And, I think that's one of the biggest problems. We don't have smart people leading the country who are technocrats in a sense. And you look at China, technocrats built that country to where it is. You look at, a simple example is USSR. As much as we can talk about Stalin, Stalin was no genius, but he knew himself that if I want my nation to get to the level of the US and compete, we have to let these technocrats build the city to a certain level. So the nation to a certain level. So they build the railways, they got the boats, then the ships, the warships, and they build stuff again and again and again. So is that real big problem? Is that when would the politicians actually step aside and let the technocrats actually govern the country? It's about power and money. If you're not going to be able to pay somebody's pockets, you're not going to be able to, get things done. I mean, it's as simple as this. Like, I think last week or the week before, somebody was talking about a lady losing her house, land in Ghana, right? You would never see that happen to a European person in Africa. You just have to go to the embassy and report to the embassy, and the embassy will talk to the government, and they'll get their land. You understand? But she being American, if she goes to the American embassy for them to fight her case, they'll tell her, you know what, that's your problem. You understand? And that shouldn't be, that kind of disrespect or cheating shouldn't be amongst our people, but it is there. So, it's this problem of building an economy requires discipline, requires more cultural and social discipline. And I think, it's going to take a while to fix that.
Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this? First of all, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm good. I had to step away, so I really wasn't into I wasn't paying attention to what people were saying, but as I'm reading it, yeah, I mean, people aren't manufacturing, and part of that has to do with the fact that I would say, just to be short about it, manufacturing requires some kind of industrial and just tinkering kind of a sense. In order to, like, you know, you got to have an inventive sense to order to like make something. I had mentioned, you know, you have to reverse engineer things. And I mean, we still have to have, like, you know, in order to tinker, you kind of have to have broken things and like bits and pieces to even like practice with. I mean, you can do things from like a basic, you know, setup. Like, you can kind of like manufacture, you know, out of raw materials, but it kind of helps if you have something to kind of break down. I mean, I think that, I mean, Africans, I mean, even in this country, we in the United States, not when I say this country, in the United States, I mean, especially of all, you know, industrialized nations, you know, the black, you know, manufacturing class isn't very strong. And I think a lot of that does have to do with the fact that we do tend to, we're kind of like, we cannot risk our capital in the same way to do a lot of things. And I think that that's part of that's mindset. Part of that is just influence, you know, subconscious and conscious influences. You know, it's not like a creativity. I mean, part of it is like, you know, making sure that our minds are, we have to encourage each other, you know, the you know, just the idea that we can make, you know, things of ourselves, although making things take time. And when you're put into an economy where it's almost plug and play, where we have a role for you, we have a role for you, we have a role for you, go ahead and get your skills, we have a role for you, you don't necessarily have the time to, again, tinker and manufacture. So I would say that's part of it. I'm gonna pass the mic.
All right, Gas hasn't returned yet, but what we'll do is, and you know, that was a good conversation. Yeah,
I want to quickly say something. I think that we are, to the brother's point, I think that we are risk averse. Some of us, not all of us. Sure. And I think that there are industries, innovative industries that we get into. Let me name one. The hair care industry. There are a lot of black women who have done the tinkering inside their own homes at night, and they create these little hair care products. They bottle them, and then they sell them to, they start selling them to other hair people, and then they start selling it to small stores, and all of a sudden they selling it to Walmart. Same product start out of a kitchen somewhere. And I think that a lot of black women become very wealthy. The problem is they sell their patents after a certain point. They sell their patents to white people who offer a little bit of money, offer them a couple of $1 million, money they probably have never seen. And we are, the black women quick to take that because they figure, well, there's no way I could accumulate this amount of money in my lifetime. And I think that a lot of our women are short-sighted. You have some black women who have made hair care products here in the Bahamas and sold it and ended up selling some of their products in Walmart as well. You know, and it's happened before. I see every day. I'll pass some people on the street, bums, you know, people who dress badly. Let me don't say bums, dress badly. You know, they'll sell rat poison, homemade rat poison. It'll kill all the rat poison in the area. And I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, this person don't realize what they have. But I understand the person may have tinkered and created a product that could kill a lot of rats, but he don't know marketing. He may not necessarily have the mindset to go to a store and propose an opportunity, packaging all these things, and then propose these things to people where he could sell his product on different shelves in different stores. Instead, he holds up a sign and say, rat poison for sale. Let me sell it to you for $5. I feel some days I just want to buy whatever his remedy is, because I know I'll probably be able to sell it on the American market, package it right, and sell it as Mr. Untouchable's rat poison. Because I know he just need to give me the things what went into it, and then just mass market that joint. There are some brothers who selling car products, will make your car very, very clean. You know, they sell it on the side of the road. And some of them are very successful. And I'm like, man, you could take this to another level. In my mind, I'm like, don't you know if you were selling these kinds, because the brother just sells it in the bottle without any labeling, anything like that. I'm like, don't you know, man? You could sell the same product in the American market and make millions of dollars. This is your thing. Just patent it. And I think that there's some more investigate. It's not the fact that we lack innovation. It's the other side of it. We talked about show and business. The rappers, they bring their talent to the table because they understand how to rap. So that's the show, but they don't understand the business. And the business is the main part of the whole venture. So you have to be able to couple them two together to understand the game in its totality. So when it's time to make money, you are making the largesse of that money rather than some small hat taking all of your money for you. I think that these are things that needs to be investigated within our community because we are not we are not short of talent. We are not short of innovation. We are not short of brilliance. It's just the business aspect of it. I think that we fall short of that, when it's time to play that game. I'll stop there.
Let's see if Gas's mic is working. Gas's.
Is it better now?
Well, we'll see. We can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. I think they were playing with my mic, but look, I just want to quickly say, I don't think there's ever been a serious exploration of this thing we call capitalism, right? And how it's intertwined with government and government expenditure, government licensing, right? Government providing opportunities for entrepreneurs. If you think about the people who colonized us, the Dutch East India Company, Dutch West India Company, right? You got British Petroleum. These are all proofs that in its inception, capitalism had large intertwines with government. So I think it's easy for us to, again, point at these people without saying, hey, wait a minute, why are the governments not facilitating the right avenues and the right environment for them to be able to industrialize, as Brother Untouchable was, Juan Hagaziki was saying about the barriers to entry. So the barriers to entry in this thing called capitalism, of course, they're going to open a Bora go import some products because, do you know how much it is? I was researching it just to get a small factory. You're looking at like $4 million cash. $4 million, and that's not a guarantee that you'll make your money back. So, the question is, then do we play the game differently? Do we try to approach capitalism differently as to how we industrialize? Can we do it on a smaller scale level? Those are the type of conversations, right? Like I was talking to Tan before about, when we look at, for example, the way we construct our homes in Africa. We have mud architecture that's still standing from the 1400s all over West Africa, yet no one looks at it. No one wires houses like that to see, hey, wait a minute, what can we do with it? Is it feasible? No one takes a look at it. So I think it's much bigger than us aping, European ideas of development and European ideas of manufacturing. Because the truth of the matter is, for me, on the research, they didn't do it just one swashbuckling entrepreneur. They did it with heavy government collusion, right? Like someone, I saw a video with the guy, Andrew Tate, and I think he's correct. He said, for example, why is it that America doesn't have high-speed rails? Well, because, car manufacturers and oil companies don't want America to have high-speed rails, so they're lobbying against it. But we could have it's actually cheaper and more efficient than trucks in terms of environment for you to have high-speed rails that's transporting food and things like that. So that just shows you government intervention is a big issue in terms of this global game of capitalism. And when you look at the Chinese Communist Party has an arrangement where they're basically saying, hey, listen, we'll allow you to have your factories and expand as an entrepreneur, but you still, know who plays the tune that you all will dance to, and that's us. So no one will get bigger than them. So I think he, I don't know him, perhaps, but I think he could have done a much deeper insight analysis into how Africans can start, again, raising taxes. Because if we're going to copy the West, which I'm not, me, I want to be in my village with my 3 wives, right? But if we're going to copy the West, then screw it. Let's get a tax base. Let's be able to float bonds. Let's make, the honoring of contracts feasible. Let's make sure our legal systems aren't just, places of justice. They're sites of justice where people can actually get their contracts enforced. So if that's what we're going to do, we have a lot of groundwork to do. But the truth of the matter is that takes governmental leadership. The average guy who's doing a Bora Bora, he's not thinking about that. He just wants to pay his child school fees. He's not able to analyze the macroeconomic situation 10, 15, 20 years out. So that's just my little 3 cents on that.
Thank you for that, Gas. I appreciate it. Kevin Carey, we were supposed to come back to you. What say you?
Yeah. This guy with a tweet, he just sounds like a very, elitist person. Because I've heard stuff like this for years, as a kid, oh, why you want to do that? You should be, an accountant. I went to high school for accounting. I hated it. Going to college, I didn't find out later until my last year in September 2001. Hey, I want to be a photographer, and I've been a photographer ever since. It's all, as I said, sometimes you just got to ignore these people and move on. These are, as I said, it's noble, these old profession, but if you look at it in the long scheme of things, a lot of these positions, accounting, even the basic things in what lawyers do, it's all going to AI now. You got to be creative in what you do in this day and age. And the benefit I have is being around a lot of young people, and I like the way they're going. They're like, yo, listen, we can't get into the industry. A lot of them not even want to go to college anymore. A lot of them talking about it's a scam, which I believe. But I've been an entrepreneur since I got out of college. I've never really worked a 9-to-5 job. I don't fit in that environment. It's not for everyone. We got to meet people where they are. You can't just assume that everyone's gonna fit. You can't fit a square in a circle. So as someone said earlier, you got to create different industry. That's how you build your economy. Money is money. Like Koku, there's an example. I have old comic books. Anyone here collect comic books or ever collected comic books? Hello, can you hear me?
I used to collect Archie back in the day.
All right. So there's something I never thought about until I started researching. You know what a heat press is, right? Like you press your t-shirts with, right?
Yes.
You can use that. You get like let's say you have old comics that it had spine tips, like the spine is like those little cracks, or water damage. I learned how to restore those comics. There's a big business now because of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU. They're bringing a lot of old characters. Like some people, like in the 90s, I bought a comic for like $3. It was a very basic. No one thought about it. Now that certain character he's gonna come to the MCU. That comic shot up to like at least $200, like overnight. But what I was saying with the heat press, you can learn how to restore that comic. You do a little bit of humidifying with the comic. Then you put the thing in the middle, the middle of the book where the spine is, and you press it for 15 minutes and you leave it there for like 15 hours. That's people pay big bucks for that. It's a new era we're in now. You gotta start thinking about the box. That was our parents' generation, our grandparents. We gotta start thinking freely, start thinking more decentralized. But I'll leave it here. I'll leave it here.
I appreciate that,
man. That's brilliant, man. Because I would have never thought of.
I don't take credit for that. I heard it from the internet.
It's just no, but the thinking. Who would have think that you could make money out of restoring old comic books? It's like man. Oh goodness, man. But thank you for that though.
Real quick too. Did you know? I think they said the first appearance of Superman, not Superman #1. It's recession proof. It just keeps going up. The price keeps going up, even if it's missing a cover. Like good example, Captain America. Someone paid a lot of money for just one page of it, not the whole book, a page. That's an industry. Stop trying to work for people. As I said, look at the AI. It's gonna be a problem with a lot of people that let in this country because there's gonna be a job for no one. You got to do your own thing, create your own.
All right. Thank you guys for that. That was a good conversation. Then I was just Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Should breeze topic number 2 is why propaganda is necessary. Some limits we have aren't constraints. This came with a link. Looks like it's taking us back to Twitter again. All right, so we see this tweet says, "Snap, this is what they did to us." So let's see what the video is about.
The lid is then sealed. The fleas are placed inside the jar, and the lid is then sealed. They are left undisturbed for 3 days. Then, when the jar is opened, the fleas will not jump out. In fact, the fleas will never jump higher than the level set by the lid. Their behavior is now set for the rest of their lives. And when these fleas reproduce, their offspring will automatically follow their example. The fleas are placed inside the jar, and the lid is then sealed. They are left undisturbed for 3 days. Then, when the jar is opened, the fleas will not jump out. In fact, the fleas will never jump higher than the level set by the lid. Their behavior is now set for the rest of their lives. And when these fleas reproduce, their offspring will automatically follow their example.
Interesting. I think I've seen that video quite a while back, but it is interesting how you can be conditioned, and not just you, but your offspring. But we know we should have known that, because I've talked about it on the show before. That whole genetic memories thing. We know that trauma can be passed on. In fact, there's a group of people who they claim have all the hormones associated with trauma because their grandparents went through a Holocaust, right? So I'm not too surprised, but I'm interested to see how you guys felt about that video and this prompt that talks about propaganda and its necessity. Kevin Carey, let's start with you.
I have to agree with that, with the fleas. There were similar experiments. There was one with the monkeys where they placed I think a banana on top, but every time any monkey would try to go up there and get the banana, they would get zapped. So them getting sick and tired of getting zapped. Every time any other monkey would try to go up the steps, they would drag it down and beat the living hell out of it. So every time they put a banana there, no one will go. But it's the same thing in society. You look at media from when you're a little child, and we spoke about this I think 2 weeks ago. From when you're a little child, the cartoons you see, like I see me growing up watching after school cartoons or Saturday morning cartoons, Sunday morning cartoon, 7-day cartoons. White's always right. Everything is blonde hair, blue eye. You look at even today the magazines, the advertising. What do you see? Europeans are the higher class. Everybody else is under them. But yeah, propaganda. Yep. If they can use it, we should use it too, man. But I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I thought it interesting too. The person who was retweeting this was alluding to this having been done to us. Real Black Gentleman, do you feel like this has been done to us, this experiment?
Yeah, I mean, making sure that we can't read it. You know what I'm saying? If you were reading, they would kill you. If you knew English, they would kill you. Back in the day, black folks used to run away from people who spoke English. Now we run towards them type stuff. I suppose like the idea that those fleas would be like forever like that. I mean, if you were to reintroduce them back into the wild naturally, I think that a lot of that conditioning would wear off, maybe over like a generation or two. So the idea that that's just forever, I think is, that's easily debunked. As far as like making sure that people do things in order to, telling stories that condition people to act in certain ways, Christmas, just the idea of all kinds of tales. You can go wherever around the world and you can think about them. Just the idea that it's like I would say like propaganda is like para-religious. It kind of works in the same way as religion, but not really straightforward as it. You know what I'm saying? It's just some people who will go through a culture just to inculcate ideas, just to try to again influence people. I don't know. I'm starting to like get off the rails here. I'm gonna pass the mic.
All right. Yeah, I also like the second part of the prompt that acknowledges that some limits we have aren't constraints, and I think that's an important thing to take from this experiment in the video. That you basically taught these fleas that that the limit that they were experiencing for 3 days, you taught them that became a constraint. So even when you remove the physical limitation, they just wouldn't go beyond it. I mean, that's wild to think, and yeah, it's kind of wild. Albeit a primitive mind, and there's something that Real Black Gentleman said. I think it was Real Black Gentleman who said it. Like, if you release these animals into the world, many of them will be taken out because they're not prepped for that world. But given enough time and protection, some of them will actually get back to their reality. You understand? That experiment is also about reality. It's about giving a certain viewpoint, a certain perception, and when you take that down and put that person back into their own natural reality, what would happen? What's the joke about the bear who was in the circus and bites someone's face off? The bear didn't go crazy. The bear went bear. So to me, it kind of all plays in that. Gas them up. What say you?
Kogu, can you skip me and I'll get back? Let me take care of something real quick.
Yeah, sure. Tanzan, you're up.
For me, I think when I look at this experiment, can't remember if it was Amos Wilson or Dr. Creswell Singh who was saying that we're looking as if we are the scientists and we are actually the lab mice. But for me, I would, when you talked about releasing the savages into the wild, or these, creatures into the wild, I was more thinking of these scientists who are doing these things. Like, we should be observing them, and as well, we tend to talk about, generational trauma, but what about generational traumatizers? How are they continuing generation after generation to continuously, traumatize other people and to continuously, wreak this destruction? There's this, and this, so for me, sometimes these are almost not pointless, but I think there's something sadistic about some of these experiments, because there was one recently that was, the headline was, oh, what animal can you eat without killing it? And it was this whole scientific study about crabs that you can, cut off a part of them, one of their appendages, and eat the appendage, and then it will grow a new one. And then the scientists took time to cut off, I don't know how many, maybe thousands of, the body parts of this, these frogs, and put them into controlled, groups and studies, and analyze, how many of them survived afterwards. And it came to about, I think it was like 5% of them survived. Most of them did not. So yay, don't cut off, crabs' claws. It's not good for them. Like, you already know the study, and even the study with the monkey and the depriving monkeys of their mothers or things like that. You already know the point of these studies. You already see that nature, mothers and children need their mothers. So why are you going to do an experiment about that, if not just to torture animals for the sole pleasure of it? What new knowledge does it get for you to do that? What do they hope to get out of this study, unless it's just a way of either applying that to human beings, which is for controlling them. So we should also be asking, why are they even doing these kinds of studies? What do they hope to achieve? Most of these psychological studies or biological studies is just a way to manipulate the natural cycle of life, or to try to get things to behave in otherwise abnormal ways, or put them in a natural conditions. Why don't we have scientific studies where they see what is the most positive way for them to to thrive? But anyway, so it's a kind of a sadistic mind to come up with something like this, knowing that you're intentionally putting these creatures under torture just to prove that torture is bad for you. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
No, that's an interesting finish there. Yeah, that's an interesting take. That the whole concept, what you said, we study the experiments, we don't study the experiment. And I like the fact that you said we study the trauma, but not the traumatizers. That's a bar right there. I appreciate that. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you?
Yes, sir. I think that human beings are not fleas, and I think that it's been tried with us on several different fronts. They put us in projects, they put us in different situations, where we have to learn or accept a system that's been given to us. But we have a tendency, maybe not all of us, we have a tendency historically to break loose of our constraints, whether it's on the plantation, whether it's in the projects. We break out of these situations. You know what I mean? We find our ways, our respective ways out of these situations. Maybe not all of us, but I think that we have proven that we have the ability to break free from the so-called social limitations or even the scientific limitations that these people try to put on us. We find a way, and that's really been our historical story, and I think that yes, there will be generation after generation after generation of fleas or us who repeat the same kind of pathology in the same place for a long period of time, but there'll be one person who will start to act differently, and then everybody else start following that one person. I think it's been done over and over and over again. We have a tendency to break free from our constraints, and I think that with their idea of showing their power in creating these kind of social conditions for us, to say, well, yeah, they're gonna be existing in this situation for hundreds or more than 2,000 or a million years because we put them in that. No, I think that once you create the thinking human being, I think that once you create a black human being who have the ability to think, observe, and do certain things, he'll break out of his constraints, man. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I know this will be their greatest wish, that we stay like the fleas and repeat the same pathology over and over and over for generations, but we can continuously break free, and that's what I really believe, and it's been done all around the world. So let them have their fun, man. This ain't no propaganda for me, because I know how we are.
But it does, the video does speak to the necessity of propaganda, doesn't it?
If the propaganda is to show that we have the tendency, when we are placed in certain social settings that were created for us, that we have the tendency to repeat the same pathology, I accept that. You have some women who have children at very young ages, and then the children have then their children have children at very young ages. They remain poor, they remain destitute, they remain in bad situations. Yeah, of course, these people have created the social conditions or environment for us to exist in that space. So I watch this and I understand that. For me, I'm understanding what these people have created, but I'm also knowing and understanding as well that we have a tendency to break free these kinds of things. So I mean, like I say, I accept it at one end, but I reject it at another because I know an alternative information. But that's just me.
All right, I think we just need to hear from Gas sum up if he's ready. Gas, what say you?
Yeah, Koku, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think, I don't have a dog in the fight for or against propaganda. I do think that I'm not always convinced that I can beat people at their own game, right? So Propaganda comes from the Catholic Church. You know, their whole propagating the faith. You can look at, of course, Edward Bernays, Freud's nephew. So I'm not sure if I can defeat these people at a game that they've already created. Right? We're often 20 steps behind in this white man system. So I just think for me, if you can use it and you feel that you can use it to better the situation, sure. But I'm not 100% convinced that I can use the tools of propaganda to defeat them at their own game.
I appreciate that, Gas. I saw Trigger Happy 262 in the chat. I think he was on the KWAZ radio side, and then I haven't seen any comments from him. I don't know if YouTube is messing with his account, but I hope he's okay out there. I hope he's still able to catch the show. You know what? That was a good conversation as well. I think I got everyone on that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, do you agree with the steps here on how to enact revolution? If not, what would be your idea of enacting revolution? Or do you disagree that revolution is unnecessary? So this takes us to a YouTube video. I'm going to play as much of it as I can, but it's kind of a long video. I like to, just for those out there, I like to keep these videos between 7 and 10 minutes. So I'll play, I'll play about 15 minutes of it. I'm going to have to jump around a little bit.
Hi there. In this video, I'll discuss how we can go about this whole revolution thing, mostly as a primer to new leftists, but it also might be useful for those that have been around for a while as well. This will be timestamped, so feel free to jump around if you'd like. Let's get started. 1. Why do we want revolution? This is a relatively simple question that can be answered with many volumes, but I'll keep it simple. Capitalism is an untenable and unstable system built on the inherent injustice of market allocation, as well as the destruction of the environment and commodification of everything around us. It hurts us, the planet, and pretty much just about anything else. A deeper introductory analysis of capitalism and its faults can be found in an earlier video I made here. Only through revolution, the overthrow of one class, the ruling class, by another class, the working class, can we finally escape the endless boom and bust cycles, the crises of overproduction, and the ruin of our common earth. The system that will overtake and supersede capitalism is socialism, in which the market is done away with, the means of production are democratically managed, and the state machinery, in the hands of the working class, is made to work for the working class and society as a whole. For a deeper introductory dive into socialism and its inherent superiority over capitalism, take a look at this video I made here. Now that's all well and good, but how do we go about this whole revolution thing exactly? 2. The approach to revolution. As much as you and I would love to just flip a switch to achieve our goals, sadly the real world is different. Only tireless work towards revolution and the appropriate material conditions can result in a situation that could possibly lead to the overthrow of capitalism. What exactly does this tireless work look like, though? Simple. The building of organizations, education, direct action, mutual aid, applying the mass line, and ceaseless agitation, amongst other things. All of this will be touched on soon. Let's take this one by one. What's this about building organizations? 3. Building organizations and their importance. Human beings are a cooperative species. We rarely work alone, and anything worth doing requires collective efforts of the masses of people from their various walks of life. It goes without saying that anything you can do on your own can be done more quickly, efficiently, and cleanly by a dedicated organization, and politics is no different. Now, what forms of organizations are we talking about exactly? Well, that's up to the material conditions of your region and the requirements of your community. Having an appropriate materialist analysis is of prime importance. These organizations can be political parties, or women's groups, or student unions, or even standard workers' unions, amongst many other things. The point being, though, is that nothing can be accomplished without the proper organizations being in place. History has proven that organic mobilization, where people spontaneously mobilize, is at best easily fragmented and crushed, or at worst non-existent. Organizations exist to lay the groundwork for that crucial moment, or at least to nudge it along. Once it comes around, though, there is some ready-made infrastructure with an appropriate analysis, the people's trust, and a detailed plan of action at hand. Now, the boring organizational aspects of these groups too depend on the material conditions. At times, a highly centralized leadership is necessary. At others, a decentralized umbrella organization with numerous streams of leadership, but nonetheless a single goal. Leadership is fluid, sometimes centralized, sometimes running through multiple streams, depending on the material conditions. There isn't just one answer at all times. Under capitalism, the issues people face, from exploitation to the unjust distribution of resources according to profit rather than need, is painted as moral failings of individuals rather than systemic defects that need to be and definitely can be corrected. In an organization, those that take part, as well as those that directly benefit from the work these groups do, help people develop an appropriate and correct analysis of the situation and the undeniable failings of the capitalist system. In essence, organizations are the key to and school of liberation. To summarize, the point of organizations and their purpose is twofold. Firstly, to directly aid our communities, and in doing so broadcast the failures of the capitalist system. And secondly, to build a preliminary form of dual power and equip the people with the necessary tools so that, in that crucial moment, we can properly take advantage and win our liberation. 4. Education and its importance. Now, what of education? This doesn't mean only reading theory, although that is of paramount importance too. It also means organic education through organizing, be it understandings of legal frameworks, public relations, basic medical knowledge, and computer know-how. The reason theory is important is because it is a guide to action. It is what allows us to properly understand the world around us and how to go about critiquing and, more importantly, changing it. If you're a new Marxist and want some advice on what you should be doing education-wise, take a look at this video here. If you'd like to get a basic reading list on socialism, take a look at this video here. The point of educating yourself in the theory is to be able to develop your criticisms of capitalism and to confidently and accurately share your understanding with your community and those around you. This, combined with direct action, is what builds class consciousness, the very first block towards abolishing capitalism. With that said, what about the other sort of education? Theory can be done on your own or in groups, which is highly recommended, but interpersonal communication skills, how to handle conflict, basic cooperative and democratic participation, accurately finding a solution to a problem found through said cooperative effort, all this is something that can only really be done in groups. Finally, professional organizations tend to grow the, let's say, more boring but still very necessary stuff as well, from administrative skills and technical organization of transport groups, etc., to things like video editing and Photoshop skills or creative writing in the forms of pamphlets or seminars and more. 5. Mutual aid and basic organizing. With all the introductory stuff out of the way, let's get more concrete. Firstly, what is mutual aid? Mutual aid is collective coordination to meet each other's needs. We fundamentally understand that the systems we have in place are not going to meet those needs, and the aim of mutual aid projects is to develop this point. It's to set up alternative sources of that which your community is in need of, be it medical attention or housing or whatever else, accompanied by constant education, explaining why is it that their needs aren't being met in the first place. The best example that comes to mind, at least for the United States and other Western countries, is that of the Black Panthers. A dedicated Marxist group, they saw the direct injustices being dealt to their own African American communities, educated themselves with the relevant theory, and got to work developing a free children's breakfast program, community protection, free medical clinics and ambulance rides, aid to the elderly and infirm when they run errands, educational initiatives, and much more. Notice, they not only provided what their communities needed and weren't being provided in the first place, but also were delivering a clear and scathing criticism of the capitalist system and systemic racism in the US. To use an old Sufi adage, they not only fed the stomach, but the mind too. This process of educating those who benefited from the mutual aid projects of the Black Panthers instilled in those communities a drive for change, which is what made the Black Panthers so successful in the eyes of the working class, and so dangerous in the eyes of the ruling class. On a side note, the police, being the radiantly positive organization that it is, broke into the church storing the food for the Black Panther free breakfast program and destroyed it, mostly by urinating and stepping on it, just in case you ever doubted whose side they're on. We need to make something abundantly clear. Mutual aid is not charity, In times of crisis, the ruling class pushes very safe, sanitized, and fairly ineffective organizations revolving around charity, in which the decisions on what is needed, how much, where, and to whom are completely disconnected from the people who are most affected by them. These institutions aren't intended to get at the root cause of whatever the issue is, be it poverty or homelessness or drug abuse or whatever else. Instead, it's designed as a pretty PR game for the rich and influential to beautify themselves and their ever so generous philanthropy, without ever even attempting to correct the issue at hand. It's symptomatic treatment, not a cure, and it's intended to make humane a system that is inherently inhumane. Side note, the question of security is very important, but sadly can't be discussed at the present time. Some quick points are community defense, community patrolling, basic security knowledge, both armed and unarmed methods of self-defense, first aid, and legal knowledge. You should keep all this in mind, and the internet is your best friend. 8. Concrete steps. What can we do immediately? This may sound a little silly, but talk. Talk to your family, your friends, your coworkers. Work within your community and bring together like-minded people. Join existing organizations if they're around, aid in currently existing mutual aid groups, and try to get involved in the organizing activity. Try to bring forth a simple to understand yet sharp criticism of capitalism. This is where the importance of educating yourself shines. You don't even need to mention socialism at first. It's enough to sow the seeds of doubt and to subsequently follow up when your community or those around you are more ready. Always relate your criticism of capitalism to people's direct issues. Lack of employment and healthcare, infrastructure, or even very specific material issues people face. Always properly analyze them and turn them into a quick, concise, and appreciated bit of knowledge to share about the failings of the current government and the capitalist system. The most fundamental point is to always be kind, patient, sympathetic, and non-combative. It doesn't matter how good your arguments sound or how much your organization has helped. If people feel you're arrogant, stubborn, inattentive, or just plain rude, a smile, a brisk, empathetic discussion, and an appreciation of others' perspectives, even if they're wrong, goes much farther than the debate bro facts and logic approach. Be kind, patient, and discuss with empathy. That's how we get people on our side. If you do your job right and convey the message appropriately, there's no way they'll reject you, as the things we want are directly in their and our interests. Now, suppose you have a bunch of people together. You're motivated, dedicated, educated, and ready to help. What's the next step? Your best bet is to start small. After your attempts at forming a basic political program, you'll need to find out what exactly is needed by your community. How exactly do you find this out, though? 9.
I think it's an interesting video. It's definitely propaganda. So if you guys want to check that out later on, it's called Revolution, a how-to guide. And the YouTube channel is Hakeem, right? I think it actually could be a good discussion, like panel discussion piece, as a matter of fact. Keter joined us. Lero joined us as well, saying peace, loved ones. Keter said it sounds like typical American advertising. Because Gavi is the way is laughing. Brother Bakari joined us in the chat. Say, what's up, everybody? Peace to Brother Bakari. Bobby Wright says Marxist propaganda is good at explaining socialism and revolution, as well as critiquing capitalism, but avoid racism at all costs. Ain't that something? Ain't that something at all costs? Kevin Carre, what say you to the video we just watched?
Well, to me, the guy that's speaking sounds like BS. That guy Ben Shapiro. that kind of turned me off. But I'm making it short. The most revolutionary thing we can do as a people is to always be with each other, to support your community and your community only. That's how it starts, and from then on, we can move forward. But that's all I have to say on this prompt, though.
So wait. So did you agree with the steps that you saw, or no?
Those are basic, you know. And I said somewhat outdated. We have to move forward with different ideas on how to get things done. You know, especially being in the system and the way things are going, especially for us here. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but for us here in the United States, you know, we have to start thinking differently and on how you get things done. You can't keep using the same playbook. You know, just like a football coach today using the playbook from the 1950s ain't gonna work.
Right. Let's see if Gas them up is a Gas. What say you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the video was okay, right? It's okay for what it is. I know I don't use that term revolutionary, right? When you look at the linguistics and the spells that are cast upon us, what is a revolution, right? Revolution is 360 degrees. It's a full circle. So if I start in one location and I do 360 degrees, where do I end up? Same location. I haven't gone anywhere, right? So, it just shows you, right, that these people are only trying to interior decorate their prison. They're not trying to get outside of the capitalist system. And that's why I find it difficult to have certain conversations, because a lot of people are trying to find ways to modify the enslavement within the capitalist system. No one's trying to say, hey, let's step away, right? I'll end with this example. I think I've said it before, but Milton Friedman had that great argument where he says, capitalism is a great system and economic system because democratic people vote with their feet, and that if you don't like one employer, you can move to another employer. But C.B. McPherson and the Canadians, very smart people in philosophy, he said, but wait, Milton Friedman, that's not freedom, right? Like freedom is not only the ability to switch your employer, but the ability to refuse the right to work. And they've stripped that from us, right? You can't just go on your farm and be a subsistence farmer or have your small business. They often look down upon it, like in the other prompt that was earlier, right? We look down on those people who just want to subsist from day to day because it's not good for nation building and it's not productive, right? So it's an interesting thing that I think we do. So for me, I hope I'm no longer revolutionary. And so I'll end with that.
I appreciate that, Gas. Real Black Gentleman, you let me know when you're back. Tanzan, what say you? Do you agree with these steps?
Yeah. Oh, yes. That was the soft propaganda. I think that
your phone is seemed like it got to the gas phone had earlier.
Oh, is it still doing that?
Yeah, it's bad.
Okay, I'll try to log out and log in.
With that said, Wana Hagaziki, what say you?
Yes, sir. So I'm gonna be easy with this because I run afoul with my socialist Pan-African brothers and sisters when I critique socialism and communism. When I talk about religion, I run afoul with my Christian Pan-African brothers and sisters. But what I would say is this: here's the thing. When Castro died, his net worth was $900 million. He used to go on private islands in Cuba, out like on isles, and go on private islands and have his enjoyment in these sports and things of that nature. BLM got 90 million, and they were Marxists, by the way, and they went to the suburbs and built a nice palatial home where they could live happily ever after. Some people are, or all of us are equal, but some of us are more equal than others. That's all I say about that. I have my issues with the whole socialism, communism game. I'm not going to be critical of them. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I figure for me, a revolution to me is the revolution of the mind first. We have to disabuse ourselves with the how we've been conditioned. That needs to be revolved first and foremost. When you revolve the mind of the individual, and then we'll be able to see what comes of that. But as far as this total overthrow and getting rid of and replacing it, just give me an idea of where we're gonna go. Because if we're gonna go down to socialism, I live in a country where there's big government, too much government overreach into the private lives of people. I'm not about that. I'm anti that. I want as little government intervention as possible. You take care of protecting me, you take care of the so-called essential services, and that's it. You know what I mean? Let the people be allowed to live freely and do the things they need to do. Besides protection, besides the limited essential services that need to be done, get out of my business, get out of my house, get out of my private affairs. I don't want you creeping in. And I live in a place where there's too much governmental overreach. So I want as little of it as possible. That's why I am with it. You know.
Do you have a better word? I guess it just goes back to gas from Trigger Happy 262. What's the better word in terms of changing society?
It doesn't have to be revolution. It could be evolution. It could be evolution if we're looking for wordplay. It could be evolution because we have tried revolution. Well, I mean, some political systems have tried the so-called proverbial revolution in the world. Some societies have tried capitalism, but not pure capitalism. That's not necessarily been tried nowhere in the world yet. But what I would say is that the great thinkers in Africa and in the Caribbean and even in the Americas and South America need to sit down to the table and construct, do some thinking. You know, Karl Marx and what's the other guy's name? Hegel. Hegel paid for Karl Marx not to work, but to think. That was his job, to think. And in him sitting down and thinking, he was able to construct this idea that influenced the whole world. You know, I don't know what job Adam Smith had when he created this whole paradigm of capitalism and all that good stuff. But I just think that we need to pay for our thinkers to sit down at the table and our economists in particular, to sit down at the table and say what is best for us. What would be the best solution economically for us to go forward, to be the most productive people in the world? You know, and I don't know if that's been done yet, but I think that needs to be considered. I know the Jewish nation have done it. I think the whites have done it. I don't necessarily think that we've done it as far as what we need to do to go forward as a people economically. Economically, I don't know if that's been done yet. I know Thomas Sowell. He's the only. Well, he's a conservative, but that's a whole nother matter. But I just say that our thinkers need to sit down at the table and really have a good think as to what would we need to do to go forward economically as a people. Maybe not uniformly all around the world, but what would be a good solution for us? And then test it out and then execute it and see how that works. If it's bad, then we correct on it. We make improvements on it. I know Nkrumah talked about it. I know Nyerere talked about it. You know, different thinkers, but all of them had different leanings, whether it's socialism or capitalism. All of them had different leanings. There's never, like I say, there's never been an African solution to our problems yet. And I know there's been theorists and philosophers and great thinkers in Africa, but I haven't. I maybe Gas could point me to a book that well, you know what? Well, he's even the rebirth of African civilization. What I was hearing, my sister Matron read, that had socialist leanings in it. That I agree with some of it, but not everything. So I think that could be improved on. You know, and I think that the thinkers need to put that to the table and really see if it's executed, whether that would be good for our people.
Thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. You know, do me a favor. Trigger Happy 262 is directing a lot of questions. I believe it's your way now. If you could respond to those in the chat at least with him. Tanzan is back. Tanzan, what say you? Do you agree with these steps, or you know, how would you go about it?
Yeah, well, I think I think it's not a revolution. It's just an exchange of one system for another. Because if we look at historically what the socialists are doing, is just doing things a different way, but things are basically, you know, just always end up the same somehow. A few people are in charge of many people, and many people end up suffering in different degrees. But when it comes to the steps, what he's talking about is quite benign compared to what he is trying to do. You know, he criticizes sharply, you know, the ills of capitalism, but yet he does not really present the, you know, the you know, the foundation of socialism and the fact that whether it can work or not, and how it can tackle the current problems of capitalism. Because While yes, it would be nice for human beings to work together and go to that organization, the world is not organized in that way anymore. You don't have trade unions and people gathering together in town halls and things like that. And so they haven't really updated their version of it. And then the second thing is, he's glossing over too much of the other aspect of that other system. But in any case, the steps are just for for basic organization. I don't think that they lead to anything other than people getting better organized in whichever system they are in, and those steps work in any organization, in any system. It works in socialist, capitalism, a mixture, the old ways. So they're just taking things which work generally for human beings, and then appropriating that for their own, which maybe it could be a good thing, but sometimes and that's something that even Africans will fall for it, because we see aspects of our culture in other people's culture, and then we want to claim everything of that other, or the opposite. So sometimes you don't have to
So
get
10, we're not Jews. I thought we were Moorish, Hebrew, Blackfoot, Red Indian, Garveyite. No?
Wow. Okay. Yes, we're all that and none of that. How about that? We're all that and none of it. But yeah, that's all I'll say for now. So yes.
Thank you for that, Tan. Brother Bakari in the chat said Garveyism is the African solution to our economic problem. We just forget about it. I do believe we really do forget about Garveyism, and trying to put it into true practice. Did Real Black Gentleman return? All right, maybe not. So I think I got everyone on that one, right? If there's no last words, we can move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 says, is this deep, right or wrong? Is this deep, right or wrong? This came with a link back to Twitter. Another tweet that says from Luke Campbell, Uncle Luke. A lot of FBA and ADOS are kind of pissed off with Luke these days. He says, hello. And the picture is this deep. Hold on, let's see. The picture says this deep, but most of y'all won't get it. So you see what appears to be a black man pulling down another black man who's trying to climb up a tree. And it seems like a white boy being groped by another white boy on the ground. But I guess it's supposed to mean he's helping him up the tree. So that's the gist of that tweet, that picture. And the prompt says, is this deep, right or wrong? So Kevin Carre, that's kind of two questions. Is it deep, right or wrong?
I mean, here's what I would say about that, about the and I'm going to quote this. They're always talking about crab in a barrel, right? But a crab's natural environment is not in the barrels; it's out in on the beach or in the ocean. But this is all manufactured. Again, as I said, as a photographer, I can share my experience with this. Is in my career when I started, it was always, there were a lot of other black photographers that helped me out. I mean, guys that were big in the business, but the majority was like, well, if I don't get the shot, none of you gonna get the shot because this is my position and you're not gonna get anything. So there's a lot of times I see in my career, there's not a lot of sharing and a lot of jealousy. Whereas, if you're new and you get something better than the old established heads, they're gonna try in their power to try and ruin your career. So to a point, yeah, that is true. But what I'm seeing now these days, as I said, people are getting in small amount, but they're getting together and helping each other. But the other one now on the right with the white boys, that's not totally true. You ever heard of corporate sabotage and all this other stuff. This is
Right.
again propaganda. But I'll pass the mic to the other.
All right, in the chat, Brother Bakari says, nope, it is not deep. Is it true? Is it right or wrong? Right? Is it right or wrong? And is it deep or not? Bakari says, nope, it's not deep. Lero echoes the thought, saying not deep at all. Afro Native World says Uncle Luke mentioned his Bahamian grandma and Jamaican father. So that's problematic. Do you agree with that being problematic, Afro Native World, or you're just saying that's the issue with FBA ADOS? Because that is pretty much the issue. I didn't hear about the Jamaican father part, but they mentioned his Bahamian heritage. So that stood out to me. Lero says, why the black man got the same goal objective as the white man? If we really gonna get into it. Afro Native World says, nah, he's being sarcastic. Bobby Wright says it's just propaganda. That's an interesting take on it too. Right? It's just something to fool with us, right? To try mess with our perception. Gas them up. Let's start with you. What say you to this comment?
This is very deep for me. I think in this world, it's showing that the black person is holding the other person down and the white person is being uplifted. However, as Lero pointed out, that tree of life is the white tree that was planted, and that tree of modernity. So perhaps in a parallel universe, that black man is trying to prevent the other black man from being seduced to climb up that tree of Western modernity, and is actually saving his life and keeping him away from losing himself within that climbing of the tree. So I think it can be interpreted in many ways, but yeah, it's not as simple, for me.
It's not as simple. Okay. Yeah, okay. I can see what you're saying there. It's all about it's all about the title that you give this thing in a sense, right? Let's go to Real Black Gentleman.
Yeah. Is it deep, right or wrong? I mean, this is totally like, you know what I'm saying? Like subjective. Like I appreciate, the previous speaker's perspective. I mean, you can always look at it like that. You don't want them to climb up. You don't want them to climb up. Like what's at the top of the tree? You don't know. All you see is the trunk of the tree. I mean, you also see the back of the guy. Like he's trying to pull him down. So you can see how his back is pulled back. So he definitely is trying to pull him back. I mean, again, it depends on how you want to see it. There's one guy trying to, you could say maybe he's trying to adjust his climb. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can look at it. Nominally, if you look at it, you might think about him as like pulling him back, but maybe, I don't know, like maybe he's trying to like adjust his grip. I mean, is it deep? You can make it as deep as you want. I'm gonna pass the mic.
All right, I appreciate that. Brother Bakari is saying that your device is not connected. So you might have to go out and come back in. In the chat, Lero says, okay, Gas, on the perspective. Marcus Garvey's way says 400 years later of planning slave rebellions together, we act like we don't help each other. She goes on to say, however, I will say we publicly pull each other down, unlike other races, from Kanye to Bill Cosby to all them folks. We publicly swear off each other. With that said, did I hear from Tanzan on this already?
No.
Okay, well, Tanzan, take your time. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. I think I have an echo. Let me try this again. So for me, I think it's this illusion of equality. That's what I saw here, because when you look at the ways, the line going across, that black man shorts and the white man shorts, they're almost at the same level. So really, they're firstly, even despite being pulled down and despite being pushed up, they are still at the same level of this equality thing. And then the other thing that they don't show is what they are standing on. That white guy has his 2 feet on the ground, but the second black man has one of his feet, on the ground and one on the tree. So already you see that, they're coming from a position of, inequality. But in that thing, it almost shows us, let the best man win and run up there and just, have at it. But so that's this whole narrative that white people are just where they are at the top because they're just so good and they help each other and they just work together, and look at that, while black people, they're just constantly pulling each other down, which to some extent they do, but they don't show the whole picture that somebody else is standing on the backs of somebody else while pushing his own people up the hill, while other people, they're being crushed while trying to rise up. So those are 2 different scenarios to work from. So yeah, that's all I saw from there. But it's not deep in the sense that the person who created it wanted it, because the superficial point of it was, black people tear each other down, white people lift each other up. That was the simple point of it. But the lie in it is that it is an equal race, and that they both want the same thing, and they come from different same circumstances. So yes.
I appreciate that time. Let's welcome in our brother Bakari. Bakari, how are you this week?
I'm great, my brother. How about you?
Good. I'm good. Glad to see you.
Good to see you. I don't think it's deep. I like what Tanzan said. They tried to make it like everything is. And by the way, peace to everybody on the panel and the chat. Try to make like everything start off even, the equality, right? So this is mostly, because I'm gonna be honest, I honestly believe this is mostly black people propaganda, because that's how we see one another. When the one brother that spoke, and I can't remember his name, who spoke on say he's a photographer and spoke about crabs in the barrel, right? That's what this is. I did a whole show. Bawana Hagazika even came on the panel. I did a whole show about crabs in the barrel mentality, about how that is not their natural environment, right? So if we're not in our natural environment, right? So therefore, we might do things we may not do things that we don't seem as good. But me being out here, I'm gonna just use construction for an example, right? When you get out here, you see construction and trucking. You see a lot of brothers with the red, black, and green flags on their trucks. Excuse me. You see brothers who's Christians. They got a whole team with Black Jesus painted on their truck. Then you see brothers with Hebrew Israelites on their truck. And you know something? In the real world, all them brothers work together. They make sure one another eat all the time. I'm not saying I haven't ran into any problems with some black people on these construction sites, but for the most part, my biggest gigs, with the exception of the contract that I just got, on the most part, my biggest contracts has been because of black people, right? So now if white people lifting one another up, if you get around and you hear them, why are they arguing about white people is only hiring the Mexican crews to come do the sidewalks? See, this is propaganda. And like I said, mostly by us. And I'm not saying we don't have problems. That's not what I'm saying. But when you acting like they always help one another, I always tell people, look at the Appalachian Mountains. If white people love and care about one another so much and they always lifting one another up, why the most educated and the poorest people in this country is in the Appalachian Mountains? White folks. The Carolinas, Virginia, West Virginia, Tennessee, just go to the mountains. Just go to the mountains. Or just look in the mountains. You can find stuff on them in YouTube. And the same stuff we beat each other up about, just go watch and see how they're complaining about their food stamps. They can barely weed, their welfare. So obviously, this is something that's in black people's mind, because we are trying to be like other people, which is something that always bothered me. We are always telling one another we need to be like somebody else. So we look and we see Billy Bob help John Boy over here, and we think that's just how it is. So if I'm going to put this image in my head that Billy Bob and John Boy is going to always help one another, When I'm out here in these trucking and I see how these different groups of black people, and like I say, you will see the crew with the red, black, and green flags. You will see the crew, the Christians with the black Jesus painted on their trucks. You'll see the crew with the Hebrew Israelites, all different crews. So I can put that image in my head just from that experience and say, you know what? Man, black people always lift one another up because I see all these different groups just always working together. I see these different groups. I'm not the Christian, but my first one I had was the black Christians with the black Jesus painted on their truck. He like, come on, man, you're a brother. We're going to make sure we eat out here. We're going to put his whole team is black. You understand what I'm saying? So this kind of like propaganda, and it's almost like black people propaganda. Not saying that we don't have problems, but I'm just saying how you can just see things. I get the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Did I get Real Black Gentleman on this yet?
Yeah, you got me. You got me.
All right. Buana Hagoziki, what say you? Is this deep, right, or wrong?
It depends on how you look at it. I think that the brothers should find their own tree. You know, go find a coconut tree to climb up on instead of climbing up on an oak tree. And in my imagination is run wild sometimes because, you know, how I look at it is like before these black fellas even try to attempt to climb this tree, the white guy gonna kick him in the nuts. The first guy in the nuts, he can kick him in the nuts, and then he gonna fall over, and the other guy gonna fall over, and then he gonna pull out his German Luger, the white guy who he's been hiding his German Luger in the back of him, and he's gonna blow these two guys away. And as they fall to the ground, right, the Holy Bible gonna pop out of the black guys because he been carrying the Holy Bible, hoping that Jesus gonna help him to get up the highest on the tree. I have a wild imagination. I just think that it's unrealistic. I think it's unrealistic, and I think that we continuously try to have this whole idea of equality, and these are commendable things. You know, you want to be equal to the next man and all these things to compete hand to hand and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, I think that we need to find our own tree to climb up. You know, and symbolically, I just think that we need to find our own initiative, our own place in the world, and I think that we need to create our own table for ourselves. You know, because we are playing a game that is history right over movie. We are playing a game that's not necessarily for us. And I think that some of our brothers could play that game very well. But ultimately, I think that we need to find our own game to play. I think that we need to find our own tree that we need to climb up on. Because if we continuously playing these European games, man, these games are not necessarily designed for us. And it's almost as when Coco was talking about the fact that one day the bear went bare, you know, went bare and mauled his owner to death, and everybody angry and mad at the bear for acting like a friggin' bear. You know what I mean? I think that eventually we could start acting like a man, the original man, or whatever you want to call him. You know, and we can't fit in this so-called Neanderthal or whatever you want to call that paradigm or what they created in the social space. We need to find our own tree. We need to find our own fig tree to go climb up on, man. You know, and stop pretending and playing this little game that these people have going. Because ultimately, if that game is not designed for us, we're gonna eventually be the losers. You know, but I'll stop there, man. I'll stop there.
Shout out to Dorico Cooper Photography, who was in the chat earlier. I haven't been seeing him around too much, but always good to see him in the chat. And shout out to KW Don 7. I haven't seen him around in a while. Usually he's around. So shout out to them. And Oni is not in the country right now, so that's why he's not here. He was in the chat for a bit though. So yeah, shout out to all of them, man. Did I get everyone on that one? If there's no last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. My computer is kind of laggy. I don't know what's going on. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is a billion wicked thoughts. What a billion wicked thoughts. This takes us to YouTube. So it seems like it's going to be a video. We'll watch it and we'll discuss it right after.
called A Billion Wicked Thoughts that was written by a bunch of engineers at Google, and they were looking at billions of billions of Google searches. And you know, there's no shortage of pornography on the internet, and there's much less by proportion than there was when the internet was first invented. And it's so interesting. A book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts that was written by a bunch of engineers at Google, and they were looking at billions of Google searches. And you know, there's no shortage of pornography on the internet, and there's much less by proportion than there was when the internet was first invented. And it's so interesting because it actually turned out that one of the things that drove the development of the internet and the technology was the proclivity of young men to search out sexually provocative images. That was what was at the forefront of the development of the net. It's extraordinarily interesting. They were motivated to use it for that purpose, and that provided the platform from which it emerged. Amazing. Anyways, the Google engineers looked at pornographic search processes and then segregated male searches from female searches, and what they found was that the males searched out images. Surprise, surprise, no one considers that, you know, particularly interesting, but the females searched out literary representations of pornography. It was written. And so I can give you an example of that. If you know about Harlequin romances, does everybody still know about those? Anybody not know about those? Okay, well, they're mass market romances, and of a very stereotypical type. And the original ones were pretty harmless in terms of no violence and no real sexual content. But that was 40 years ago, and they've differentiated tremendously, and now there's hardcore Harlequin romances, and with particularly garish covers, and then there's the old, you know, more tame, basic, sexless and aggressionless romances where everything is implied and not explicit, but the explicit ones exist. So they did a plot analysis of the typical pornographic female fantasy. Well, and it's so comical because engineers did this, and social scientists would never do this because they'd be probably too concerned about the ethics of it or some damn thing. But engineers, you know, they'll just plow ahead with no concern whatsoever for such things, and they actually discover things that way. And so they discovered the basic plot of the female pornographic literary product, and they identified. So basically what happened was that a innocent, well-meaning, and attractive young woman encounters a male who's a bit of a monster. And the monster, there's 5 types of classic male monster. For all you males who want to know, this is what you can become. Vampire, that's a good one. Werewolf, billionaire, pirate, and surgeon. Okay, so that's very interesting because, well, first of all, there's a dominance thing. Now you're actually blushing, you know, you're actually blushing about that. That's very, very funny. So, sorry to point it out, but it's so comical, you know. I know, it's so funny. I was reading this, it was just cracking me up. I thought, oh my God, really? Pirate, vampire, oh, that explains it. What about all these damn vampire shows, right? They're so popular online, they're so popular on Netflix. Oh yes, and then there's the werewolf. There's nothing sexier than a werewolf, apparently. But I mean, so there's predatory dominance that's implicit in that, right? With the billionaire, it's more abstract, but clearly that's an indication of very high success in the male dominance hierarchy. So, but there's this desire for aggression that's in that, a real aggression, right? And it's not surprising to me at all. It makes perfect sense. But the basic plot is that the woman encounters this mysterious and aggressive male and tames him. That's the female hero myth, as far as I can tell. It's Beauty and the Beast. And so it's because, well, there's no fun in taming someone who's already tame. And what makes you think you really want someone who's tame anyways? There's no interest in that. Plus, when chaos manifests itself, what makes you think that someone tame is going to be good for anything? And it's a real question. And so that aggression is absolutely vital. It's absolutely necessary. But because it's incredibly dangerous, which of course it has to be civilized. And so what happens is that the archetypal female in these pornographic romances seduces and tames the aggressive male. And that's her encounter with chaos. Now it's more complicated. Of course, females, they're more complicated, and that's exactly how it is. And it's no wonder, because their lives are more complicated. But okay.
Yeah, I apologize if any of that lagginess was coming through in the restream of that video. My computer, I don't know what's up with this. I feel like they're messing with something. I don't know what it is, but my computer never lags during the week, and I come to shoot the breeze, and it's all this lagginess. It's kind of wild. Kevin Carre, the prompt says 1 billion wicked thoughts. What did you take from the video?
I'm still trying to comprehend this video, but when he was talking about the female thing and the monsters, I'm just thinking about when I was a kid and my friend used to find his father's tapes, and we used to go over and those 80s porn videos. I mean, it was new to me when you see also like what he's talking about is like a screenplay. The woman calls a plumber, like, oh hey, I'm coming over. I know I heard you need your pipe laid, and you start hearing the porn music, and that's what's going through my mind when I hear this thing. Nothing more. I didn't quite really understand what this guy was saying, but I would love to hear what other people have their thoughts. Marcus Garvey is the way in the chat says they like serial killers too. Look at Ted Bundy and Manson fans. Well, the thing is, with those 7, I think it was 7 archetypes, they're all potential serial killers anyway. The vampire, the pirate, whatever else, they're all potentially serial killers. I don't think he needed to say that clearly, because we assume them to be, to have that capacity as well. Keto said, is that Jordan Peterson? I was wondering that as well. Buana Gaziki said yes. Marcus Garvey's the way he said, yeah, Peterson with his Kermit the Frog voice. And then Keto said, dude's a psycho, right? Tanzan said elsewhere that surgeons are psychos. That's what she said in the chat. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I was just surprised that the surgeon was in that group, and I always suspected it's not a concrete suspicion, of course, but it's just a wild speculation. But yeah, there's something I bet psychotic about surgeons. Not all doctors, just the surgeon type. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, thanks for that. KW7 is in the chat. He says, I was in the clouds. He says, starting a new gig on Monday. Okay. Cool, man. Like Brother Bukhari said, congratulations, man. Gas them up. 1 billion wicked thoughts. What did you get from that video in terms of 1 billion wicked thoughts?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm driving, goes in and out. Pardon me. Look, the women are not going to respond, and I always like to call them out. I think in the West, particularly, the way our women are programmed, including unfortunately Black women, these are the archetypes they like. They love a man in uniform, but a man in uniform is a sanctioned killer, right? A police officer, a military man. These are sanctioned killers by the government. So as long as the government, gives him an A-OK of approval, and he shoots, some these women get excited by abusive men. They don't want to admit it, but they get excited. You see the thug loving, right? Thugs, these gangsters, whether they're Black gangsters on the corner selling drugs, or they're pharmaceutical executives selling drugs, it makes these women moist. So I think the real question is we have to start asking these women, what is it about these men that makes you want to tame these men? You know, why do you feel that you want this Beauty and the Beast binary? And we don't really put that pressure on women. We just a lot of times go along with, oh, if women like abusive and thugs, we'll be gangsters and thugs, you know. And so now, of course, you see, you know, these men living out these thug behaviors. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not surprised by it. There's so much literature. Then when I used to debate all these feminists in undergrad, there's guys like Herb Goldberg. He wrote a good book. It'll come back to me, some of these good authors who wrote good books on, you know, of course, Chinweizu, Esther Villar, The Manipulated Man or The Polygamous Sex. Great books that one can read. So, you know, I think it ties into the manipulation of men. They're manipulated to act out certain behaviors, right? You know, a perfect example is like this, the alpha male. You got all these guys saying, I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha. To me, an alpha male is a glorified fool. He's just an errand boy with a lot of trophies. You know, the alpha male isn't doing anything that's so special, right? But, you know, these men, the real men and the real women like alpha males. And you know, you go online, you hear women, you have guys go up to a random woman and say, so can you tell me 4 things that turn you on about a guy? And she say, well, I like the way he eats his chicken. You got to be confident and your cologne. And you got to be hard. Who the hell cares what the hell this dummy thinks? Stop listening to these retards. They're not intelligent. I'm sorry. You know, I'm. It's gonna sound sexist and misogynist, and it is what it is. I don't care, but it's just like men have to stop letting themselves be manipulated. And even Jordan Peterson, when he's watching, I don't agree with a lot of things that he says, but he's laughing. He's like, "Oh yeah, you know, and you're blushing." So I'm gonna play the psychopath role as opposed to saying, "God damn, what the hell is wrong with you, ladies? You must be there's something wrong with you. Seriously, why are you attracted to serial killers and psychos?" You know. But hey, I'll stop there.
No, that's a good point at the end there. Why isn't he saying something about that shit? What are you blushing for? Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, the previous, you know what I'm saying, the person, you know what I'm saying, gas him up, already said everything I need to say. I mean, I'm going to be with him 100%. I'm a pass.
All right, I appreciate that. Right to the point. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Werewolves, vampires, pirates, that's what they are. That's how they see them. Big.
Right.
That's what they see. That's how they see themselves. That's why you're going to always see those types of movies. And guys, I'm an alpha male, man.
But, I don't know what that is. You're an alphabet? You're the letter C? What is that? I don't know what that is. I know I came out of my mother's vagina, and that's all I came into this world with my testicles and my ability to process things in the world. I don't know what an alpha is, but please explain to me.
Antoine de Mela, man, that's it. I'm the top dog, man. I was just messing with you, my man. I was just messing with you because it seemed like somebody said that to you and it kind of bothered you. So I was just messing. I was just messing with you. I was just messing with you when I said that. Don't take that serious because I say I'm the alpha.
No, I don't. I honestly don't take it serious. I just laugh because it's just like, you know, we use these terms. It's like, what is an alpha exactly?
No, I'm just clowning. But that's all I got to say about that prop, Goku.
Hey,
With that dude who comes into the saloon and then he kicks both doors open and then he says something, you know, witty and clever, and then he shoots everybody and then he's the only one left standing.
Bakari.
Yeah.
We are Gas and Azuli was right all along. They was right all along. I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing, and they calling us Sims here, Sims there, Sims this, Sims this. You know, who knew that Time and Marcus Garvey is attracted to werewolf, psychopath, surgeon, vampires? Who knew? Who knew they was attracted to these? So I mean, we was wrong in trying to like go about. Thought about trying trying to be respectful all along that we really are the simps, and they was exactly right. You know, these chicks, they want vampires. They were vampires. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay. So maybe we need to reconsider. Maybe we need to reconsider our position because obviously we're winning, and these brothers are winning. So we need to take a different approach to the whole situation, man. I don't know about you.
No, I can't take. I don't know if I can take a different approach. We winning. Don't let them think it's all a facade. We winning, man. It's just a
But
facade.
Makari, they're like werewolf vampire surgeons, man. I mean, what we gonna do? I mean,
Okay,
we the odd man out.
Yeah, I guess you're absolutely right. We are the odd men out. So we just got to be around the ones that like us, man. That's the take. Yeah, it seems like we the odd man out.
Zuli them was right all along, man. We friggin' simps, I guess. Wow. You know,
But Wano, what are your thoughts? A billion wicked thoughts. What are your thoughts on it?
I think it was interesting that when the algorithms check the habits of the women and the men, the fact that the men actually, well, you know what men go for. We go for the smut. You know, we go for the most disgusting things that we could find just to look at, and you know. But the women, they are more attracted to a different perspective as far as the story. They like the story. They like to be sold a story, and the fact that they also are control freaks, because ultimately their ultimate aim is to tame the beast. Is to tame the beast. So I think that was very interesting because I never knew that. You know, ultimately the woman, how she gets off is she wants to tame the savage beast. So this is the reason why they chase after certain people they chase after. It really tells the story and explains a whole lot of things that causes us to scratch our head and like, why would she date him? You know, ultimately her aim is to control him. Ultimately her aim is to take possession of him and to civilize him. So I didn't really know that going in, but I really appreciate this because the algorithm is not gonna lie. It's like they're typing these things and searching for these kinds of stories to get their jackpots. So it's just an interesting thing, for me. Hello? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was talking and the mic was muted. Sorry. No, I was saying that it's interesting that like the early King Kong films was about that controlling the beast. There's this white woman controlling the beast too. So it's very interesting how they put these thoughts together, man. I think others wanted to add something. Go ahead.
I think a part of it is when you find women that want to deal with those type of dudes, and a lot of them do for whatever reason. And I'm not mad at them if that's what they like, right? But women they're nurturers. In all honesty, that's what they do. That's what they have always. That's their job, right? Not necessarily. Oh, we got to go out here and make sure that every man. But that's their job. So they feel they've been raising. They have been raising. They've been raising the kids. They've been doing all that. So in a sense, it's almost like they believe they can fix it because that's what they have been doing most of their lives, fixing it. So when something like that come their way, and a lot of the times it backfire, but when something like that come their way, they don't shy away from it because that's what they are. They're nurturers, and that's just a fact. That's what women do, uh, especially Black women. They have been dealing with that type of mentality a lot from the men because of everything that we have gone through. Now, seeing somebody as a vampire, like I say, that's them. But the gangster, the thug, all that, the woman is a nurturer, and sometimes the woman want to feel protected. And the dude,
How do you werewolf?
huh?
How do you nurture a werewolf?
Yo, you don't nurture werewolf. That's why I say sometimes it backfire on them. That's why sometimes you find women who have given their goodness away to a dude that just wouldn't worth it and wouldn't worth a damn. Then when they get a little, then when they start to mature and they get older, well, when they get old, then they want someone that's good because they couldn't tame it. But I'm just saying, I'm just speaking what I believe. The reason I believe that they try. Sometimes it works.
Well, I'll say this very quickly. Me personally, I don't believe women are inherent nurturers. I think quite often women often resent that position. You know, they you know, again, gases take this position is from Chinwezu, right? So if anyone disagrees, fight Chinwezu, the Pan Africanist, because I'm not the Pan African. So, you know, beat up the Pan African guy, Chinwezu. But my position is that women quite often are very manipulative in their approach. And you know, historically perhaps they had to be so because, you know, men had the muscles and they used brute strength and whatnot. But I think sometimes, quite often, a lot of women resent being so-called relegated or regulated to that position of nurturer. They don't like it, right? I can think of all the times that some, you know, mothers will voice all the things they had to do to sacrifice to their children, right? You know, and fathers, because it's not manly to talk, fathers don't ever say anything in reference to the sacrifice that they do. So I think that the idea for me that women are just inherently nurturing, I don't know about me personally. I don't know if I agree to that. I think that I think anyone can be nurturing, whether it's man or woman. But I will say this. I will say that for me, part of it, like I said, is that women in the Western world have to acknowledge that there is an attraction to this sort of behavior. So for Black women, it might not be the werewolf and whatnot or the vampire, but if you guys remember in the early 2000s, you had all these Sister Soldier books, all that Black fiction books, right? That were all over the Black community. It was like Hustler's Pimp and Baby Girl Love and Shoot 'em Dead Mac Man, right? And it was all these stories about some chick in the projects whose father was a good man, but he sold drugs, and the grandma cooked mac and cheese, and she had lost her virginity at 16, and the husband went to jail, and all these same stories. So Black women also played out these things, and I'm trying to say that I think for me, the women have to call themselves out on that. Like, hey, wait a minute, let's analyze ourselves. Why is it that we're gravitating towards, you know, this type of template in our men, right? There's something that we need to fix. Like, we shouldn't want abusers or killers for men. Right? No one. But yeah, go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I agree with that. I think. And a big reason why I agree with it, I think a lot of us men have a mentality that women are beyond reproach, so you can't correct them, you can't point out the error in their ways and all that kind of stuff. And I think we fail when we do that. I think we fail when we kind of paternalize them like that. Just saying. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way. Apparently, they're admitting to liking vampires, shimmering vampires and whatnot. Tanzan said she likes a surgeon vampire because they cut and they bite. Marcus Garvey is the way he responded to Bakari saying women are control freaks because they have to control children, question mark.
So she wouldn't respond to me. I ain't call them a control freak. I say they're nurturers. That wasn't me.
No. I think, but you said they were nurturers. She's equating that to being a control freak in a sense, right? Like, because they can nurture children, that means they control, you know, the ongoings of adults, of men. They have to want to tame the beast or control that freak. You know what I mean? So I think that's what she's saying.
Oh, okay.
Can I add something real quick? I mean, a lot of those archetypes, once again, you know, the wolf and you know, going the vampire, a lot of that shit. Let's keep it a buck. You know, that's just Eurasian, okay? You know about Genghis Khan, right? You know how a lot of like Asia is related to him. This is the thing about the whole killer thing and like being attracted to the killer. You wind up with incestuous genetics when you do that. You gotta face that fact.
Yeah.
That's bottom line. And so like the whole idea of like, you know, it's a self-destructive tendency. I mean, I would say to want to be the have to select self-destructive genes. I mean, there's so much protecting you can do. You don't have to, I mean, protecting by elimination. I mean, is that protection or is using your wits to thwart more protecting? I mean, let's keep it a buck. That's, you know what I'm saying? I you know, protecting turns into killing. It turned into wipe them outism.
Right.
I just hope that I get that clear. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that. You don't want to encourage. I mean, however it turns out, you don't want, that's bad genetics. You want genetic diversity, and the best way to do that is to make sure that not everyone's kind of breeding with the same people. I'm past.
Right. I think I want to add something.
Yeah. Well, this idea about control and, you know, the attraction towards the, you know, the sort of dark characters in fiction or in real life. And while these archetypes that Peterson mentioned, and there's that, you know, there's some flaws in his, but I won't get into that. But you know, the typical ones, they have one thing in common, that except maybe the surgeon, I don't know what the surgeon's weaknesses is, but they have one thing in common, that they are both, you know, people, you know, characters with strength with one glaring weakness, you know, like, you know, the vampire, they can't come out at night, and, you know, the werewolf, you know, is under the control of the moon. And which was the other one? The pirate is this outside of the, you know, law, but he's still subject to, you know, the violence of the seas and so on. The surgeon, and I can't remember the fifth one. But in any case, I think it comes from the, you know, the female, not to control, but you know, to powerlessness, because it's like a fellow feeling of, oh, you know, you might seem so strong, but there's some weakness still in you that you know, I can come in and fill up or something like that. So even with the criminal, especially these women, they tend to throw themselves at these criminals, usually after they have been incarcerated. You wouldn't have, you know, somebody who is a known murderer just walking around and women wanting him. It's usually under that he's in control in the prison system. Therefore, you have some control over, you know, your interaction with him. So he might have that, you know, seeming power of murdering people, but at the same time, he's safely locked away, you know, in the system. So sometimes it's also an expression of the powerlessness that women feel, and that they want to see that in, you know, the males that they choose. That's, yeah.
That's interesting. So they allegedly feel powerless. So the way they get power is by selecting murderous psychopaths, basically, right? And it's interesting. You also said the werewolf controlled by the moon, which in many ancient societies was seen as a female deity, which was tied to the mother or tied to menstruation, right? So yeah, like I said, for me, you know, I think the women in the chat got some explaining to do. Maybe they can tell us more about the psyche of some of these women and as to why they're, you know, what is the attraction to abusive men who, even if they're not abusing you, but they're definitely abusing others. What is the attraction to that type of man?
I think it's that song.
Protection.
Well, that's one thing, but I think it's also that song by Beats International. I don't care what you do to them, just be good to me. So, you know, some people see that as, well, you know, if I get into the shadow of, you know, darkness, I will not be susceptible to it, or something like that. Yeah.
So basically, as long as the man isn't, and that's why I said being a gentleman, right? It's like, pardon the noise in the background. So basically, as long as he's killing others but not killing me, everything is fine. And then also, I forgot to add this point real quick. I had this conversation years ago with some women who would say, "Oh, women, we're natural nurturers, blah blah blah. We care." And I said, "Get the hell out of here with that." I'll put it out there. I said that if that's the case, how come more women are worried about what their husband or their boyfriend is doing with his penis, barring STDs, of course, but they're not out here taking that same energy to feed homeless children? I've seen so many homeless kids and sick kids and crackheads in the city of New York, and none of these women is out here feeding them and doing things and clothing them. Some are, don't get me wrong, but they're not, but they got all the energy to look at their husband's phone or look at their boyfriend's phone. You get what I'm saying? It's like, take that energy and put it to feed some homeless kids.
I know a lot of women that do that. It sounds like you might have a problem with women.
You see, Brother Card, that's what I'm saying. Being critical of women, right? It's interesting. I'm not coming to you, but it's so. Think about it, right? The fact that gas, and I think I'm one of the few that speaks. I'm not gonna have a filter, but the fact that I say these things, instantly we've been conditioned to say, "Oh, you must have a problem with women. You must hate women," because we're taught to. If we are critical, it's such sophistry. It's just such BS criticism that it's like, what's the point of even being critical if we're not going to pinpoint certain issues, right? Do you see that, like how that we're programmed to not even speak out against certain things or speak out against things we observe?
Well, no, I'm not saying you can't speak out against it, but it's okay to speak out against certain. It's okay to speak out against certain things, but me personally, like everything can't be. It almost come off where everything is just almost negative toward women. But I wouldn't go even. But my thing is, because you ask a question, right? You said, why do they choose those men, right? I'm just going on what I believe, right? I'm going on what I believe. I believe women think they're gonna have some type of protection. I really do. They fall for the facade. He sound tough. He act a certain way, and he could be absolute wimp, but he know how to carry himself and he know how to sound a certain way. So it's protection. And I don't know, I've heard so many women say, and I have no idea why, and that is a question. Now, I'm not saying I just disagreed with everything that you said, because I hear so many women say, yeah, like the bad boys more fun. The bad boys more fun. Matter of fact, I was listening to a talk show today, and there was some women on there. There was a woman on there talking about that. Say you find a man who's a good father, who's going to work every day or coming home and cooking and cleaning, and he's a good family man. Say you find a lot of women that's gonna find that man boring. So I'm considered boring, but and I already know I'm considered boring. So matter of fact, some of that stuff I just said, guys, I can take that back. I done had women tell me I'm strange and different. I think a man and a woman supposed to be together and you supposed to have a family. I literally had women tell me that's strange. That's strange and different. Woman, she should, and of course she had 3 kids, 3 baby daddies. All her children were daughters. And the only one of her daughters that was in a relationship. So, guys, everything I just said to you, I take back. My bad. But anyway, all of her, now the only one of her daughters that was in a relationship was a lesbian. They are following her way, but I do think some women feel that the so-called thug, the abuser, whatever you want to be called, I do believe they feel they might get some protection. That's just my take on it. I hear the mic.
I could see that thinking. I do like, I saw what you told us just now, that story with the young lady. I think that kind of thinking needs to be criticized. I think they need to be held accountable for that type of thinking, because like Marcus Garvey is the way said in the chat earlier, she said women train and indoctrinate, in this case, sons. So it's women who is the root cause of degeneracy. But I would also say they also train daughters. You know what I mean? And so we got to take them type of women, I believe, the task for that type of thinking. to try to at least stop them from proliferating that type of thought to the young women who are coming up who might be in their purview, right? I think we have to start dealing with that, and we can't have a thing where when a man goes to point out, listen, that's not good for the nation ultimately. That's not good for relationships. That's not good to build anything with. That's not good, blah, blah, blah. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we say a man sounds like he hates women just because he criticizes her. Because then you've taken the sting out of the stinger, right? Now anything that person says, he's viewed as just a woman hater, so ignore him. But no, there's a lot of times especially in the conscious space, and that's what irks me with the conscious space, because even though you have upright men speaking consciously, we still have women pushing back against what they're trying to bring across. Like you can't ignore, solid, constructive criticism that if you took a step back, you could see is all about keeping some order, keeping some unity, right? Keeping things together, as opposed to what we see out here now where everything is kind of hit and run now. There's no relationships, there's no order, right? There's no commitment, there's no unity. It's just a free-for-all now. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that when you go to criticize a woman as a man, you're immediately, most times by women, but even sometimes by men, you're immediately told, well, you just hate women. No, I'm just trying to get this shit together. I'm trying to get it straight.
That's why I took that.
There's a great book on that, Koku.
Hey, guys, let me say this right quick.
Yeah.
That's why I took that. That's why I told Gaz in the middle of me talking. And you know what? As I speak, I'm taking back a lot of stuff I just said to you as I was speaking. That's why I was taking it back. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, come on. We all have dialogue. Trust me. I don't take none of it personal ever. There's a great book, Koku, on that. I remember reading a while back. Nancy Friday. She wrote a book called My Mother and Myself, and I think it's one of the few books that is out there where a woman, particularly a woman, starts to analyze the imprint psychologically and mentally that the mother has on her daughter, right? Because we always talk about mothers and sons and things like that, but she really, like, you guys can Google it, she really delved into that whole relationship between daughters and mothers, and it was very fascinating, how like some mothers are like tyrants to their daughters, and daughters just acknowledge it, but then funny enough, the daughters become like their mothers, just like we say, like, fathers end up like the sons, but the daughters end up like the mothers, and not only end up like the mothers, they end up creating the same type of conditions and narratives and programming to their children, right? That they saw. So it's a great book. I think you might like it.
Can I add on kind of to what Gaston said? Sure. Like in cultures, I mean, especially in America, where we're talking about families with the whole rise of single mother households, which I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen throughout history, in the broadness of peoples and stuff, but when you grow up as a young man, right, you see women, right, as a woman in a single mother household, the men, because they're not in the house because of various policies and whatnot, there's a difference in how young women see men. Men grow up seeing women in the house. They see women, they understand, even if it's subconsciously, they understand women a lot more than women understand men. And I would say in a single mother household. Now, when you have structure and you have both parents, and this is multi-generationally, there is balance there. And I think when you talk about, the breaking up, the whole slave trade, the whole Ma'afa, we had family structures in Africa. We had ethno-heretic systems in place where we understood who we were, our identities, who our peoples were, who our peoples were. I'm pretty sure we had all that stuff written out. We knew who we were. You know what I'm saying? We knew everybody around us. If we didn't know, we could ask someone. We knew who we were. Now being here, and again, just fast forwarding to the 60s, at least in the United States of America and where else around the world, once you break that down, you know, men start to see loose men and try to adopt what that is. And it becomes difficult because the women cannot seem to, I want to say, the pair bonding, because they did not grow up seeing pair bondedness. And I mean, in again, with men, I guess, again, to be sensitive, I guess, to the women, knowing this, you do have to realize that they really don't know men as well as they think they do. You know what I'm saying? Women in this country, black women, really, you know, they don't know men as well as they think they do. They understand, you know, they might understand the whole sex drive and how to get that, but they don't really get it because they didn't grow up with it in the house day to day. I'm gonna pass on that.
Before we, oh yeah,
Can I say something?
Brother Bakari, then Tan, and then I got a follow-up question. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, you know, one thing when you mentioned the so-called conscious community in the way they speak of women and how I believe and I ain't gonna say believe. I also know this is me. I think I don't go as hard at women because our women, regardless of what anybody say, has been the least protected and the least respected in the whole fucking world. And if people don't want to admit that, that's a problem. So that's why I'm gonna always stand up for black women. The world, you see, we talk about what has happened to us, right, as a people, but we don't want to talk about how our women has been treated and how our women has been depicted. So I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up for black women. Shit, I got my mama black, my daughter's black, so I'm gonna stand up for black women. And then to the one thing where Marcus Garvey is the way to free minds, I think that was her who put in the chat, say that the women is the root to degeneracy. Yeah, we can say the woman is the root to degeneracy, but we can also say when you out here in these mentoring programs, why none of these kids' daddy ain't around. And they not even in jail. They just not around. Like I said, I can tell you about one I met. He is around, but he just brag on how, man, I'm glad you being a mentor to my son, because shit, I ain't got time for it, man. I'm still doing my thing. I ain't got time to be doing that shit. I ain't trying to take him fishing or nothing. So it goes both ways. And if we only going to look at it one way and make like our women, you know, we're going to just point out all the negative of our women. That's going to always be a problem, like for me anyway. And I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Tan?
Yes. For me, I think that we have to look at, you know, the notion of protection and the notion of control. Like I said, it's not so much, for me, I would think that if the women want protection, who do they want protection against? Most of the time, women want protection against other men. So it's the men who are causing, you know, the danger, and it's the men that they seek protection from. So, you know, if women want protection, they should, you know, look to their men for protection against, because who are they being protected against? Their own men or another group of men? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, when it comes to, you know, the idea of choice, that's also an important thing, because I think Lero was saying that, you know, the women who are attracted to bad boys, you know, it's the fun. No, it's not the fun. They don't want, it's not the protection that they're seeking from the bad boys. In fact, for those women, most of them know that the men are either going to end up dead or in jail. So they know that they're probably not going to get the protection that they need, either physically. And also when it comes to protection in this day and age, is, you know, a woman can live, a woman technically does not really need the physical protection of a man. You know, the same thing that she can protect herself with, you know, he can protect himself with as well. And, you know, that's the, you know, but it's not that men are not necessary for protection. It's just that a woman can live without it. because there are other ways of in the past or in some societies, a woman does need a man to physically protect her and at all times, or at all that. So I don't really think that, maybe some women did that for protection, but I don't see it as that. I think that is the same mindset, like Lero said, where they both have a taste for danger. They both have a taste for, that life, that more Bonnie and Clyde mindset. So, they're both equally going for the same thing, the fast life where it doesn't matter what happens. But I do agree that for women who do want that protection, the best choice for them is to get under the protection of a man, because that's the only way that you're going to be protected from another man. So yeah, that's all I'm saying.
All right, I appreciate that, Tan. Let me tee up what Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be. Shoot the Breeze, Brother Bakari in the chat said, Tanzan, I'm glad you said that. Here in Atlanta, they're asking black women not to go to gas station at night by themselves for fear of violence. They're pumping gas with gun in one hand. Let me set up Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but before we actually discuss it, I want to do a station ID break just to remind you guys of some things so you can get up, stretch your legs, or whatever. We'll be right back in a minute.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Also, check out the Forecast Radio. Check out Brother Bakari, who's here on the panel with us tonight. Check out Tanzan African Mind, who's also here with us, and check out Cassandra Cheek, who's on the continent right now. She dropped some nice videos earlier today. I think today and yesterday she dropped a video kind of explaining how to move around the continent and things of that nature. I thought was a good discussion. And then she interviewed her driver yesterday. So you guys make sure, check it out. Subscribe to all the shows on KWAZ Radio. So this prompt, a dose of Tate. And by the way, also, I just want to say that I haven't played the ad for it, but we're always looking for new and innovative and electric shows on the network. I have an idea for a dating show again. It came to me the other day, and I'm looking around trying to find preferably a young lady, young black woman, to host it. It'll be an on-camera type thing. So it'll have to be someone who's willing to be on camera. So I'm thinking about that. So if you know anyone who's interested, let them know about me. Send them to me or email kwazradio at kwaz.radio@gmail.com to talk about it further. But I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. So inquire about it. So this video, a dose of Tate, this prompt, a dose of Tate, comes with a video. And I'm trying to tee it up without the sound. Sorry. So let me share the screen with you guys. Oh, by the way, I put up a post again. If you know an African spiritualist, someone who you think will be good around these parts, send them my way again. I'm looking for an African spiritualist to work with. All right, so let's check out this video, and on the other side, we'll discuss it.
And just look at the world and feel like, kind of like we're in the Matrix, like there's something missing.
Do you think that's like the government making those decisions?
Way above government.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, who do you think is they?
There are people who've been in charge of the world for quite a long time. And people at the bottom just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to wake up. And they don't seem to wake up because the people in charge try very hard to keep them asleep. You're constantly distracted by everything. You are done. You are now full slave mode. And that's all they want. It's always been the same playbook. It's absolutely incredible that people are not awake enough to see what's fucking happening. I struggle to sleep at night. Like, literally, what's happening is fucking crazy. A lot of people out here, it still amazes me, they believe the government care about them. What the government wants is slaves. Slavery's not gone anywhere, right? So the old school idea of slavery, let's talk about slavery. A government would get slaves, make them work for free and build things. That's slavery. So they've stopped doing that now. So what do they do now? They get people, make them build things for money, but the government print all the money. So if a government can create as much as they want of something from thin air, and you'll give up your life for this thing they can create from thin air as much as they want, you are still their slave. That's it. You used to be a slave and you'd work all day, and at the end you got food in the house. Now you work all day, you get money, and you spend all your money on food and a house. Like, slavery is still here, my friends. Nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. And what they want is they want slaves. They want slaves who are going to comply and pay their taxes. And whatever kind of indoctrination or societal programming they can instill inside of people to keep them doing that, they're going to do. Anything it takes to stop people waking up and realizing, whoa, the government's fucking me here. Let's forget Corona. Let's forget locking us all in our houses and taking our business away. I'm paying how much tax? What? They're helping me how much? If you actually wake up and look around you, you realize you're being destroyed in real time. The idea that government cares about them is a lie. The government is never going to tell you anything that's going to wake you up. The government's going to teach you things that are going to make you subservient and compliant. They're going to tell you all this crap about identifying as a panda and all this other shit is not an accident. When they can convince the average person on the street to pretend that some other person is a panda because they said so, you are fully in the slave mindset. Every single one of us, to some degree, is an empty vessel. We're all programmed. There's no such thing as escaping the slave mind. You must just, to some degree, understand who is programming you and understand if you really want those characteristics. Most people are repeating opinions. And I'm saying, where did you get that opinion from? They can't remember where they got it from. They don't know who even told them. They don't know why they so fervently believe in it. They're just told, they're programmed. You need to genuinely analyze your brain, defrag every single opinion you strongly have and identify where it came from and if that person has your best interest at heart. And what they're trying to do, especially with young men, is program them, because we're all empty vessels. And what you have to do as an adult, as a parent, is to program your child stronger than all of society. It's not an easy job, because all of society, from the YouTube videos to the TV shows to the school, every single thing is trying to program them in one direction. You have to combat that, and that's not an easy job. And if you just sit there and get lazy about it, you will fucking lose. When Rome was losing, all they did was have endless circuses to keep you distracted from the losing war. The world we live in today, they try very hard to prevent you from creating your reality. You're constantly distracted by everything. And it's hard to focus on nearly anything. And they do that on purpose, because for you to go stand out in the rain and protest, that takes focus. They want you distracted. They want arguments in the household. They want blacks to hate the whites, Republicans to hate Democrats. They want us to argue with each other, for all of us to hate our neighbor, and all to be so distracted and selfish and self-absorbed that we can't think beyond ourselves. That's what they're trying to do to us. And it's absolutely and utterly work. There's very few of these people. And look what they've fucking done to the entire world. It's absolutely insane.
And you're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor. And you can sit there and get upset about it. You can sit there and cry about it and say the system needs to change, which is what some people do. But I know that's a waste of time, right? That's futile. The best thing to do is to understand the rules of the game and find a way to win. So yes, the game is rigged. Yes, the rich are always going to get richer. Yes, the poor are always going to struggle. And that's the way the game is set up. So you still need to find the best move on the chessboard. There's no point sitting there saying, I want to play a different game, because that's never going to happen.
I was having a conversation with someone the other day. They were talking about Joe Biden and his relief checks. He gave out $1,400 to all the people in America because of Corona. They say, don't you think he's good that he's helping the poor? I said, you think that helps the poor? Let's talk about this. You give 100 people a $1,400 check, right? Everyone understands you can't just leave it in the bank forever because of inflation. The value goes down, because what happens when they print trillions of dollars from the sky? The dollar becomes less valuable. And now we're living in a world right now where inflation's getting out of control, especially in America, right? In the last year, inflation's up like 6-7%. So no poor person is going to take that money and just leave it in the bank. They're going to either spend it or invest it. Let's say there's 100 poor people and 100 poor people spend their money. What do they spend it with? Businesses. Who owns businesses? Rich people. Amazon, their stock price went up 30%. Why? Because people were getting stimulus checks and spending it on Amazon. It all went to the rich guy. And then they go, oh yeah, but what about if they invest it? Invest it where? Invest it in the stock market? That increases the stock price. Who owns the company? Rich people. You've made them richer. What if you and all your poor friends, 20 poor friends, it'd be more than 20, 200 poor friends, put all your money in together and bought one house between you? That still takes one house off the market and raises the property value of that area. Who already owns those expensive houses? Rich people. You can't stop making the rich richer. You cannot stop it. People inside the matrix don't understand what's happening. And they're going to sit there and go, but the government cares about me. You gave me $1,400. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The government is looking after its friends. The government gave all the slaves a little bit of pocket money so they can send it all to the rich guys. It's all a scam.
Even when I was going to school and they're sitting there going, you're not going to get a good job if you don't get good grades. I was the one sitting there going, you're a liar. Shut up. I just knew the teacher was lying. I knew school was bullshit. I knew college was bullshit. I knew university was a lie. I always knew it was a trick and a con. I didn't truly understand things to the level I understand them now. But I had an intrinsic understanding, and I think everybody does. If you're at a gas station and it's 3 a.m. and a Lambo pulls up and a guy gets out of it, you're thinking criminal, drug dealer, gangster. Yeah. You're not thinking, he has a uni degree. Because you're not going to think that. So when you see money, people don't even associate the money they see with university. But then they go, I want to make money, so I go to university. It doesn't make sense.
So school's a scam. And it's the biggest scam on earth. The reason it's a scam is because it operates in a vacuum. It operates in a vacuum because it cannot be fairly compared to any other service. So you can get a loan for school, but you can't use that money for anything else. Because if they were to open it up and put the school, the education system, into the fair market of capitalism, it would fail. If I were to give you $100,000 and say you can get a degree, or you can buy a crypto, or you can start your own business, or you can do anything you want with it, who's going to choose a degree? Nobody. So they say you can only get the money if you use it for education, which allows it to operate inside of a vacuum. Because it operates inside of a vacuum, it is one of the few things on the planet which is allowed to be non-competitive. It's not competitive against any other investment. Everyone knows that. But you can only get the money for that. So you can't get the money to invest in anything else. So you end up doing it, learning something that is outdated, slow to learn. There's more, it doubly inflates. There's more degrees every single year, meaning the value of a degree decreases. And the price goes up every single year. So it's worth less each year. It costs more year on year. There's no other industry where you can even get away with that. You get wrecked, except for the educational system.
I think everybody knows that the system and the path they lay out for you is not a path that's going to lead to where you want to be. And I didn't know what the other path was, but that intrinsic distrust for the system and that distrust for the things they wanted me to do made me search for other avenues. And then I found them, right? And if you speak to the people who are richest, if you speak to the people you know, this is for everyone at home as well, if you speak to the people you know who have the most money and go up to them and say, hey, what made you rich? None of them say school. It's bullshit, right? So it's all indoctrination. So I knew it was indoctrination, and for that reason, I was always searching. And if you're searching, you're going to find.
I think freedom is being destroyed in real time. Even before Corona, freedom is being destroyed. If you look at even very basic things, right? Like freedom of speech. If a man isn't free to say what he thinks in the way he wants to say it, if political correctness or hate speech or whatever, if a man can't even express himself the way he thinks it, is he free? You know? And what they do first is they restrict your speech, because if they restrict your speech, then they can start to restrict your thoughts. If you're not allowed to ever say it, then you're probably not going to think it so often. This is why it's done on purpose. So I don't think that society is very free at all. And I think that in regards to keeping our employment, keeping our money coming in, making sure we don't lose our social medias, every single person has to censor themselves to some degree. And I try very, very best to skirt that line, you know, as far as possible. So I feel free. Freedom is the ability to scream when you want to scream, be angry when you want to be angry, smile when you want to smile, say what you want, do what you want. And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you. If they made a law in the UK I was unhappy with, I'd just leave. And if they made a law in Romania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave. I don't have to be a law breaker. I don't have to be a criminal. I'll just go somewhere else, right? It's like in chess, they say good moves come from good positions. It's true. You can't find a good move from a terrible position, right? If you're sitting at home with no money, it's hard to invest in Bitcoin at $1. Doesn't matter what it goes to, right? You got to be in a good position to take advantage of things. So you've always got to be in a position where You have a good network, you have good information, you have some kind of liquid money, you have the ability to survive without that money, you can take a risk. Like, it's hard to set yourself up. I'm in a position now where I'm in the NBA. I'm an NBA player. I can never go broke again. So it doesn't matter, right? Once you're in the NBA, I can throw $1 million at something. It doesn't matter if it works or not. So for me, it doesn't make a difference. And that's why it's so much easier. They always say the first million is the hardest, and they're completely right. Once you get to a certain point, you can gamble to it, right?
You know what's amazing? Now I have money. Lots of people always ask me, how do I get rich? And I say, when's the last time you talked about money? When's the last time you sat down with your friends and refused to talk about anything else but how to make money? How are you making money? How are you making money? How am I making money? How can we make money together? How's that guy making money? How's that coffee shop there making money? Is that coffee shop making money? I don't know. Do they sell cake? No. Why don't they sell cake? Everyone in here is a businessman. If they had a cute young waitress, a girl, instead of a guy, they'd probably sell more coffee. Like, no one analyzes anything. They just want to get rich, right? I want to be rich, but they have no plan to get rich. And a hope and a plan are very different things. I explain this to people all the time. Everyone has a dream, but no one has a plan. And nothing good is going to happen on accident, right? I didn't become world champion on accident. I didn't wake up and someone go, how'd you become world champion? And I went, oops. You have to plan for it. So I said to Tristan, we need to discuss money. We need to plan this, and we need to work out a way we can get rich. And that's when I started analyzing and understanding banks and the credit system and the money system, how the world actually works. And then I got really pissed off because I realized that money isn't real and it's all a scam. And the banks are destroying us in real time with inflation. And I still don't have any. And I also very, very much understood that as soon as you stop pushing forward, as soon as you go stagnant, you're dying, right? As soon as you stay in one place, you're slowly on the way down. I was under enormous pressure. I didn't think, I have plenty of money now. It was the complete opposite. I wanted to work harder, more hours. I found the tap. Bro, if there was a golden tap, that unlimited money, and you had buckets, and you took one bucket of money, would you just take that bucket, or would you run back and get another bucket and run back and run? I couldn't stop. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up to go piss at 3 a.m, take a piss, and by the time I finished pissing, I'd be like, I've slept 3 hours, that's enough. And wake the chicks up and put them back online. I couldn't get out of my brain because I saw that I'd replaced fighting, which I loved, with this. And this was my chance to escape the matrix. Bro, this has been inside of me since as early as I can remember. I remember walking to sixth form college. I was 16 or 17 with my 4 friends, and a Ferrari burnt past us. I said to my boys, I was like, man, how'd that guy get that car? And they're like, don't know. I was like, doesn't that annoy you? Like, why would it annoy me? Because we're going to school. Our parents are on council estates. Like, we're trying to scrape 20 pounds a week to eat. This dude has 400 grand for a car. Doesn't that aggravate you? Doesn't that show you that there's something about the world you do not understand? That you're missing something? And they're all like, not really. I was never that guy. I was pissed off for weeks because I saw some dude in his Ferrari. Do you understand? I was like, no, I have to. So now when I push my Ferrari, I'm like, this is the full circle. This is the universe giving me what I've always been manifesting.
Man, I can tell you stories now that even sound stupid to me. I went to Deauville, France to fight for a world title. And I was sitting there and the promoter hadn't turned up yet. And I ordered 2 waters, 2 Perrier.
Okay, I don't know what's happening, but
and they came and they were,
I guess we could stop it there. I'm getting some rumblings in the background here about how long this is going to go on for. I'll tell y'all something. I never much paid him mind. I think he's the dude who was on Fresh and Fit, and I think they banned him from the internet or something like that, or from social media platforms or something. But I never really paid attention to him on the internet. So I didn't know he was some kind of Brit or something like that. So that's interesting to me. Some of the things he's saying I actually like. I actually would like to see more footage and see where he goes with some of these thoughts. I actually like it a lot. Kevin Conway 42, what are your thoughts on A Dose of Tate?
I want to talk about like the beginning, something I picked up. You know, there's people are starting to wake up. There's a change. Like last year, it was like right after that marathon show on with the matron, right, where we were all on. That day, I never really slept, and we met at campus that day. But I felt something something was off and something was changing. But what I'm seeing is there's like it's like overnight, like these last 2 years, it's been like a total shift in consciousness. Like yesterday I'm at an event, so I'm talking. It's like different races of people, and a lot of them are saying the same thing. It's like, yo, yeah, I would point out because where we are, there was TV, but there was like no sound, and they play in the background. You're seeing the show, then it'll go into politics. The governor race here in New York and the other races, and people are like, yeah, man, I'm getting really sick and tired of these politicians. I've been voting for years. I've been in this party for years, and nothing's been done. So what you're seeing now is things are going to slowly become decentralized. If you look at it from the 90s, was the internet's always been around, I think, from the 60s, but it was mostly used by the military and the different universities for doing research papers or whatever, passing on whatever. Then they built, I said in the 90s, late 80s and 90s, they built Internet 1.0, which was the most basic of the basic. Web, it's just text, and that was about it. Just a communication. Then Web 2.0 came around, which is it's still centralized. That was with the platform of all the social media. Now we're shifting. Now people, after 2008, that was another big crisis right there. The liquidity crisis, where people got caught off guard because they were saying, I think Lehman Brothers were keeping two books, one public, one private, and I won't go into y'all know what happened, but when that happened, people just really, that doesn't matter on what spectrum of politics, they really stopped. It was a shift to stop really trusting the government and what these corporations were saying. So now they go into Web 3, which will be more decentralized. You become your own bank. If anything happens to your money, that's on you, but you're in control of it. You really own it, compared to the companies owning it for you, like the middleman. But to what he was saying though about that part is, people are waking up. They're like, we don't want to deal with this anymore. It's got to be a new day, or we're gonna always be slaves to the system. And but that's what I gotta say about. I'll move on from here. I'm starting to rant.
Yeah, sum up a dose of Tate. What are your feelings about what you saw?
I like Andrew Tate. I don't think Andrew Tate did anything wrong per se. I think, of course, I don't agree with everything he said, but I think in terms of waking people up, him having that type of wealth that he has, and being able to admit that there is something wrong with the system, and that there are things that are happening, I think that's an excellent thing. And a lot of people don't give him his credit for that, because he could easily have made his money and kept his mouth shut, like so many others. But I think he was able to say what it is. And so, yeah, in terms of hustling, he gives one example of how, like, Muslim families, they all live in one house, kind of like, not to stereotype, some Mexicans do over here in the U.S., and Black people can take from that, and we can learn how to work together and make money in this system. So I don't see anything wrong per se with what he's saying. I think we need to work together and go at it from a collective perspective. But I think of course they're not gonna like what he's saying.
Right.
And so I think that's why he was shut down.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Gas. In the chat, Marcus McGee is here. He said something that me and Kevin Carr used to talk about during the pandemic. He said COVID slowed everything down and gave us a chance to think. And I think that's an important point. I always said during the pandemic, if you didn't take that time, because I experienced it, right? Just days of just being inside and just kind of being in your thoughts and all that kind of stuff, because it was like, there was nothing to really indulge in on television, all that stuff. You had time to think, man. You had time to slow it down and think a little bit. Now, some people will say it was a traumatic experience and all that, so maybe they didn't think as much, but you should have been able to put in some thinking still during that time. So I think that's an interesting thing. From Marcus McGee. Brother Bakari, what say you to this Andrew Tate? Did you know about him? Do you like him? Do you don't? What you see in the clip?
I had never heard of him. He said some stuff that sounded good that I agree with, but he say money is fake and everybody helping rich. But when he made some money, he used that fake money to go buy his first Ferrari,
Right.
which don't make sense. Which to me, like that's kind of like put a damper on what the hell he's saying. But you know, he said it. He made his money from. I guess he was fighting MMA, UFC. I don't know. I never heard of the guy. I have no idea who he is, but you know, when they talk about politicians and they talking about they want to keep black and white mad at one another. Shit, I don't understand how that ain't damn natural anyway. They don't want to keep motherfuckers mad. If you've been in a historical war with somebody for 5,000 years, them and the Arab shit, that's just a natural fact, right? But it's they want to keep Republicans and Democrats mad with one another, right? So back to the black and white, this politics thing go together. Like they had the election here, and people telling folks to vote for. You got the black people that jumped on the Donald Trump bandwagon, so they telling people to follow the Donald Trump clone, the most useful idiot for white people in history, I believe, Herschel Walker. And I say, why? You know, they'd have no reason why. They just say vote for him. Yeah, the reason is Democrats ain't done nothing, right? And so for me, what keep them arguing and what keep people going back and forth, right? I'm not a huge fan of Warnock either, but I give Warnock credit for what he did when he wrote the plan for farmers. He rewrote Cory Booker's plan. Cory Booker's plan said for black farmers. He had to rewrite it so they could get money. He said he made it for the African-American farmers that had money stole from them and land, and farmers of color, minority farmers and all that. But what he did was everybody, because black people normally wait for the scraps, but what he did was could nobody get anything until all black farmers who deserve it get it. I know this because my family was what due to get some money, right? So what happened was all these other farmers. So when he say they make us hate one another, no, all them so-called farmers of color and those other minority farmers and all that got together and sued and is holding it up in court along with Republican backing with those Republicans to make sure if black people gonna get theirs first and everybody have to wait after them, they would rather just hold the money up. So ain't nobody making us hate. They do things to let you know that they don't want you, that they don't like you. So it's not my job to make sure I'm going to go show the world that I like them. That's just my take on it and some of the stuff that he said. I hear the mic.
All right, I appreciate that, Bakari. Real Black Gentleman, did I get you on this?
No.
Go ahead.
I mean, I didn't. I actually saw this this clip maybe about a month ago. He isn't saying anything new. I mean, if you really think about it, we all know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's the financials, and I mean, we were property. My people's was capital.
Do you really think
my people's was the buck? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think black people have a natural relationship with money. It's just we can't seem to get ahead of it where we're really like where we're truly speculating in any kind of industry. I mean, you can call it money or I mean, and it's not impossible that black people can't seem to corner a market, but I mean, there's still basics. I mean, he's just trying to say that like. I mean, if you listen to him, he's basically pimping girls, doing like, you know what I'm saying, putting the girls online and doing that. That's what he just said. He said, if you had an unlimited tap, you know, I was waked up at 3 a.m. and like put the girls back online. That's what he said. That's why so that's how he was making his money. He was selling sex.
Yep.
And so like, well, everyone can't do that, right? So it's like, okay, we see your hustle. Like, you know, I mean, I get it. Like, you know, until I mean, part of it, I mean, it's cool to be, you know, in using the internet as an infrastructure, but again, it's like I hate to be that guy. It's like, you know, we still don't, you know, smelt iron. You know what I'm saying? We don't have raw. We really don't have. Where's the black iron mine? Someone please tell me where there is one in America, where it's like we're actually out here with raw materials, like, you know what I'm saying, in bulk. I mean, I understand that Black people, you know, our percentages of industries is like sub 1% of stuff, but I mean, it's difficult to try to say that we'll leapfrog and use, you know, the internet to do things. If we were to do so, it's not, we have to have, it has to be multi-generational, and that involves organization, that involves our people basically corralling our people. I mean, I'll say this to what I understand about the organization video that you had earlier with the Chinese. I have this sense that organization works when the people you're trying to organize don't know that they're being organized. And I think that's a big unspoken thing when we talk about organization, especially when we're talking about socialistic type stuff, because, you know, the people who do this stuff don't let everyone know what they're doing. That's how the revolution even, I mean, that's what Castro wasn't trying to tell everyone his motive. You just have to kind of corral the people and shepherd them. That's the only way that it really works. You just have to use you know, you have to use indirect means. You have to like implode the people, as it were, to get the people to compress until there's a critical mass of people in one place with the same idea. That's the only way, you know, that kind of, as far as like you know, making, you know, beating the system and that we're all in it. I mean, I suppose, you know, if you're in a perspective, like I said, we're all money. So I'm not saying that we can't beat it, but I mean, it really requires all hands on deck. And I mean, if we want to play the, you know, we're bouncing a ball, you know, bouncing balls in a small room kind of analogy, that's, you know, it's hard to corral us, because as individuals, even each of us in here, we do have our own lives, our own, you know, our own thoughts, and frankly, they're not polarized. I'll say this, you know, when people say things about polarizing ideas, you know, when you polarize light, you make light go in the same direction. So in a way, when people try to use polarization as a pejorative, what they're trying to say is that those are people who try to align people in the same direction. So if someone tells you that you're being polarizing, you should take it as a compliment, because you're actually aligning a lot of people. Just going back to what he's trying to say, yeah, I mean, I hopefully I said what I was trying to say directly, although I said a lot of stuff. It's just, it's not going to work if you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of what he's saying, we should already know. And that you can't really beat the system, so you kind of join it, and the rich only get richer. We kind of know that. It's just how to do it. We can't kind of play along with it. We do have to kind of get back into like I mean, I hate to say a brick and mortar kind of person. There's some of that's going to have to really happen. You know, there's going to have to be really Black people who are really making aluminum, who are really making raw materials, raw stone, raw stuff. If you want to have a farm, why can't we make the implements? Why can't we have it from, you know, supply chain? You got to have the rock, make the rock and the iron. You chop it down, you do all that stuff. And I mean, that's the kind of stuff where I think that's ultimately going to have to work. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yeah, Trey Happy 262 Plus says that's kind of why that other video was important. How do you gain critical mass without providing material services, which would require organization? KW Don 7 and Marcus Garvey's Way provided some more information on this Tate guy. He says Tate was a world champion boxer, but that is not where his wealth comes from. He said, yeah, he's a world champion kickboxer. He says Tate father is Black after Marcus Garvey's Way acts. Isn't Tate a mulatto? So I wasn't sure what he was. Frankly, I kind of thought he was with the English accent, I thought he was a white boy. That goes back to that whole discussion of who's Black. Why is the mulatto, ultimately Black? That's my issue with that. Marcus McGee says, organize them under a new religion. Brother Bakari in the chat says, I saw a podcast where people was complaining no African-American players in the World Series. Dusty Baker's an African-American manager for the Astros, just won the World Series. Oh, they won, huh? Okay. Dusty Baker's been around for years, wasn't he? Like the coach for I want to say the Cleveland Indians or something back in the day.
The Giants, the Cubs. He been to the World Series. It's been elusive, but I like Dusty Baker, and he finally won one. He didn't have no players. We had black players. They got seemed like they had all the black players from South America on their team, on the Astros team. The manager is also, but the manager is African American.
Okay. Yes, Dusty. Yeah. Trigger Happy says that man is majority white. Don't even do it. Yeah. No. Apparently his father is half black. Yeah, because to me the guy is like a white boy. To be honest, again, especially here in the British accent, to me he's a white boy. But okay, now we have some further information on him. Let me mix it up a little bit. Boy Nagaziki, what say you to all this?
Yes, sir. So a lot of things, a lot of moving parts here. So I'm gonna try to see if I could section the things out. So first, let's deal with the color issue. So Tate's dad was a master chess player. He's a black man. According to FBA, he would be considered to be an FBA person, even though his mother is a white English woman. His dad was a black American man, so according to FBA, he is an FBA man, even though he grew up in England. That's the first thing to deal with. Secondly, I intentionally chose this prompt in thinking about two people, thinking about Gas and thinking about Kev. They free thinkers. So I know I really was interested to know what their thoughts would be on this particular video, because as free thinkers, I know that this particular prompt would be inclined to more or less be favorable to his opinions. I don't know if they knew about him prior to watching it, but I really had them in mind in choosing this particular prompt, and someone mentioned as the how-tos as far as wealth is concerned. If anyone has any uTorrents, they could download his courses, for free if they want to choose that route.
Make sure you use a VPN though.
I don't use a VPN. I don't use a VPN, Kev. But if you could download his torrents and really go through his courses to figure out the how-tos. Now, as far as the morality issue, the fact that he may have used porn or whatever to gather success and all that, whatever, women and things of that nature, that's a matter for the people who want to choose morality issue. As far as capitalism is concerned, that's their issue, and I'm not gonna get into that. But he goes into the detail in explaining the how-tos of how he became successful and how you could go about doing the same kind of games of becoming financially successful and using the internet and things of that nature. I find him to be a fascinating character. Mainly because of where he comes from, because his history. Yes, we could talk about races. That's a factor. But in reality, that you can't so easily dismiss some of the things that he was saying. Because some of the things that he was saying hold true, and these are the things that he probably would have discovered on the way to achieving the levels of success that he would have achieved. And I personally think that success, or financial success, let me put it to that, financial success leaves clues. And some of these people create narratives where they create a script, to go off of, where you could possibly achieve the same kinds of measures, whether you want to or not, whether you want to, if you want to play in that arena or realm or not, and I think that he has many things to say. And I watched the system very carefully. When the system doesn't want you to know certain things, they tend to castigate you. They don't want you on media. They don't want you to become popular. They don't want certain information exposed about the how-tos are going to achieve the things that they achieved. They want you to follow the matrix, to fall in line. And I find it fascinating that he is so-called banned off of social media. Because many things that he would have said, it holds true. It holds true. It holds true. It holds true. So, I think that is for us to scrutinize and sift through the truth and the falsehood. In the Caribbean, we say, eat the meat and spit out the bones. Now, that's where I stand on Andrew Tate. But I leave it to the listeners, and I leave it to the panelists, and I leave it to the audience to decide or decipher whether what he was saying was true or not true. Because I don't want us to get into this paradigm, and I'm a Gaviite, remember that. I don't want us to get into this paradigm of, irrespective of where we hear truth from whoever it comes from. You know what I mean? Either you could take it or you could leave it alone, regardless of where it comes from. Yes, the white man lies. Yes, the black man lies. Of course they do. Of course they do. You know what I mean? But I want us to be objective in our analysis of what we hear and scrutinize, and whether we either can accept it or we can leave it alone. And it's for us to decide whether we want to do that or not. But that's where I stand with Andrew Tate. I'll leave it there.
I'll say that I'll echo those last few words you had there. Even Marcus Garvey used to quote different white boy books and stuff. So it's wherever you could get sense from. Take the sense and leave the rest where it is, right? So yeah, I echo those sentiments as well. In the chat, KW7 says, Tate, when asked about the race question, he said when two billionaires get together, one white and one black, they don't discuss race. He avoids the question of why there are very few black billionaires globally. Bobby Wright says FBA ADOS kicked Malcolm X out of the club because of his Caribbean African mother. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. With all of that said, with all the comments and whatnot, Tanzan, what are your thoughts on A Dose of Tate?
Yeah, that was a very, very big dose of him. I'm used to taking him in small doses, so this was quite overwhelming. I'll just say that. But not because I disagree with a lot of what he says. I think some of what he says is it's sensible, it makes sense, and so on. I think that one of the reasons it's hard to listen to him is because of his voice, just like I think it was Marcus Garvey or somebody was talking about Peterson and his coming of voice. Yes, it's very, very hard to listen to men with a certain type of voice. So that was my only objection. But if it was like sped up, and I usually listen to it like on twice the play, so yeah. But when it comes to the economics, I agree with what he's saying. Where I thought about the whole thing about when Neo was with entering the school, and then the little boy is like, there is no spoon. And but at the same time, what Morpheus taught him was how to manipulate the non-spoon, to create your own spoon. So if it is, you see, that the guy who wanted to leave the system and enjoy the fake steak, for him, he didn't want to stay in the matrix and actually manipulate it. He wanted to go back into it and become manipulated to enjoy the steak, even though, subconsciously or, before that, preconsciously, he knew that it would be fake. He would still enjoy it. But, with the Neo and the spoon is, you know that it's fake, but you're going to still, manipulate it and, control it or influence it or however it is. So, I think, when he says that it's fake, it's not to say that money does not exist or that it's not important or that it's not something that, people should think about. It's just that it can be manipulated like anything else, and that you should be in a position to manipulate or be manipulated. It's like Frank from Always Sunny. He was like, the people who are dupers and the people who are dupees. So you either dupe or you get duped, anyway. But that's a criminal way of looking at it. But I guess, business is for the non-criminal, the legal criminals. Anyway, but that's not true. In any case, I agree with a lot of what he says. I still don't know exactly why he got, cancelled. People have said worse things, I think, than he has. So to me, I didn't really know why, because a lot of what he says was also said by, Kevin Samuels, and I think, so many other people. I think maybe it was the way he says things, because he has a very, brash way of saying things, and maybe that's what gets people mad at him. So yeah, but in terms of, whether you get the information, it really shouldn't matter, because a lot of the information we get, you're supposed to just ignore all of that and then take what is useful for you, because if you're going to just stick to information that comes from Black people, you're going to be very limited. But yeah,
I agree with that. Time. Does anyone want to have any last words here?
Yeah,
Yes.
can I say something right quick? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll go after you, man.
No, go ahead, brother Bakari. Go ahead. I'll talk.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I had never heard of this white boy, and if you look him up, just do his Wikipedia page, you can see why he shaved his head to trick you. That dude is white. His daddy should have got a DNA test. Just go look at him. Just go look at him with hair on his head. Just go look up his Wikipedia and see him when that dude is white. But anyway, what I want to say,
Brother Bakari, he's one of y'all, bro. He's FBA, bro. He's FBA. According to Tariq.
I'm not FBA, but why? Tate's website. I was just looking. This is what I want. Tate website offers training courses on accumulating wealth, male-female interaction. According to the website, he also operates a webcam studio using girlfriend as employees. Tate and his brother started a webcam business, employing as many as 75 webcam models to sell fake sob stories. He a scammer to male callers, claiming to have made millions of dollars doing so. Tate stated and admitted that his whole business model was a total scam. I'm just saying what he said. So can you listen to a scammer? If he just claimed he'd have made all these, that's a white boy. You see him, that's a white boy. He's a scammer. Did he say some stuff made sense? A little bit. But when you go to start saying money is fake, but then you're using money to buy Ferraris to do what the people you claim you don't like do. And he's also, if you go look him up, you'll see he's absolutely acquainted with a lot of what is the far right? Those are most of his acquaintances. Is people from the white people from the far right. Paul, Joseph Watkins, those are his acquaintances. That's a white boy. His daddy should have got a Dana. His daddy should have got a Dana. That dude is white. And he's an absolute scammer.
Brother Bakari, what's the Dina? What's the Dina?
DNA.
Oh no.
So black people, before we start listening to these white folks, let's look them up. Let's do him the same way we do Tariq Rashid.
I gotta get that one.
Brother Bakari.
Huh?
If you heard information from a white person, I'm just curious. If you heard information from a white person that was useful, would you use it?
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do it. I do it all the time. But him talking real fast and he just said some stuff that didn't sit well with me. I just had to, I'm gonna say this. I had this dude, so-called conscious dude, these conscious homeless people, they ain't gonna work for white supremacy and all that. And I went to get me something to eat, and he started telling me how fake money is, right? At the same time, he was hungry. So he asked me to buy him a sandwich. He said money is fake and it's useless. I said, so you want me to take my fake money, which is absolutely useless to you, and buy you some food? I said it slow so he could understand. He said, yeah. So I say, is money useless? He said, yeah, money's useless. I like, all right, then, man, I took a bite of my burger, my fry, and took a sip of my tea and walked off because my money is useless. I can't buy you nothing to eat.
And
So
the
when
burger
people,
was good in it. The burger was good in it.
yeah, it was good. So when people start saying crazy stuff like that, then you see he turn around and do the same stuff that he complained about. You just got to look into him. Now, can you? You might be able to listen to 5.
But Brother Bakari, but money is fake though. Money is not real.
Okay, do you have it in your pocket?
No, what you have is a representation.
Okay,
No one has
so
ever seen it.
so
Wait, let me explain it to you, or let me try. In my opinion, right? When we talk about, okay, we're in a system, but no one has ever really seen a dollar. We've seen a piece of paper that the government tells us that we must accept as a dollar, but a dollar is simply a measurement. It's an abstraction, right? The government can stamp Oreo cookies and say that from now on, that's legal tender. You get what I'm saying? So I on that level, yeah, I think they're correct. Money is not real. Now, of course, we're in a system where those, credits and debits and those exchange of goods and services are there, but excuse me, we have to acknowledge how that system came to be, right? And that system came to be through European philosophers. As a matter of fact, Isaac Newton helped stop currency counterfeiting. That was one of his jobs in the UK, right? They used his genius. So the system that we live in was created in the minds of some of the most dangerous people. So I think they're right when they say that the money is not real.
Oh, and I understand what people might say that. And that homeless dude is still hungry, waiting on me to buy him a burger because my money is not real in use. My money is real. I got a $20 bill, two $20 bills sitting up there right now. I don't, for me, I don't get into it.
You have a piece of paper that says,
oh, you're right. I got a piece of paper that's green with a 2 and a 0 in it called a $20 bill, and I use it to buy stuff.
Yes, sir. It's an agreed upon. It's an agreed upon illusion.
if I gave you 3 dinars that Jesus Christ used, 1,000 years ago, you couldn't go to the store and buy anything with those. If I gave you 10,000 shekels from the time of Caesar, you couldn't go into the store and purchase anything, but it's still money.
No, it don't.
But it's not agreed upon. No, wait, hold on. According to your right, even if I gave you 30,000 bags of silver or 40,000 bags of gold coins, freshly minted, right? You can't go into your grocery store and purchase anything with a piece of gold. What's going to happen is they're going to tell you they need what is the agreed upon currency in the United States. But that gold, those bags of gold, or that old coin that has Caesar's face on it, that's still so-called money. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I see what you're trying to say, but they don't count no more. I ain't using them. I ain't gonna count that as money either. I'm gonna count what we got, and I see it as real because I use it. I understand what people say, but I use it. So it's used for barter. This green paper with 2 and 0 on it, that's it. Say I got. It's used to barter. I'm gonna take my 20 and I'm gonna go get me some collard greens tomorrow, and and some pinto beans, and I'm gonna go in there, and that's what I'm gonna cook for dinner, and I'm gonna use that. So when they say it's fake, I don't want nothing fake. You understand? So if it's fake, I don't even want it. I understand what people is trying to say, but for me, I'm gonna say for me, it's not fake, and especially here in the United States, because people because they like to say it's
Brother Bakari, I think what they're saying is, for me, what I get from it when I hear it is that they have mastered the ability, because I've watched some of his videos. I've seen his Hustlers University stuff. Like for me, look, for example, with knife defense, right? And I'll get back to the point. There's skinheads, white boy Aryan Nation skinheads, who have great examples on how to defend against a knife. These are guys that have been in prison, they've been in knife wars, and they give good information online on how to properly defend yourself from a knife. So I'm not going to take their information, right? But I think what I get from what these people are saying, I think they asked Henry Ford one time, when he was in court. I don't know if it's true, but I believe they did. They said, what would happen if you lost all your money tomorrow? He said, I'd make it back in like a year. Because I think what they've mastered is the ability to set up arrangements where they always get access to those debits and credits. I think that's the mastery of the system, right? Like Donald Trump is a perfect example. They say, oh, Donald Trump is a bad businessman. He always went bankrupt. Ha, 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 you stupid. But the truth of the matter is Donald Trump understands the tax system. He understands the IRC, the International Revenue Code, and he understands corporate law says that there's Chapter 7 and Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and then there's Chapter 11 corporate bankruptcy, right? So if I have a corporation, and so that's what he was doing. He would license his name. He turned his name to Trump, right? He marketed his name. He marketed his name Trump. Everybody wants to put Trump on a packet of ketchup, on a steak, on a T-shirt, on top of your building. So he comes and he says, hey, Brother Bakari, you have some capital, but people don't know you. They know me. Put up the money for this building. I'll license my name, put Trump Towers. Of course, you own most of it, but you're going to, pay me, let's say 40 million, 60 million, 80 million, 100 million for this $1 billion casino. Now he'll go, maybe he'll get access to more, he'll buy more shares or whatever. He realizes that, oh, okay, the casino's running bad. He'll just tell the creditors, take me to court. And if the creditors do, he'll file Chapter 11 corporate bankruptcy, restructure the company again. He'll still get paid for his services. So his lifestyle is not gone. So I think when they say money is not real, I think that's what they learn. Like Warren Buffett says him and his dad were on the dining table discussing bank balance sheets at the age of 9. So these people understand something about money that I don't even understand. But I think from what I'm getting from them is that they know how to put themselves in the proper arrangements. They know how to walk into places and structure deals in such a way that they can set up something using arbitrage in some of the most creative ways. They know how to properly wear a suit, instead of going to the traditional bank lender, they'll go to an outside lender and use other people's money, then refinance the loan with the traditional bank loan, right? There's so many creative ways that these people know how to use money that us on the outside, we don't know. So when I hear that money isn't real, obviously you're going to go to the store, you go to Costco, you pay for your stuff. No one's saying that. But I think what I get from is that they understand there's a system and they know how to work that system by structuring themselves and creating avenues for themselves where they can just sign a deal and get access to debits and credits so quickly that us, especially in the Black community, no one teaches us this stuff. We're sitting at home watching Martin, yet right now the Federal Reserve Bank of New York just completed a test run on central bank digital currencies using blockchain. The world is changing right before our eyes. And I'm not talking about us on this panel, but I'm just saying, us Black people, we're still, worried about Kyrie and fairy tales and Kanye and a bunch of fairy tales and books and Glorilla and nonsense like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'll do it easy. I'll do it easy. Hold on, Bakari. 1 second. I'll do it easy. If I had a bag full of gold coins and you had a refrigerator full of greens, like you said, are you telling me that you wouldn't give me all of them greens in your refrigerator for a bag full of gold coins? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you that you can't. Oh, okay.
So you're asking me would I give you the greens for the gold?
If you had a refrigerator full of of greens and I had a bag full of gold coins, are you telling me you wouldn't give me all of them greens in your refrigerator for them gold coins?
Yes, I'm gonna take the gold coins.
Absolutely.
Then I'm gonna swap it for the money. I'm gonna look, man. Money real. We use it every day.
Hey, gas them up. Yeah, gas them up. You still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Yes, you were speaking about the CBDCs and the blockchain, but that's why they got rid of that woman in the prime minister. She wasn't playing ball with them, and they got rid of her. And that guy Rishi Sunak, whatever his name is, Sunak, he's fast tracking that CBDC. There's a book I'm reading right now. Currently, it's called the Truth Machine. You ever heard about it?
No, no. What's it? What's excuse me? What's it called?
It's by a former Wall Street Journal reporter and I think an MIT professor. It's called The Truth
So it's called
Machine. Yeah,
Truth Machine.
yeah, an in-depth, fair, engaging account of wait, the blockchain and the future of everything. They talk about what you're talking about, like the balance sheets, all that stuff. The double ledger. It's a very interesting book. It's like
Yeah, and this is what they're playing with. While we're still reading books by Adam Smith, these guys are already on blockchain. So by the time Pan-African thought or Garveyism catches up to it, we still playing, checkers, and these people are freaking, using bone density earpieces. Like, we gotta let go of these things from the 70s and the 60s, and we gotta catch up, in my opinion.
Yeah, they said Swift is dead. It's 49 years old. It's going on 50 years old. That system, like what like Bitcoin is that it's nice and all, but they said that it has no real utility and it's very expensive to use compared to the three X's: XDC, XRP, and XLM. Right? XLM you can buy on Coinbase, but XRP they're currently closing the case right now because the lawyers for XRP Ripple finally got the Hinman email about giving Ethereum a free pass. That's another dead coin too. That's going to be a dead coin in the future. But they were saying that Doge and Shiba Inu, those are shit coins. Excuse my language. They're shit coins because they have no utility. XRP is more a settlement coin. It's not meant for real retail investors like you and I. It's really meant for institutions and government to like I said earlier in the prompt. There's going to be just watch out for the midterms. There's going to be a massive energy crisis and a massive liquidity crisis. It's going to be worse than 2008, right? So they're saying that with XRP, it costs a whole lot less. Like someone just on the ledger, there's a public ledger, you can see all the transaction. Someone just sent, like a whale, said I think $148 million within seconds. The transaction was completed. And it only costs them $9 in XRP because it's a big transaction. Compared to like you try to send them that much amount of money, let's say I try to send that much amount of money to Jamaica, I'll be first of all, the banks would like hit me with a red flag. The other thing is I'll be hit with massive amount of fees. It will take like almost a month to send it. So yeah, you're right, man. The future is here, and no one is paying attention to it.
The future is here, but guess what? That still don't mean money fake. That was the whole point. We said all that sound good about the future.
No, brother Bakari. I'm not saying money's fake. I'm just an observer. I'm like, listen, man, I gotta jump on, as Koku used to say. Sometimes you gotta hitch your wagon to that horse that's going fast to get to town, and at that point you take it off.
I didn't say don't hit your wagon. But I just look at anybody who tell me money fake. I just look at them funny and they steady spending money. It doesn't make sense to me. That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah,
money is fake, but you're spending money. It doesn't make sense.
Do you remember that episode of Jamie Foxx show where the guy was like, "Yeah, don't eat meat," and this and that? He was like protesting all the time, and in the end, he sold himself out to. He got bought up by the corporation. They were paying him money to eat meat.
But yeah, that's it. That's my whole point. Like somebody can't say something fake, right? If we critical of Tariq, we got to be critical of the white boy. When I read it, he admitted that his whole business thing is a scam. According to his first business, it was a total scam. So I got to be critical of him too. That's just me. But I was critical when he said money was fake, and I see you spending money, and then all the people you complaining about, you trying to do everything that they do. They had a Ferrari making it rich, so I had to go get my first Ferrari, and I'm making it rich. You understand what I'm saying? It's just he said a couple things that made sense. That's just to me.
Listen, take it. I look at it as a scam. Or someone said it too. Think about it. This is like doublespeak, or think about it in reverse. Like money is fake. Send me I'll take hold of your money. Just give me your money. Go live. Go live. Just send me your money. That's what he's really saying. It's all reverse psychology. All
right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is: how are the Church of Latter-day Saints or Mormons allowed to operate in any African or predominantly Black country? This comes with a link. Looks like it's an Damn it, hold on. This comes with a link. I got to go back and grab it. But I never particularly cared for the Latter-day Saints growing up in the Caribbean. I didn't like their ideologies on black people being devils and all that type of thing, of course. And yet they still came around people all the time. I didn't appreciate it.
You see them a lot in Harlem.
Let me share the screen with you guys so we can watch this video together. All right, so we'll watch it, then we'll discuss it.
The trillions of planets scattered throughout the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us. They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body. Through obedience to Mormon teaching and death and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him. Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on a planet near a mysterious star called KWAZ. Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives, through endless celestial sex, produced billions of spirit children. To decide their destiny, the head of the Mormon gods called a great heavenly council meeting. Both of Elohim's eldest sons were there, Lucifer and his brother Jesus. A plan was presented to build planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus, Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race. The spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth. These would be the lighter-skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes them.
Wow. Okay. That's the first time I've seen that visualization. That's a kind of a wow moment for me. Type 1 in the chat if you've seen that before. If you've known that Mormon creation story. That's an interesting one. And drop a fire emoji if you've been liking what the panelists have been putting out tonight on these different prompts, man. Kevin Curry, 42. How are the Church of Latter-day Saints allowed to operate in any African or predominantly black country?
Propaganda. Again, like I was saying, that was African country. The other, like a few months ago, I'm walking through Harlem with my friend, and these people are just walking around like, hey, would you like to come to our service today? We can teach you about Jesus and all that. I'm like, not Jesus, whatever the thing. But yeah, it's like we welcome these people into our communities, thinking, that, oh, look, they're very friendly, they're smiling with us. They don't seem very to be harmful to us. Let's invite them in, or let's follow what they were saying, and you end up in situations like a Jim Jones, But I just think that's it. They black people are so used to being, kicked and being down, and then when the enemy starts smiling to you, let's submit. But I'll pass here.
Real black gentleman. If you're speaking, unmute your mic, brother. All right, real black gentleman doesn't seem to be there. Gassed him up. What say you?
Yeah, it sounds like the story of Superman. I thought I'd hear like somebody flies and saves the day and they wear a cape. Like I said, it's crazy. They shouldn't be in any African country, but I think black people need to learn to ignore these fairy tales. You got you got these people crying, look, they kicked him off. Now he can't get Nikes, and they're lynching. Who cares, man? Like, people are fighting over Middle Eastern fairy tales that have nothing to do with us. But hey, so I think nobody should be worried about that stuff. My opinion.
Appreciate that, brother Bakari.
Hey man, you should have found that video and played the one. The Mormon got magic draws too. But you know what, guys? I agree. I'm glad he the only one I heard on here talk about to hell with Kanye and Kyrie. I don't just say to hell with Kyrie like I said about Kanye, but I'll just constantly argue about that. We got bigger stuff. Those Mormons shouldn't be in known African nation, shouldn't be in known black neighborhood, but we are too consumed with white people fairy tales. And I'm gonna tell you, man, they kind of aggressive. Not like they gonna fight, they won't stop. They come knock on my door. I'm like, man, why are you here? Well, let me tell you this. I like, dude, I ain't no Mormon. I don't give a damn about Joe Smith. So I started asking those questions because I had studied not to be a Mormon. I just studied about Joseph Smith and I knew what they were. So I studied a little bit of those religions just so I can, what I felt, the same way I studied the Jehovah's Witness. Okay, what I felt about these people that found it is absolutely true. And that's how they feel about us. And he go like, well, but let me just give you his promise. I say, dude, you don't get the hell away from my door. Joseph Smith didn't give me no promise. Well, will you take the Mormon Bible? I said, man, get the hell away from me. He put that Bible. I closed the door. I'll go back out the side about 5 minutes later. He left that Mormon Bible in front of my door like he couldn't say no. And I just threw it in the trash. This is a white guy. And they haven't been back over here. I was at the gas station one day. It was just, I think it was Gas Him Up. He was from Nigeria and he was passing out the Mormon Bible. He kind of looked like Gas Him Up. Hey, Gas, you was out here, you was in Atlanta passing out the Mormon Bible, telling people why we should be Mormon. So,
Nah, man. When I meet Mormons, I tell them I like Mormon coochie. They run away from me. I say with African accent, I say I like Mormon women. They have big booty. I need to chip me a Mormon woman. You have some for me. I like Mormon pussy. They are very good, and they run away from me.
So they got to talking about the Mormon Jesus. These are the first people I ever heard say this. I know y'all heard the argument, Jesus black. That's the Hebrew Israelites. Yahshua, Yahweh Shem, but Yahweh ben Yahweh Shah is black, right? Yahweh ben Yahweh Shah, he black. So Jesus is black. So then white people say Jesus is white. Then you find some people say he Middle Eastern. But the Nigerian guy who was passing out the gas him up uncle, who was passing out the Mormon Bible was like, no, Jesus is mixed. He's black and white. I said, man, if you don't get away from me. And he had just left that Bible on the hood of my car. And I just turned around and threw it in the garbage can as hard as I could. I yield the mic.
In the chat, Trick Happy 262 says, yeah, fairy tale consumption will be solved with aggressive and national push for Africans to be Africans, embedded in the national identity and the historical consciousness. It's simple, just to practice. Every nation had an idea of their national identity. It seems black people continuously deviate from this, and when you're nothing, you cling to everything else. Bobby Wright says there was a program on Joseph Smith and the Mormons exposing him as a fraud and a con man. Trigabi 262 says all the Hebrew Israelites, Aboriginals, Moors, Abrahamics will go if you have a solid alternative of your own history. Otherwise, it's futile to point out. Bobby Wright gives us some hearts. Let's welcome in Marcus Garvey is the way this week. Marcus Garvey is the way. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Good. Can't complain. Thanks for coming through. So the Church of the Latter-day Saints. Why do black folks in predominantly black countries, why do we allow these people to roam our streets and attempt to indoctrinate our people?
Well, I can tell you because who allows these people in? I mean, is it our governments? Is it our other religious organizations that allow them in? And I remember one of them came. Well, a pair, because they always travel in pairs. Came to my mother, and offered for her to come to their church so they can find her a husband. She was like, "How fresh are they?" She thought they were rude for even suggesting it, because she was like, like how could you just walk up to her and tell her that in an effort to get her to come to the church? But as a teenager, I was aware that the Mormons had a black heaven and a white heaven, and I was like, well, that makes no sense, because after a while, if when black people hear this, why would you want to go to their church? You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to the church, you understand that they don't consider you an equal, even under the religious pretext. Why would you want to attend? But there were always some black people that always went to go see what was going on. And my one last thing is, in terms of religion, I've always been curious, and I don't know if anybody ever thought about this. The concept of the story of a third of heaven turning its back against God, when Satan was able to get a third of them. And I always wondered, well, the angels are there; they're supposedly with God. So if a third, because a third is not a little bit of people, or a little bit of I don't know, angels, I guess. Let's call it angels. A third is not a little bit of angels. A third is a lot. So even these creatures or angels who have been with God since eternity looked at Satan and said, "Yeah, God, your story isn't adding up too well. I think Satan made a better point than you did. You know, um, what does that say about God? I mean, even even Moses, who supposedly saw God, and some of these other religious people who saw God, still turned their back on God. It makes you question this supposed God and the legitimacy, and how convincing has this God been. And if you became black because you didn't listen to a God that even God's people didn't listen to. I mean, look at David. David was a man after God's own heart, and even he turned against God. So what does that say about the God that is presented to you? That's all I have to say.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's go to Tanzan.
Well, for me, I saw the importance of having an explanation for everything, and sometimes, especially for strange things that you have not encountered before. And that's why you should have a dynamic, religion, as well as one that is, based on, certain kinds of stories. And for these people, they encountered a group of people that they didn't know, that were different from them, and the question was, where did these people come from, and what was our relation to them from their viewpoint. And so they made up a story that elevated themselves, and gave an explanation. It's like when those stories about why the chicken hates the hawk, why animals do what they do, all those stories that are told to children, because it's just a way of normalizing something that you see every day, or that is different and needs an explanation. It doesn't have to be true, but that explanation, even later on, it stays with you. You remember the feud that the chicken and the hawk had, and so on, and that's why it must scratch the ground. So these explanations are powerful, because it gives people a way to to relate to other people. Whereas for us, when we don't really have a narrative when it comes to other people, we may have an internal narrative when it comes to us. So we're this, we're that, our history, our ancestry, and all that, but we don't have something that explains the presence of others. You have to explain other people, and if you can't do that, then either everybody is the same, or why is there difference, or is there no difference, or are we just not going to talk about it? So stories and myths bypass all those logical, and then they make things become
instantly knowledgeable and acceptable. So yeah, it makes their sense for them to create such a story in which they come out looking, on top. It's a shame we don't have a similar one as well. So yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you for that, Tan. I guess that leaves Bwana Haguziki if Real Black Gentleman hasn't returned yet.
Yeah.
All right,
For
Bwana.
me, I absolutely love when they come here to propagate their message. Yeah, I enjoy it very much. Uh, they as Azuli say, they are deep in Africa and they are deep in the Caribbean. But when they knock on my door, I invite them in. I give them a cup of tea, and we get into the discussion about Joseph Smith because, you know, I I try to do as much research as possible on who these clowns allow into black countries to propagate their religious ideas. I'm thinking to myself, why would you let this kind of religion propagate in a predominantly black country when obviously they are antagonistic to black people? So I take it as an affront for the government, these clowns, to allow a religion like this in a predominantly black country. So when these and it's unfortunate because I understand these some of these people who follow these religions, in particular black people, they sincere. They don't know any better. So it's my duty to inform them about who Joseph Smith was, and then go into detail about the history of what these people actually believe. And many of these people don't know these things. Many of these people don't know these things, and it's I don't want to take their cards away, but it's my responsibility to inform the uninformed. You know what I mean? To let them know if you're gonna propagate these things, what the original founders believe about people who look like you with your big nose and your flat nose and your peasy head. You know what I mean? So it's my duty to inform them, and I want to see if they, and many of them still continue on the trade. Many of them can still continue with the philosophies and ideas, but I still have to push and inform them. Hey man, what you practicing is this. What you practicing is really this. These are what your founders actually believe in. So I want you to still stand on that. Are you still willing to stand on that? Are you still willing to stand on that? And if you are, no problem. A belief is a belief. But I just want people to be very clear on what they standing on. What they standing on. And it's no problem for me. Like I say, it's a LDS down the street for me. For me personally, I think it should be burned down to the ground. But I understand that people are caught up into belief in these high-minded, divine philosophical discussion. It is what it is. I don't judge it. What it is, what it is. But I ask the question. I asked the question. Razuli, come on, because you're trolling right now. But I asked the question and see if you were willing to stand on a theological belief or not. If you're not, then that's where we are. If you are, then that's where we are. We have to take decisions off of our spiritual beliefs, and it is where it is. But that's where I am with it.
Did I get everyone on that one? Okay. Is there any last thoughts on this discussion?
Hey, yeah, let me say this because I'm about to get off and I want to just listen again. I'm getting tired, but yeah, the Mormons. You know what, man? The Mormons should have done like the Jews wrote and added on how they was persecuted. But over here, the white folk were going to war with the Mormons. The other white folk, they were going to war with the Mormons over here, but they gave the Mormons Utah and all that shit out there. But yeah, I got a brother that's a Mormon. That's why I'm just laughing every time. He was a Mormon. I asked him, was he crazy to being a damn Mormon? But that just mean that I just wanted to say that, man. I was just laughing. I said, Mormon, think about my brother. But I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna listen, man. I'm probably gonna lay down though, but I'm gonna listen.
I appreciate
you
you
for letting
coming.
me speak, man. Peace to everybody on the panel. Gas them up, stop running. We were supposed to get it in this week. I know you. Don't be afraid. You my brother. I ain't gonna beat you up. I'm gonna just learn you. And peace to everybody in chat.
Yes, yes. Yes, brother Bakari, we interested in seeing the business discussion tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna do it tomorrow at 3:30. Yes, minding our black business. Yeah, sure will. Y'all come check it out. Peace, one love.
Hey Coco, can you send me the link to this video?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah.
Without further ado, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 says 10 recession-proof small businesses you could start. This one should be interesting. I always like these kind of informational video.
Despite the seeming contradiction, small businesses that survive and thrive during an economic crisis are very common. In fact, starting a business in these difficult times may be advantageous, particularly if it is in the proper industry, the owners have solid money, and they have the required skills. Recessions actually bring about challenges and a completely new set of consumer wants. Entrepreneurs succeed when they can effectively discern a shifting market and new client demands. Despite the risks, many of the most successful enterprises sprang from recessions. As a matter of fact, during the American Great Depression, when people required inspiration and distraction, Disney was established. Days after the 1975 recession ended, Microsoft went public, and after the great financial crisis of 2009, Facebook started to turn a profit. According to an Insight global survey of over 1,000 working adults in the U.S., 78% of employees are concerned about losing their jobs during the next recession, a number that soared to a 40-year record high in June. So with experts predicting that we could find ourselves in a recession soon, it seems vital to be hedged with businesses that will thrive amid surging inflation. On that note, our video today presents the top 10 small businesses you can start in the 2022 recession that will make you rich. Be sure to like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more videos. Beauty services are virtually recession-proof, especially as many people over the world are concerned with their appearance and desire to keep up appearances. According to Beauty Independent, during the global pandemic, data and expert advice revealed that customers spent more money on skin and body care products even while salons and spas were closed. Beauty services, however, do not just involve beauticians, but also beauty goods. This goes to show that there is a chance of weathering the challenging economic conditions of a recession if investments can be made into beauty products like hair dye, makeup, and healthy skincare products. Luxuries like brand new cars are less in demand during a recession. Most people have smaller finances and are more likely to maintain what they already own rather than buy something new. This is particularly true of things we use on a daily basis, like our cars and delivery trucks. Therefore, people look for reputable technicians to assist with the regular maintenance and sporadic repairs that all vehicles need rather than purchasing new ones. Any time is an excellent time to start a business as a mechanic if you have the expertise and the necessary skills in the field. This includes during a recession. Cutbacks and job losses occur during recessions all too frequently. This indicates that more people look for work when the economy is down. But with so many other applications, it might be challenging for one person's resume to stand out. Being a qualified resume writer contributes to meeting this expanding need, making it a successful recession-proof business. Your knowledge can guarantee that candidates are using the right keywords and highlighting their qualifications. This gives them the best opportunity to be taken into consideration for a job. You're in a great position to develop into a skilled resume writer if you have exceptional writing abilities and learn the best practices for creating resumes and cover letters. You may quickly set up calls using Skype or Zoom while working from home and advertise your craft on business-oriented social media platforms like LinkedIn. Watch the full length of the video on our new channel. the new Africa Wealth, which is dedicated for finance and wealth creation in Africa. Check the video description or the pinned comment for the link to the channel. As always, make sure to subscribe to the new channel for more exciting topics about business opportunities and wealth creation in Africa.
Very interesting. Very interesting. 10 small businesses you can start in the 2022 recession that will make you rich. Kevin Carre, what did you feel about those 10 small businesses?
Well, that's nice and all that, but those are I mean, what was the term? Very commonsensical, yeah. But I go through my own path. As I said, there's a saying I learned a long time ago, right? And this goes within the stock market. Like there's a recession, people they get real worried. Oh, things gonna happen. This is the time people sell, and when they sell it's a bargain, right? Goes across all markets. What the market I really concentrate on is stocks. Like a lot of stocks right now are down. The same thing with a lot of the cryptos. A lot of them are down. Once that the dollar starts to drop, I think they call it the DXY. Once that starts to drop, that's when you're gonna start to see crypto start to really rise. Because the last time the dollar dropped, that's when cryptos went on a bull run. But now they're gonna say this could be a utility run, like I said, with the different coins. You know, XRP, XDC, XLM, Quant. You know, that thing was at $40 in the summer. It hit, I think, $205 like 3 weeks ago. What's the word? It's down right now, but it's gonna come right back up again. But as I said, man, this is a time you can make. So this is one of the greatest times, troubles time, but one of the greatest times to be alive, man. There is no excuses for not being able to make money. But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah. Let's have, I guess. Oh, Gas is still here. Let's hear from Marcus Garvey is the way, and then Gas him up.
Hi. I think it kind of ties back into the I think it was your first or second prompt when the people were asking about job ideas from Africa. So I think that probably good suggestions. You know, they were saying that every Black people keep going into the same kind of businesses. So these are small businesses that to me would tie into solutions for that earlier prompt that you had. That's all.
All right, thank you for that. Gas him up.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're decent ideas. I think if someone who is not already in business or is looking for something that they want to pursue, I think the video is not bad. I think you have to also, do your proper research. Don't just jump in because you saw a YouTube video. Go and talk to people who are already in the business. Ask them how business is. Pull up some reports on that industry. They're free a lot of times, often. So, yeah, no, I think it's a good thing.
All right, Tanzan.
Well, yeah, referring to the first couple of fronts, I think that all of this were mostly small or individual businesses rather than what Mr. Creative was talking about earlier about, getting into manufacturing and things like that. But I think that there should be, steps and solutions for different stages. Like somebody just starting out, this would be good ideas. Somebody who has maybe, a little bit of education or opportunity to learn, new technology, they should also have, something that works for them. And also, the idea should be not just for business, but for industry. So instead of thinking of, just let's say with the beauty industry, instead of just letting telling them to do here or buy goods here. How do you control a certain aspect of it, whether it's so just looking at a wider field of things, not just getting your own niche of it. So so it stages, it steps, and this is a good first one.
All right. Lastly, I think I got everyone else except Buana. Buana, what say you?
No, I personally feel that we are living in a time where there is the greatest transfer of wealth in human history, because of the liberalization of the so-called internet. And people like Kev them, they are ahead of the curve. And I think that Kev them, when he talk about quants and things of that nature, I understand what he talks about because, you know, I try my best to keep up with it. Try my best to keep up with it. But the brothers them are on a level where they don't talk in elementary terms because they are a little bit ahead of the game. And I think that if they were to simplify and explaining to the general public what in fact is occurring, I think that more of us will get on board with understanding of what is happening in terms of wealth and money in the world. And I think that because my philosophy is this: if our shortfall is economics, in terms of black people, money, I think that we should spend an hour out of every day studying the things that is something of what we require the most in terms of money, the system, how it works, all these kinds of things. And I know people are not going to do it. People are not going to do it. But I think it's a very important thing to do. It's an extremely important thing to do in the world that we're living in right now. And I would implore the people who know better, the people who are ahead of the curve, to try to explain to people in a very elementary way what what is in fact occurring right now, because it won't be this way forever. You know what I mean? I think the people who are in power and in place, they're gonna close the door to this avenue, that it won't always exist. And I think that people who know better should spend the time breaking these things down in a simplified way so they could take advantage of this time, so we would be in a better advantageous position in the future. And that's what I think about this particular prompt. But I'll stop there.
Can I add to what you just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, to explain it thing, because I'm still learning myself what we're going through. Swift is this system. It's like a banking language where banks from this country can communicate with banks from with banks in other countries. It's just telling them, listen, where person X is sending this amount of money to person Y, so we're gonna transfer all this money. It's gonna take. There's gonna be some more. There's gonna be middleman in the way, but it'll take some time. But you eventually get it, and then that person can get the money. With fees along the way. But as I said, after that situation in 2008 with Lehman Brothers, a guy created, Satoshi Nakamoto they released a white paper on something called Bitcoin. How you can transfer money and it'll be a public ledger, so it's incorruptible. It can't be hacked, and even this. Damn, I wish I can tell you, because there's more levels to it. But in general terms, what's being created right now, as you said it, one of the greatest transfer of wealth. They're jumping up to in November to something called ISO 20022. It's as I said, a new banking language where shoots. Anyway, they're just moving on to a new financial foundation where it's a whole lot decentralized, and you're more in charge of your money. There's no more banks, and there's no more middlemen. Like right now in New York, the whole state is very hard to buy a lot of cryptos because New York, it's a lot of the politicians and the banks are involved, and a lot of politicians are in the pockets of the bank. But eventually, over time, that won't be anymore. But get on board. It's very, very important. This is going to be one, and as Mr. Untouchable just said, after a while, if enough people start to, it gets to a critical mass, the big powers, the elites are going to step in and say, "Hey, we can't have any more of you people coming up. We're gonna close the gate." Like, remember the Mr. Untouchable? Do you remember you ever seen the old photos of the Vietnam airlifts? You there? Can y'all hear me?
Untouchable may have stepped away or something, but go ahead with the story. Continue.
Okay, yeah. At some point, they're gonna shut the door, and whoever wasn't in from the beginning ain't gonna be there. Think about also even before 2008, the .com bubble crashed. You know, people were dumping stocks, they were selling off and all that stuff. But what came out of that era was Google, Apple, Amazon, eBay, all these blue chip companies. Whoever got in early, these stocks, they were penny stocks. Whoever bought thousands of them, they're living the good life right now. So I'm saying right now, there's these new projects. Everything's gonna become eventually digitized. All that contactless touch, all that stuff, that's the future. The AI, artificial robot, all that stuff is gonna be the future. Get in now while you can. If you don't get in now, there may never be another opportunity to do it. But I'll pass here.
Imagine it. Just put it like this. Imagine if when the first Yahoo stock was offered publicly, the first Yahoo stock or Google stock was offered publicly to the general public. You may not necessarily have known, but if you had bought maybe $100 worth of Google stock when it first came out, and 20 years later, what that stock could be worth. That's where we are right now, as far as this whole digital game is going right now. And I'm trying to as best as I can to make us understand where we are, because in the next 20 years, people gonna be saying I should have, could have, would have, and that's where we are right now. And like I say, care of them when they talking about quants and shit like that, they ahead, but it's like they're explaining the way where people are looking at them like, what the hell are you talking about?
But Mr. Untouchable, if you like, I just started learning about this back in March.
Okay.
So what I did, as you said, I put a lot of effort into learning as much. I don't know everything. Like, there's something called quantum computing that's coming out. My brother knows more about that stuff because he's more of a programmer. But it has all these mathematical equations and all that. It's like very complicated. But that's not for me. That's down the road. That's gonna be very interesting when that comes out. But I just been up every night just researching. I look up, what's the blockchain? I bought that book. I bought the blockchain. It's very basic and it gets you up to speed. Who are the creators? What are these? And people think this is digital money. No, these are projects. These are our programs. So Quant, QNT, it's gonna make all the cryptos interoperable. So you can use different blockchains to interact with each other. That's big when it really goes online. That's what I'm saying. With this lawsuit going the last 2 years, this was the best opportunity to have bought XRP, because they're all going to be working together. And
tell them what XRP is.
Ripple is a company that makes XRP. It's a settlement coin, as they call it. So when let's say I want to send money right now to Jamaica or Africa or Europe or wherever, I have to go through a middleman, right? Western Union or whoever. I have to pay a fee. So, good example. If I think the last time I sent money to Jamaica, I have to pay at least $10 in transfer fee, right? I don't know if when it gets there, they have to pay money to take it out, But with XRP is what you do is you buy the fiat value of the XRP. So let's say you want to buy $500, you'll get X amount of XRP. You can send that money for 0.0009 or 5 XRP. they'll get it within seconds. It's settled within seconds, not days, not hours, but seconds. And they can transfer that XRP, sell it off, and get their fiat money, their conversion. It's a lot more efficient than Swift. And if you've been noticing the news, what they talk about, Kyrie and this and the who's sleeping with who, they're not telling you about CBDCs. That's another scary thing that's coming, because central bank digital currency is now all the cash is digital. You say like what PayPal tried to do a couple of weeks ago, saying if we don't like anything you say, we can fine you $2,500. So now if you're criticizing anyone, or you insult someone, they can turn off your money, and guess what? You have no money. But that's what I'm saying, for people to get on this. There's like a great awakening going on, and I'm everywhere I go, I'm hearing about it. People talking about it on the subway. I'm going on different YouTube channels, even YouTube that don't talk about this stuff. They're starting to talk about it. So there's like a great consciousness coming. It's gonna come. But as I said, get on board now before everyone starts to come on board.
I have one question, Kev.
Go ahead.
If I was starting from level 0, starting from where would I go to ascertain these kinds of information?
Okay, I would say learn about the blockchain technology. Learn about that. Then just type in and go on YouTube. What is the blockchain? There's like thousands of videos about the blockchain. It tells you from the most basic to the most advanced.
Okay.
Yeah, just
here's a follow-up question to you guys on the panel. Of these 10 recession-proof small businesses, how many of you have considered or looked into starting one or a few of them? You can free for all answer here.
Yeah, for me, I'm already busy. There's something that I found in New York City that no one does anymore. As I said, as a photographer for years, no one covers sports like lower level, like high school and the lower level colleges anymore. They used to be, the newspaper used to cover that all the time. So there's a market for that, and people are hungry. The other thing you got to understand about psychology today, everyone wants to be seen, selfies or whatever, especially in sports. With people doing NIL deals now, the college players are getting paid. They want to be photographed or video rights. They want this. They want to be seen, like especially from the high school. Oh, I want to be recruited. I need something for my Instagram stories or my mixtape. So I found a niche market in that. I found, as I said, investing in stocks and cryptos. I don't have a lot in them. I don't invest more than what I'm willing to lose. It'll be dumb for me to tell you that. Disclaimer: this is not financial advice. I forgot. I don't want to get Coco in trouble. But yeah, I just found a niche market and I jump on it. It doesn't have to be what the video says. You got to find what you love, because you can try and do something from what they were saying and you'll be miserable in it. But I'll pass here.
My second side gig is the Japanese car parts market. I see that the Nigerians who live here, they have found an avenue where they are able to sell Japanese car parts cheaply and import them cheaply, and I'm trying to wiggle my way into that market, because it is a big consumer market here in the so-called third world, and I'm trying to wiggle my way into that particular market right now, the Japanese car parts. That's, for me, that's a big market to enter into, and in the future I plan on doing a little bit of other things too, but I just need the Nigerians here. They tight-lipped because they don't necessarily give the so-called local consumers the avenue, but I'll find it. But that's my segue into that particular market in selling to customers here, because I find that the car parts here, well, Japanese cars, they are more durable than American cars, but I find that in getting the parts and feeling them here to Nassau is another thing, but I'm trying to wiggle my way into that particular market. So that's my little strategy. That's my second in as far as side gig is concerned.
All right, no one else? Okay.
Wait, real quick, I forgot to tell you too. What I said earlier, a lot of people started, going back into their comic collection because now there's a market now. There's like kind of like the stock market where you see the value of a comic over time. And with Disney buying up Marvel, there were characters. If Marvel still owned Marvel Comics, they would not be able to afford to make those movies. But now Disney has the money to make it. So now they're bringing in characters that was so obscure that no one knew about them. And now, I said again, those comics give you a good example. You remember the movie Deadpool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Like that comic book before Deadpool, the movie was announced was like $5. That's the most it went to from like the early 90s. When the movie came out, the character became so popular. Now it's like the highest I've seen it sell for like $1,500. So yeah, it's like that market too. It's starting to get hot right now. But yeah, I'll pass it.
All right. I think I got everyone on that one, right? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9 is, does it make sense to try to discover our origins? We know that we are different, and that is all that matters now. True or false? So this came with a link. Let me make sure I have the start point right. Yeah, so we're going to take a listen and then we'll discuss it.
See this pattern. So Genesis 2 is not the creation of the whole world, but the creation of a new race of people that would worship Yahweh. So where did we come from then? Do we all descend from Adam and Eve? Or is evolution true? I get this question all the time. If I am no longer a Christian, I must believe we all came from monkeys. Did anyone ever consider that there could possibly be a different answer? Now, I do not have the answer to that, but I do think both atheists and Christians get this one wrong as well. I remember when I was a creationist and I learned from Ken Ham how two brown people, Adam and Eve, could eventually turn into white people and black people and yellow people. And I swallowed that nonsense then. Same thing after the flood with Noah's 3 children moving to different parts of the world and various races developed out of that gene pool. What? And then I looked at evolution and I found the exact same problem. If monkeys evolved into humans, did different monkeys somehow evolve into different races and then we all just stayed that way? In my video from last year, Why I Left Christianity 1 year later, I talked about haplogroups. A haplogroup is a group of people who share a common ancestor by DNA. Now, this could be everyone on your father's side of the family or everyone on your mother's side. But let's go back, way, way back to the earliest ancestor we can find. If we go all the way back, do we all share that same DNA ancestor? Now, this is just DNA science. So this is something relatively new that we have access to. We all share the same mother. Let's call her Eve, shall we? The mother of all living. But we do not all share the same father, not even close. In today's world, we have 14 different fathers. We also have 14 different broad categories of race. Race is not just a skin color. That's easy to spot our differences. But we also have different types of hair, in fact, very different types of hair. Most races have different eyes and various other physical features such as nose, lips, even our fingernails can be significantly different. Our cultures are very different as well. And I don't think it is just because we grew up with a different group of people, although that plays a significant role in it. But there are traits that broadly define a certain race. And by this race, I am talking about pure races that have not intermarried or intermingled with other races. In general, Black people are stronger, more athletic, and have more rhythm than the other races. In general, Hispanics value family far more than other races do. In general, Asians are more efficient and value serious accomplishments in life. You get the idea. And since it is the trend to hate on whites in today's world, I will let you come up with your own ideas about us. Now, there are 14 different races today and 14 different haplogroups, which means each race, each haplogroup has the same father, but the 14 different haplogroups have 14 different fathers altogether. And we all have the same mother, at least according to the DNA technology we have available to us today. So, how did these 14 different haplogroups come into being? Were there 14 different Adams for one Eve? No, because we can kind of see when each group came into being. It was like all of a sudden a new being came along, had sex with a woman, and boom, there was a new race. Well, what about evolution? Same thing. Did some monkey suddenly jump into the human system, have sex with a woman? It produced a new race? That makes no sense either. And neither does 14 different monkey strains producing 14 different human races. Now, there could well have been more than 14 different races of humans at some point, but those are what we know today. So both atheists and Christians get that wrong. Let's go back to the creation story now.
Okay. There was a lot there. Does it make sense to try to discover our origins? We know that we are different, and that is all that matters now, true or false. I'll throw this one to gas them up first. What say you?
I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, then how come they haven't thrown Columbus and all these other people in the trash can? I just find it interesting when they make these type of arguments.
All right, thank you, Gas, for that. Tanzan, what say you? Unmute your mic if you're there, Tan. All right, Tan might be gone. It is
No,
late.
I'm still here. Yeah, it is kind of late, but when it comes to this deciphering between ancient 20,000 years ago and all that, I think it's interesting as a scientific hobby, but I don't really think that it helps too much in present circumstances. I think that it's more important to create our own story and destiny rather than be caught up in this the details. It would be interesting to chart the course of human migration, of course, but I think for us as a people, knowing what happened to other people is not as important as knowing where we're going as a people. So that's it for me. I think mostly we should start making up the stories that we want to tell ourselves of our origin, whether they are true or not. That's how you build the consciousness. Yes,
I
that's
agree
it.
with that. I agree with that. Buana Ezekiel, what say you?
I would love Coco for you to invite this woman on the show and just leave her to Gas and Tan to have a go at her. To have a go at her. Because I understand that we are living in a time where freedom of speech, you have a right to say what you want to say. But I would leave it to the scientifically illiterate, Tan and Gas to have a go at her. Because where I am is where Shakanta Diop is, as far as us being Homo sapiens sapiens, and that's where I am. We are the so-called original man. And I think that Tan and Gas takes it a little bit further in asking philosophical and even metaphysical questions. But I would like them to, I would really like to hear them have a discussion with a person like this on the panel as far as where humanity came from and where it would eventually go. These people are free to express these so-called liberal beliefs, but I really would like to hear what their positions is on this particular individual because you know where I am is like I say, I think that a man has came out of Africa, the man we know today, And I think that we have mixed with so-called Neanderthals. But I have my own particular beliefs. I think that these Tan and Gas are more they are more scientific in their conclusions. So I would just really leave these kinds of arguments to these individuals because they are more intellectual. They have more intellectual teeth to have a dialogue with this particular person. You know, but that's where I am with it.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
I'll make it real quick. I don't believe anything sorry, I'm stuttering my word tonight. My tormentors, I don't believe anything that they tell me. I gotta believe what my answers are guiding me to, not some fairy tale and whatever she's saying. It is what it is. They can say what they want to say, but I don't have to believe them.
I think it's interesting what Trigger Happy 262 is saying. First, he directed us to Tan. He said that doesn't make sense. How can you create your own story? What does that mean historically? This history is the history. I think other people created their stories, and they kept up with the stories until it became the fact. You know, I don't see why we can't do the same type of thing. Trigger Happy 262 also says also anthropology is political. Notice that different people are overly concerned about who were the first people on Earth. Europeans have different theories to try to make it seem like they are the oldest people, but science says they are younger. That's an interesting statement. He says also allowing to make your own narratives validates the Hebrew Israelites. So this is nonsense. Ground yourself in the objective history of your people. Bobby Wright says, I think it's good to know the story of our origins as Africans, but right now we have bigger things to worry about, the survival of our people, right? With that said, let's go to Marcus Garvey's The Way. What say you to everything you heard here?
From what Tan had said about the making up the story, the first thing I did think about, like what the other person said, was the Hebrew Israelites, because they're making up their own stories. In terms of what the lady said with the haplogroups, I think everything is theoretical, and science has already proven that that the black race is the oldest race. Whether they want to admit it or not, it always comes out that black people always came first. No matter if they took that what was it, the head of the first English person. You remember they did something like that on the news the other day and said it was like a I don't want to say Botswana man or something like that, and they made him like a white person, and then when they made like Cleopatra.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then they did Cleopatra, and then made her looking like an Anglo-Saxon and all this stuff. So I mean, they'll say one thing on one end, but then when they want to show the physical proof, then they try to make the person white. And I said the other day, in terms of race mixing, I was telling y'all, like China and India are next to each other, but in between you have Nepal. Nepal is a mixture of both nations. But when I look at the world map, then I look at it. I look at China and Africa. They're across from each other, and then I look at India in between, and I'm like, well, Indians, cheddar man, yeah. Then I look at Indians in between, and I'm like, well, they kind of look like a little bit of mix of both. What we know that these people were always before the Europeans came, that these people were merchants, and they traded between each other. They bred between each other. The cultures lived amongst each other without the European concept and the biases that we hear today. So the idea of who came first, even when the Chinese scientists was looking at the origins of Chinamen, even they had to admit, the Chinese doctor, when he looked at the DNA, had to admit that it was Africans. He didn't want to see it, but the evidence was there, and he had to openly admit it to, I think it was like a British what do they call it, journalist, because everybody wants to know their origins. Okay, now we know our origins. As a race of people, we know as a race we're hated. No matter who it is, we know across the globe. We didn't invade people's countries, we didn't terrorize them, we didn't submit them to genocide, but we're hated the most. Yeah. So our history is important, and I think it should be important to us. I think our origins should be important to us as a people. But on a global scale, as you know, somebody else had previously said, we have more important things to deal with. But when I walk down the street, I walk down the street in my mind saying that, I'm from the bloodline of the first people to ever been here. So I think it's significant for our children to know their origins, for just for them, because Europeans think they're first. I mean, they've bred their children to make them think that they're the first. If you speak to Indians, they think they're the first. Every race thinks they're the first, no matter what the history says. So for us, I think it's important for our children to think that they're the first as well. That's it.
I appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way. Does anyone have any last words they want to say to this? In the chat, Trigger IP262 says, that's why I was adamant in saying it's nonsense. Saying it like that sounds like the Hebrew Israelite is right, because he is making a blackwash story, but he is missing an ingredient. The ingredient is that the history is not his own history. So the mythology is not of a solid foundation. Also, again, we have multiple mythologies among us that also has to be acknowledged. Bobby Wright says that documentary is on YouTube about the Chinese scientists admitting the African origin of early Chinese. Hey, if you guys find that documentary, I have a channel on the Discord for documentaries. Post it up or DM me and I'll post it up inside that channel. I like to see that documentary too.
Yeah, and it's not even very long. I think it was just more like an interview. I don't even think it was a documentary. It seemed like it was an interview, a short interview.
Oh,
I would like to hear, because I thought it was an agreed opinion that Black people was the first people on the planet, well, human beings on the planet. But I never knew that other people would have a different perspective on that. And I would like to hear what the Asians and the Chinese would say as far as human beings is concerned. That them being the first people here, well, the thinking human being I'm talking about, as far as them being the original people for the planet. I never heard that discussion before.
Yeah, because most of it is built on their religion. So their religion will give them an origin story, like how you have Adam and Eve. So most other people's religions give them an origin story where they were the first people. But sometimes that doesn't explain everybody else. But for the Indians, they have Brahma, and he's the first god, and he made them. He made them. I mean, but it don't seem like he's explaining how the rest of us got here. He's just explaining them. So so everybody has their own origin story. Think of Superman. He and his origin story.
Yeah. I didn't know that they because I didn't really consider the fact that the Indians and other people of the world would have an origin story where they put themselves at the beginning as the first mind. I never considered it, so it would be interesting to hear that perspective. Very interesting,
All right.
Something regarding the Hebrew Israelites and the idea of making up stories. For me, I think is the difference between, this characterization of Hollywood where, people want, a Black James Bond versus creating your own, character, Black characters. So there is a difference between, making up your own stories versus, putting your stories on other people's. So no, I wouldn't, endorse something like that, which is basically just blackwashing whatever new narrative that there was before. I would say that if Black people wanted to create an origin story, it's not throwing away, historical events. When Superman goes along with, the Cold War, you find this comic book heroes somehow interacting with real life events like the Kennedy assassination and all this. So it's not to say that mythology replaces history or science and all these things. It's to make mythology work as a tool of power and empowerment for your people and your children. So whether science turns out to be, to the first humans are black, this is how a white scientist will look at it and say, well, this is what evolution says. Oh, actually we were not the first, but that means that these people are more primitive than us. This is where the idea of primitivity and savagery and all that, it really comes about, because once they realize that they're not the first people, then that means that being first is no longer desirable. So being the most recent becomes being the most advanced and civilized and all of that. So everything that came with being, the oldest, people become thrown to the dust. So while we are fighting to be the oldest people, they're actually saying, okay, since science says we're the newest people, we're going to claim being new and leave them, with their old, gods and whatever, and people, and say that they're actually closer to monkeys and we are closer to the gods. So, even science everything can be made into a narrative to fit your, your viewpoint. So, but once you have your viewpoint, then you can make everything work for you. So, just like with the Mormons, once the idea is that we are better than other people, even if you encounter other people, you'll still have a myth or a legend to tell the children. Because when we're talking about science, these are people who are, college educated, grown up and all that. You're not going to start your children off with haplotypes and, pheromone, whatever, scientific things. You're going to give them something easily digestible. And then as they grow up, you're going to tell them that actually this is how things are, but the message is still going to be the same. So no, I'm not saying that, we disregard our history and all that. I'm saying that we create stories and myths around an origin that actually celebrate us as a people and make us to be, something that we can pass to the children. So if being, if science proves that we are an ancient people, then you use the idea of wisdom and knowledge prescience before other people. If history proves that, science proves that we're actually the latest, in the scientific appearances, then you say, well, we're the newest and the best and all that. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
If they think that calling us as a race closer to monkeys is an insult to us, I don't see monkeys committing mass genocide. They don't commit mass genocide, so that's not an insult to me. You know what I mean? The behavior of monkeys is, to me, has been a more humane than what the humans do. So then it's not a slight against the monkeys, because like I say, I've never seen the monkeys create an atomic bomb that decimate other monkeys. You know what I mean? So if they want to put us in that category, so be it. So friggin' be it. You know what I mean?
But Nahaguziki, they're not doing that for you to insult you. The first thing they're doing is to explain to their children, like in that video, and to also explain to themselves and to maintain their principles. So if you get offended or not offended, that's just a side, aspect of it. But their main explanation with the myths, especially with the myths and legends are not scientific proof. They're just a way for people to make themselves feel better and to give an explanation to children who may not have that, scientific capability. So with us, in not giving children that, that fable and that means and that way to process the world, you're just telling a 5-year-old, the world is dark and terrible and you're black and you're the world is terrible. Even telling them it's cursed, that's still a myth that you're giving to them. That's still some sort of explanation versus just telling them to go out into the world and face it. So when they tell their children that, oh, it's because these demons, rebelled against heaven, they tie them religion, with the demons insurrection, and they tie that with a new experience of these new black people that they hadn't encountered before, or they had before and they were hostile towards. But in any case, they tie those two things together to not only empower their children in making themselves feel better about themselves, but also give them an explanation for why these other people are there. We do have origin stories in Africa. Every tribe has, how they first came about and so on, and how God gave them this and that. But what we don't have in plenty is an explanation for other people's origins or other people's encounters with others. So they have more explanations for the others than they have more for themselves. So they, I don't have a lot of stories of, the origin of, whiteness amongst, white tribes, but there are a lot of explanations for, the origin of evil or darkness or something other than themselves. So I think our focus has been more of ourselves and not the other. And for them, it's mostly been the other and not so much themselves. But yeah.
This is the reason, and I know I get a ping from my brothers who disagree with me with the Nation of Islam, because you know, whether you want to agree with it or not, Elijah Muhammad called these people what they was. They say he's a bunch of devils, and they act in a whole lot of devilishment in their thinking and their philosophies. And I think that these people you need to take these people down a peg off of their so-called their privileged position in believing that these people are superior. These people are devils. These people are devils, and you need to explain these people in this kind of way, whether it is myth or it's actual reality, because they've only practiced gunboat diplomacy around the world. You know what I mean? When they have made contact with the rest of the world, it's not been an embrace of the world. It's been gunboat diplomacy. So if that's the practice of devilishment, you call them a bunch of devils and leave it at that. That's our mythology for these people. You know what I mean? I understand that, many of my brothers take umbrage with me mentioning the NOI. And even though it's a mythology or mythical story, they have their myth for us. We saw it tonight. We saw it tonight with the Mormon mythology about black people and how they perceive us. So what's in us to make our own origin story of where they come from? People say, "Oh, we have a problem with it." No, no, no. If they have a mythological origin story for where we come from, well, let's create our origin story for where these people come from. And
The story of Yakub, you've heard that one.
even if it's that, and I know people take umbrage with that too, but like I say, it's Yakub is it may be fanciful, but look at what Joseph Smith did with us. He said the reason why we are asking to turn black is for the reason. So Joseph Smith has his origin story. Well, let the Nation of Islam have our origin story for them. So now we on an equal basis. You know what I mean? So when people poo-poo the Nation of Islam for creating an origin story and call them a race of devils, so we just play the tape of Joseph Smith and what he perceived about black people on this planet. So now we on an equal footing. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? But I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Any other comments here?
I just wanted to say that to me, the Europeans are still admitting, how you're saying that because they were younger, they claim superiority, but in their actions, they're proving that they're not superior because now they want to go back to mud huts. They'll talk about how environmentally friendly it was, how environmentally friendly it is. Hammocks, how it's good for when they have the little carriers that look like the ones that the women in the eastern part of the world, from Africa all the way to the far east, wear on their backs for their babies because it's better to keep the babies close. From environmental ideas. All of these were ideas used by what they would call, the indigenous people, and therefore the first peoples. They're understanding that their ways of approaching the world with this industrialization and pollution and stuff isn't working. So yeah, they're the younger ones and they can claim to be superior, but they are looking back for solutions to solve the problems that they have made. So they can say what they want, but at the end of it, most of us can also agree, and most of the world is agreeing that um, we need things that are biodegradable. Yeah, a clay jar may not have been fully biodegradable, but it doesn't hurt the earth like plastic. Um, you know, um, Again, the mud huts. Yeah, you have the Timbuktu, which created a whole university out of what was that, clay and mud, that still stands. But then you have other civilizations who have passed, and those huts have gone. The biodegradable roofs and all that stuff. We understood that our imprint on the earth was not to be here forever. I mean, except for the pyramids and stuff like that. So it's a whole long story, but Europeans are looking back for solutions, and they can say they're superior, but they're looking back at the supposed monkey men, for the solution. So, that's it.
All right, I appreciate that conversation. Trigger Happy 262 has much smoke for Tanzan tonight, it seems. Tan, you could address if you feel to in the chat. He might
I
be on the
think we
KW.
have that effect lately. Everybody wants to start some debate, but yeah, maybe another time on that one. I know we have already exhausted the subject quite a bit, so yeah, Trigger Happy, we can pick it up on another day.
Trigger Happy, you could post some of your thoughts under the video when it posts to YouTube. I'm sure Tanzan usually checks back under the comment section. I'm sure she'll check it out.
You can email me if you have if you want to write it down. But yeah, either way.
All right. Let's go to the last topic for tonight, man. I thank every one of you who's been on the panel tonight, everyone who's been in the chat. I thank all of you for joining us tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is how to target a predominantly Black audience on YouTube. Of course, I'm curious to see this video, and I believe it's from Afro Think Tank. Yeah, it looks like it's from Afro Think Tank. It's titled, I have a question about Tariq's analytics. Is his tag game on point or no? So I see folks are studying Tariq a little bit. So let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
All right, guys, what's up? How y'all doing, man? It's Afro Think Tank. And I just, I'm sitting at home. I'm watching YouTube on one screen, and I was looking at some analytics on my other YouTube screen, right? So I come across this is Tariq's channel here, right? Right? I think this is official channel, right? Tariq Radio. I think that's him, right? And I'm looking over here, there's a video about, what's this about? Tariq Nasheed is hip hop Black again. I was like, is it like, I heard a sort of topic, and I said, let me click and see what they're talking about, right? But then I looked at the analytic. Let me look at the tags. Maybe I can steal some tags. And you use tags so you can target a certain audience, right? And your first couple of tags are like the ones are your primaries, right? Those are the ones that's like that's gonna get hit the most. So I said, my screen is a little, shaking my phone. So let me take another picture. Let me look at it again. And I was like, okay, we got. Now I was looking to see if it had anything to do, because usually when you tag, it's supposed to have something to do with the topic of the video and all that. So I said, so I'm looking, I see LGBT, LGBTQ, trans. Okay. So they are targeted for the topic. Los Angeles, Tariq Nasheed, Kevin Samuels, I guess Hassan Campbell, Cynthia G, Trump, Self-Improvement, Breakfast Club, Jay-Z, Black Woman, Joe Rogan, The Breakfast Club. Okay, you get it. Basically, any tags that's like, popular, right? The most popular will be at the top, and everything like that. You know how tags go. Everybody knows how tags work. So I said, what? Let me make sure, because that screen was a little cloudy. So I said, let me be sure here. Okay. All right. Let's look at the tags again. And I'm like, okay. All right. I mean, I know what I'm saying. I'm all right. The tags are supposed to be for who you're targeting. It's supposed to be a part of the video, and I'm wondering, does it have anything to do with hip hop Black again? Does all the tags got to do with that? Is it targeting? What's the target? Who's the target here? I'm just saying. I ran across it. Then I said, let me look at this. We got this event coming up. I said, let me just check again to make sure. Rally for reparations coming to Washington, D.C. All right. So then I said, let me look at the tags. Whatever. Then I was like, all All right. Okay. All right. So, LGBT, LGBTQ, trans, Los Angeles, Tariq Nasheed, Kevin, Sam. Okay. Campbell, Cynthia G. Trump. Okay. Where's Washington, D.C.? There's no Washington, D.C. Where's Okay. Got to be reparation. Right. Let's see. I don't see Breakfast Club, FBA, Grandma. Okay. Proud Boys, Tariq Nasheed. I don't see any reparations. Wakanda. Okay. FBA. Where's the reparations? Where's Washington, D.C.? We got to put the tags. Oh, maybe these are save tags. So he just spams all his stuff with the same tags, but that don't make sense, right? Because if you spam your tags, that means you're concentrating your audience. You want your audience to be concentrated, right? So you're constantly vying for a certain group of people, right? Always, no matter what you put out, because you would think at least reparations would be in here somewhere, right? I mean, video is rally for reparations coming to Washington, D.C. Rally for reparations coming to Washington, D.C. So why don't we see Mumbo Sauce, Washington, D.C., Washington Redskins, Washington Commanders, rallies, a Million Man March, reparations, fight for reparations, FBA, fight for reparations, Foundational Black Americans, fight for reparations, November 5th. How come none of that's in the tag section, but I do see other things that don't have anything to do with the reparations? I mean, I could be tripping. Maybe this is a strategy. Maybe just you can get the most amount of people to view your video, I guess, with these tags. So I guess I should use them. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. I need the art of Macking. I need to learn from Mac on how to step my tag game up so I can get a bunch of views. He does have 208,000 subscribers, so you're doing something right? Well, that's all I got, for now, guys. Tell me what you guys think about this in the comment section. Is that a good strategy for advertising videos? Or tell me, is that the target or what? All right, that's all I got for now, guys. Afro Think Tank, learn something, teach.
Yeah, interesting. A couple of things with that. Just speaking from my own personal experience with this YouTube stuff. YouTube has these things that they tell you ought to be doing. And the more of these things that you do, the better it is for your channels. But YouTube has never really proven that necessarily true, as far as I know. The use of tags. How well does that get your video really ranked for PNB Rock, who just was killed a couple weeks ago in a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffle in LA? If you're having a serious discussion about that murder, for example, how high is that going to rank with all the other videos that would probably mostly be on some hip hop type thing? How is that going to really rank against those videos? YouTube has never really proven how these things, all these extra steps really work. And it's very interesting that these guys like Tariq and them, who I'm sure is using some technology or something, TubeBuddy or one of those things that kind of pulls out these tags, or he's hired someone who does the research and realize these are the things. I still don't know for sure if it really, really works, but I understand what Afro Think Tank is saying when he sees the guy does have 208,000 followers, but then again, he's a clown. Clowns tend to have a lot of people following them, It might not be the tag game. So that's the only thing I would say about that video. But Kevin Carre, you're on YouTube as well. What say you?
Yeah, it's more than just tags. I'm gonna be real with you. You got to be out in the streets telling people what you do. Like that. This is my strategy. This is what works for me. Can't say what works for anyone else. But it's more than that. You got to have another social media account that links. You know, if you're doing sports or whatever, you want to send like make a little clip, like a 2-minute clip or a 30 no about a 30-second clip, and it's a teaser, and then say, hey, there's a feature in YouTube where you can share your not YouTube, on Instagram, where you can share your YouTube page in a story. So they'll see the story, and there's a link right there. You can click on it. As I said, you got to talk to people. That's the best way. Let them know who you are. They see you. You're personable. You'll get more followers. That's it. Tag. If you just depend on tag, you're not gonna get anywhere. You get some views, but when let's say people are looking at those tags, like let's say your video is about Washington D.C. and someone types in Andrew Gillum, looking for Andrew Gillum video, and they see that, they're gonna go right. They're gonna click the video. They're gonna click past the video immediately. They're not gonna watch it. So I don't know. You know, maybe it worked for this guy, but no, you gotta do more than just tags. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, sum up. What's your experience with this? Gas still there, or did he drop off? Okay, maybe Gas is not there. I appreciate Gas for stopping through. Observing immigrants, how to target a predominantly Black audience on YouTube. What are your general thoughts about what you saw?
Well, the first thing I kept noticing was Harry Styles. I'm like, how is Harry Styles even related to any of that? I mean, a lot of the other stuff, you know, could be here or there, but Harry Styles, and then I saw Rolling Stone. I don't know. I guess he's just trying to put in things that I'm surprised he didn't put the Queen of England, quite frankly. I don't know. The only time I've used tags was on Etsy to sell products, but even that, you know, you got to really rack your brain. But this is so obscure Wakanda. I mean, you know, I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But as you said, Tariq has followers. He has views. So, I mean, he didn't even put ADOS from what I can see. So,
right.
You know, I don't know.
Cynthia G is one of his nemesis, and he...
Yeah, he could have put Michi X.
Right.
Logically,
Cynthia
random.
G is bigger.
It seems real random, like Harry Styles, Rolling Stone. I mean, like, you know, what's the point? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what it placed in his head. I don't know.
So Harry Styles just dropped an album, so he's probably piggybacking off that. Like I said, and Zuli asked a good question. He says, "How do you see the tag?" So the viewer of a video, to my knowledge, doesn't see the tags unless they have this plugin installed in their browser, like it seems Afro Think Tank has, where this plugin in the browser, and it'll make sense that Afro Think Tank has it. A lot of YouTubers actually have that kind of plugin in their browser, so that when they look at videos, it just generates and tells them what are the tags for the videos. But I don't think the viewer, the casual viewer, I don't think they get to see the tags. But you can, there is a workaround. You can hit Control U on the video. And when Control U comes up, a new tab comes up with a lot of code. And what you do is you hit Control F, which is a search bar. When the search bar opens, you type in keywords. And the keywords, you know how Control F highlights that word. Whatever word you type into the search bar, it highlights it. And when you go to that highlighted word, keyword, you'll see all the tags that they use listed off, demarcated by a comma. So that's how you get to see it if you were interested in how someone uses tags for their videos, or like it seems Afro Think Tank is doing, you download this plugin to your browser and the browser will show it to you. I know one popular one was TubeBuddy, but the guys had to charge for it, but apparently it's really good to use in terms of trying to find the hashtags you want. It's also important too, you know, not just hashtags, but the way you title your episodes is super important. YouTube is a search engine, whether you realize it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, it's a search engine. And so the way you title your episodes, if you're doing like visual podcasts and stuff like I do and the rest of KWAZ Radio does, so you want to put these titles that will overlap with, if not directly relate to, some searches. So it's actually one of the things that I wanted to mention to anyone posting Shoot the Breeze topics, but I don't want to be too stringent. I just want you guys to post what you like. But I was going to say that some of these titles, when you post a Shoot the Breeze topic, need to be more search engineable. If I can make up something here, right? Like the titles need to be something that pop up. And I'll tell you why. This is the last thing I'll say before I pass the mic. One of the reasons why that's important is because I haven't announced it too heavy yet, but I have this Shoot the Breeze Clips channel. And where I'm taking these Shoot the Breeze episodes and I'm clipping the segments and I'm putting them up on this new channel, so that, whenever Shoot the Breeze takes off and people want to go back and listen to it, they have the more palatable chunks, 20 minutes here, 15, 30, some of them is an hour, but it's shorter than, our typical 5, 6, 7 hour type show. So I say all of that to say that it's not just the tags, it's also the titles and all the stuff that play into the algorithm. But with that said, I spoke to Kevin Carre, Observing Immigrants, Tanzania YouTuber, whether you like it or not.
I do not.
What did you take from this video?
Well, I think it's the quality versus the quantity argument. If it's quantity, then there's all kinds of ways to manipulate the algorithm. And back to the whole Tate thing, that the algorithm is fake. It's random. It's nonsensical. It doesn't care. You can do everything right and still fail, and most people do actually.
Right.
So and there's no secret to success on YouTube. There's some secrets to success to getting people's attention and so on, but there may be people who have more skill than him, but he's just better at marketing or whatever. So it's very difficult to predict success, and it's very easy to have that success taken from you, because there's also people who have amassed millions of followers, and then just with a swipe, YouTube can just bring their foot down and delete everything you've worked years for. So it's a very it's a very unreliable mistress if one is to do that. However, it should be used as a tool, not so much as an end. It should be used as a tool beyond just the surface level. So I think he's done that as well. He's used it as a tool to sell his other products. So there's something to be said for his marketing methods. Unfortunately, sometimes the people who have a clear target, sometimes they use this on several means, but we should learn if that's our goal. If our goal is to reach more people, not so many as many as him. If that's your goal, then you should learn how people do it, and if it works, then yeah. If it doesn't, then no. But at least don't go to those extreme lengths that he goes to, because he wants a much greater amount of followers. But if you want to increase ever so slightly one's presence, I think that you have to take some of the tricks, I would say, of the algorithm, and use them to grow to however great or small you want it to be. Realistically, Black YouTubers are not going to be anywhere near the level of numbers that other people post. That's just a fact. So it's more of a relative success or a personal success than a general one. But on the other hand, also is the quality also of your audience, or your of your audience, I guess, because you can have large numbers and they're just people who just come to cheer you on. They're just a group who just, their noise is just static. Or you can have a group of people who actually contribute. You can have a large number of people following you, but only a few active, and so on. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things that that happen. You do have to put in some work, but you shouldn't put in so much work that it's yeah, that's all I can say about that.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I think the thing is, you know, what do you think of your black audience too, right? You know, I think I saw Mick Jagger or something up there earlier. You know, I saw, you know, Harry Styles as it was Rolling Stone. Like, you know, this is what you think your audience is preoccupied with, like the news of the day, the little silly, the little silly things on the news and all that kind of stuff. So you throw those keywords up. But to me, on the flip side, let's say if these algorithms do work with these tags and stuff, you're also adding to other people's more sort of than yourself, and a certain level of people when it is our people that's being mentioned, right? It's very interesting, like how we kind of, in a sense, you could look at it and say, well, how we're trying to get to this black audience is really through a bunch of like white pop culture and that kind of thing, you know, things that they make us, you know, care for. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. But with that said, let's go to our brother Bwana Hagaziki.
Koku, what I would say is, and it's going to be a little bit of controversial.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know my brothers and sisters are people of principle. You know, all my brothers and sisters, in particular on this panel, are people of principle. But what I would say is, success is leave clues. You know, and yes, the algorithms follow a particular thing, you know, and involving Rolling Stones and all these people that you would not necessarily put on your channel. However, I still say that this particular gentleman has been able to garner a large audience, you know, and maybe it's because of the tags. And I would experiment. I'm an experimenter. And I would jack him. I would jack him for what he has placed within the algorithms to see that if there is a substantial difference. Because only because I would use it as a tool to get out the message. Because I feel personally that what the brothers and sisters have put on record on these particular channels have worth and have value, much value. And it needs to get a fair hearing, you know, with our people, a fair hearing. And if our people was to hear the arguments that all the brothers and sisters lay Saturday after Saturday on this panel, that they will be swayed in a different direction. And they need to hear these kinds of arguments. So if we have to jack this corn artist, I would jack him. And I know that's unprincipled because the brothers and sisters are very principled. You know, I may not necessarily take that moral line, but I would jack this dude. I would jack this dude to use this to my advantage, and just even if it's just to see whether it would make a difference, because I would not want the things that we put on record to go in vain, because I think that what we have to say is substantial and it's of worth. It's of worth more so than these clowns, you know. So, you know, if this is the game that we have, if this is the game that we in right now, I think that I would use it strategically to advance our position. Now, that might not necessarily be the moral standing of the rest of the brothers and sisters on the panel, but that's where I would put myself in it, and I would do it. I would do that strategic, but for strategic reasons. And I wouldn't necessarily even suggest that my brothers and sisters should, but I would just, for me personally, I would just use it strategically as a tool, you know.
Quick question. So, what do you want the listeners of Harry Styles to be listening to pro Black consciousness? You think they'll follow?
I don't give a shit about that. But I would say that there are people who listen to the Breakfast Club and Hassan Campbell and Cynthia G. There are some arguments that my good sister from Barbados has put, my good sister from Kenya has put, would be something that would be persuasive and would jog something in their mind that would cause them to want to listen to some more. some more what they have to say, because I think that what they have to say holds heavy and has some weight and is to some value. Even Andrew Gillum, yeah, there are some things that my brother Koku would have said.
The
My
little
brother,
bullet boy.
no, I mean you will have people who fall to the side. You ain't gonna catch everyone, but I try to catch as much objective and reasonable people as possible. And I think that some of the arguments that we have put forth on this panel on record that would be able to jive with many people, and I would just use it strategically. And like I say, this I understand Barbados that this is not a moral position of the rest of the brothers and sisters on the panel, but I would just use it strategically because I know that there we should have a fairer hearing of our brothers and sisters around the world than this clown. It's no way that this clown could get a more of a fair hearing than what your sisters put forward and brothers put forward on this panel weekend after weekend. So I would jack him. I would jack these tags, man. But that's just me. Maybe I'm immoral. Who knows?
No, I don't disagree. The truth of the matter is this, well, first truth is, when I saw this on the Discord. By the way, join the Discord to post your prompts that you'd like to hear discussed on the show. The link is down in the description. But when I saw the post, I said, "Oh, this will be interesting." I didn't watch it, but I said this will be interesting because I'm always looking for new ways to try and push the show forward, to have more people here on a Saturday night chilling with us, and for longer times too. The thing, so I intend to actually use what I see here from in Afro Think Tank's video. I tend to use it on the Clips channel now. Again, because there's more palatable chunks of these segments there, 30 minutes to maybe an hour. And I intend to change the titles a little bit to be more search friendly, and then add tags like this. But after saying all that, I'll say this though. One of the big reasons why this guy was able to take off, and because I used to watch him back in the day, one of the reasons why he was able to take off, his listeners would repost. If he says, "Hey, I need y'all to repost this episode to social media right now," they go and post that. And within 10, 20 minutes, you start to see his viewership raise up. The other day, I was glancing at something, and he said there was 7,000 people on his live show one night. And I remember when it used to be like, 500 or something like that. But that's one of the big things that's helped him. He's had that cosign from people. Bobby Wright in the chat mentions Tariq just previewed his latest semi-mythical FBA film. The guy knows how to use personality, right? And he knows how to get people to basically turn to others and co-sign them and say, "Man, if you want to watch something real good, watch this guy, Tariq Nasheed." But I still take into consideration the avenue of the tags and all that, and all that kind of stuff. Like I'll say to anyone on the podcast network too, this thing is you have to put in work. You have to see what folks are doing and implement it as well as you can to see if you could get it to work for you. You might have to tweak it after a while, but if you ain't looking at what other people are doing and trying it for yourself, you ain't really trying.
I mean, if Coco, if you look at it, the brother has Joe Rogan and Oath Keepers. These people could be the furthest from what we stand for and what we believe in. But it seems like his audience, they are drawn towards these kinds of algorithms. But I would just, that if you ever watch the movie Malcolm X, in Malcolm X, the movie, they offered the clean glass of water versus the dirty glass of water. And I think that our people have been drinking from the dirty glass of water for a long time. And and it's my position to offer them the alternative. and the alternative voices of social media has never been forwarded. Well, it's not been forwarded to the extent as it has with this brother. So I would want them to hear Barbados talking. I would want them to hear Tanzan talking. I would even want them to hear Zuli talking. You got to hear from the tethers and what the tethers have to say about these particular matters and issues. Challenge their beliefs, challenge the content that they push forward, and then we'll see where we are in the middle. But I think that these kinds of things are needed. So it's strategically, I understand y'all don't want to go in the dirt. Y'all don't like to deal with the dirt business. Y'all don't go there. But I feel like strategically you got to do what you got to do, because our people got to hear these kinds of messages to challenge the general consensus. You know what I mean? You got to challenge these ideas in the marketplace, and I think that these things are necessary. And we, as soldiers in the war that we on right now, in the path that we on, we got to be soldiers, and on whatever that whatever that means, we gotta be soldiers. Oh man.
So I'll like I said, I'll employ some of these things that I see here. But like I said at the end there, and it's very serious, you guys have to share out the information too. Because ultimately that's how the work is going to get done, right? Like folks have to see a cosign from someone that they know, someone who's around them, and they'll say, okay, I'll check it out since that's Tanzan who said it. I'll check it out since that's Trigger Happy 262 or Zulism or whoever. I'll check it out. And then once they get here, the content should be the thing that buys them over, right? So with that said, I want to mention too, this month I just hit Ozuli up about a reminder that we need another film to do a review, to do a Black Power movie review. And okay, Marcus Garvey is doing it. Yeah, so we need this film. Bobby Wright had given us some in the past. Is it, I think I have a community tab post, asking what films you want. I'll go back to it, but in the meantime, you guys scroll through and put down the films that you like, that you think should get a Black Power movie review, and we'll get one of those done this month again. All right. Last month we did the Spook Who Sat by the Door. That was a fun one. Brother Buana Hagaziki was with us that night as well, so that was good. So you guys could join those discussions as well once we put out what the film is going to be and the date for the live stream. Tanzan, you want to shout out anything out?
No bonus for the night, Coco? No bonus?
I could give you a bonus if everyone signs off on it. I could give you a bonus.
It's 2 o'clock at night. Yeah, I got no bonus.
Mr. Untouchable just wanted a bonus tonight. Let me see if I could pull up the Discord. But yeah, you guys let me know what film you guys would want to see us review and be in attendance for, during the live stream. Let me find this.
Tante coming from Kenya, coming to America from Kenya. So if she wants to do that,
coming to America.
Yeah, from Kenya. That's what she wants to do.
No, from a mythical place called, what was the place? Zamunda, the pre-Wakanda.
Zamunda, Kenya.
Yeah, I'm always just fascinated by the Black American portrayal of Africa. So I've never seen the film, but from what I saw, it was just one of those, I don't want to see this, but one day I might have to. So, yeah.
The bonus is going to be the image of the Huxtables from the 90s television show, a horrible example for Black people to follow. This came with a link as well. to a YouTube video. Kevin Carre has to bounce. Thanks, Kevin Carre, for coming through. I appreciate you as always. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Okay, so this video.
America,
we'll listen to this video and then we'll discuss it. This is our bonus video.
My name is Armiose Frimpong. I come to you live every Thursday about this time. And today we're going to talk about why the Huxtables were trash parents and what that means. Now, if you don't know who the Huxtables are, there was Heathcliff and Claire Huxtable from the 80s and early 90s television show, The Cosby Show. And if you don't know who the Huxtables are, I don't really know. Maybe you can watch this. Maybe you get something out of it. I don't know. But if you don't know who the Huxtables are, maybe you just skip this video. Anyway, if you do know who the Huxtables are, you got to figure out what that meant for our generation. The Huxtables were the aspirational black family for aspirational blacks, which is, since we don't have as much as we should, was a lot of blacks in the 80s and 90s, including my mom. All right, so every black who thought that they were more dignified than their position, who thought that like they could have been Heathcliff or Claire Huxtable, watched The Cosby Show for cues on how to be Claire or Heathcliff Huxtable. And this was a problem because the Huxtable kids were a mess, right? And you can judge parents by their kids. I'm one of those parents, and as I become more and more parent, I'm more and more comfortable judging parents by their kids. You judge a tree by its fruit. I judge parents by their kids. There's no way you can be a good parent and have 5 mediocre kids. So we're going to go through the Huxtable kids, how they're mediocre and how their mediocrity is tied to the Huxtable parenting in a way that was non-obvious, and then how that kind of metastasized into other shows. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, because I'll be honest, if your kids are Carlton and Hillary, you can't feel that good about what you're doing as a parent. Like, I don't care all the excuses you have in the world. If you have to if your daughter's Hillary, that's a problem, right? And I grew up in teaching your little black girl in LA to act like a little white girl who's mediocre, act like an obnoxious white girl, isn't really. I don't think that's winning for Black life. Sure, they might win the lottery and end up being Meghan Markle, but most of them are just kind of confused, because I grew up in LA at the time with a lot of black girls who thought they were Hillary Banks, and it didn't work out for them. They're just now confused and divorced, right? So I'm going to talk mostly about why the Huxtables were bad parenting, how that was reflected in their kids, and then we'll talk about some other shows. Family Matters, actually, the Winslows were actually like trying to do a thing, but the rest of them, we'll get into it. For now, let me hit the beat.
To the beat, y'all. Yeah. Sound good to me. Never change the ways for the world or the government. If I was the president, then I would state facts. You leave it up to me, I paint the White House black and I'm featuring your front.
So it's not obvious that the Huxtables were bad parents, but let's go through the kids. We got Sandra, the oldest. She made it through medical school. We have no idea why, but she made it through medical school, marrying a guy that did not exactly have any of the values of their parents, of the parents, and who needed some work himself, and then ended up like quitting becoming a doctor, and they both ran a wilderness store instead, which means she made it through all the way through medical school without actually thinking for herself very well. She made it all the way through medical school without actually thinking for herself, and she only found herself at the end when she quit the wilderness store business and went back to being a doctor, which means that we don't know the quality of parenting that got her through medical school. We do know the quality. When she got there, she didn't have enough direction to actually know what she wanted to be. And Heathcliff and Claire had all of the advantages. They had grandparents on both sides. Heathcliff was a doctor, Claire was a lawyer, and still Sandra was aimless, going on autopilot, couldn't think for herself. and married, kind of a guy, and they had problems because he was a chauvinist. Like, you find one black guy and he turns out he was a chauvinist, and then they ended up with a wilderness store. Anyway, you got a black people with no direction. So you got a doctor, but like a doctor who was on autopilot. Now, I do have a story about this. That was a white family, because white families do create doctors by accident, right? So I got one of my friends, I was working with him at the bookstore. He got halfway through medical school before he realized he didn't like blood or people, and then got out and quit medical school because he realized he doesn't like blood or people. Right. So, and then in his 40s, he wanted to go back because he realized he does like money. But that was the quality of parenting on autopilot that was done. He made it all the way through to his 40s, just kind of doing what he was told. And then when he finally had an idea for himself, he realized he didn't like blood or people and quit medical school in his mid-20s. Right. So that's how you raise kids, without real directions, with superficial direction. And I think that's bad parenting, right? So that's Sandra. And we don't know, because when the show starts, she's already a doctor. She's already through medical school, or she's about to finish medical school. So that's dicey. I don't think Cosby knew how to raise a doctor with any sort of purpose, right? Because there needs to be a sort of intentionality, a quality of intentionality that the Cosbys never had with their kids. Then you have Denise, who was such a mess. She was a mess throughout her whole childhood. They weren't competent in redressing her mess. They didn't take it seriously, but she was a mess. She did have I remember she brought home one boyfriend who I thought was actually pretty cool. He had his mismatched socks, and he gave Claire the business. He was a lefty and a radical, but they ended up clowning him and making fun of him and running off. But I actually thought he was pretty cool. But Denise was a mess and ended up dropping out of Hillman, but then having to marry a military guy in order to get some sort of structure in her life because her parents were so bad. Denise had to, if your daughter has to marry a military guy to get some structure in her life because your parenting is so bad, she's marrying him because she has daddy issues because you were a bad parent. And then she had to marry an old man because they were bad parents. Like, if you're a good parent, you don't raise Denise. If you have that much money and that much clout, you do not raise Denise. You raise someone with purpose, right? So Denise, product of bad parenting. And like that, and I think and anyone who doesn't see that is, I think, distorted, right? So then you have Sandra, rudderless. Completely a mess, and parents are supposed to give rudders. You're supposed to have good black parents. Chokwe Lumumba, the former mayor of Jackson, now his son is the mayor of Jackson. Jackson has its problem right now, but his son has a sense of who he is because he was raised by a good father, right? You can say whatever you want about LeVar Ball, but I don't know if you can call that. I think I'll take LeVar Ball as a dad over Heathcliff Huxtable. He kept his eye on his boys and got all 3 of his boys, even Leangelo, who, not particularly gifted basketball player, to the NBA. So LeVar Ball, good dad. Malavia Washington. So Huxtables, both Huxtables, they had all these advantages, still screwed up parenting. They created mediocre white kids and then sold that as good parenting to America, which includes black and white America, which is a problem. Because I think a lot of people who tried to emulate the Huxtables did poorly by their kids. They should have been raising radicals, but instead they tried to raise bougie white kids, and then that ends up distorted, right? So then you have Theo. Theo was 13 or 14 years old before they realized he has dyslexia. A doctor and a lawyer were so checked out of their kid's life that he made it to 14 years old before they realized he has dyslexia. That means you didn't teach him how to read. You let your school do the work for you. Like, all of the work, my kids are 9, 7, and 5, and I pretty much know all of their intellectual habits. Like, that's if you're a black parent, you need to know the intellectual habits of your kid. You can't just assume, well, that's too bad. No, like they.
All right, just wanted to hear up until a little bit of the Theo stuff. I will say the guy here strikes me a little bit idiotic. If there was a failing of the Cosby Show, in my humble opinion, it's been a while since I've watched it. The failing was that the premise was this upper middle class, or this middle class, upper middle class, I would say, family living in this kind of upper class area in Brooklyn, and then trying to fit the ordinary comedy trope stories in, because that stuff that this guy is talking about, like Theo, it's not uncommon for the son in one of these types of shows to be given that storyline of being autistic, right? But the people didn't check the backdrop. And the backdrop was, well, this should be a very affluent family who should pick up on things like that from early, who shouldn't be having the schools, the public schools or the private schools even, solely in charge of teaching their children. But I think that was the failing of the show runners and stuff and writers. Let's welcome in our friend Azuliism tonight. Azuli, what say you to this?
Well, I don't think the Cosby Show was a failure. If you look at the kids, as you see, you could raise the best. You could give your kids the best opportunity, and some of them don't come out the way you want them to come out. That's number one. Number two, the oldest one became a doctor, right? She married a doctor. Two, Denise was probably the artsy person of the family. She became she married she got married, so that's a success on its own. Theo became a teacher. So I don't understand what this guy is talking about. Like, it was a failure for black, unless he wants to say that they were not raised in a pro-black, like with direction to be about black people being like a pro-black person, a pro-black conscious, or like a
No, he wasn't even talking about that. He was just talking about. He wasn't talking about that. He was just talking about.
He gets to that point where he says he talks about Hillary from the Fresh Prince, and because I watched the whole thing.
Oh,
Hillary
later in the video, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
With Carlton, he says that they're not gonna do anything for black people or whatever. But he also talked about Ketanji Jackson. What did she do for black people? So the funny thing about this dude, he's talking this. I went to all his other videos. This guy got biracial kids. So I don't know what he's talking about. So I disagree 100% with what he said, that the Cosby, I agree with what you said. Some of the stuff there that they found out Theo was dyslexic when he was 14, but I think they said it was later on before he went to college or whatever. At the end of the day, it's comedy. Which family in Hollywood sitcom was a great, like, if we could find all of that in different sitcoms that deal with white families. So I think this guy is reaching. He's looking for something to talk about. He looks retarded anyway. So I just don't get how he said the Cosby was a. But even in the Cosby, they implemented a lot of civil rights stuff, jazz, a lot of the culture. So I don't understand what he's talking about.
Because even in the one with Urkel, Family Matters, I believe the kid Eddie had dyslexia. Like, it's a common thing you could find in Silver. What was that show called? Silver Spoons. Like that's a common trope in these shows. It's just that, do you expect it from a affluent family living in Brooklyn, right? Do you expect those things to play out like that?
But did you know that they say the original, what the family was supposed to be, Bill Cosby was supposed to be like a taxi driver and everything, and that was his original view of where the show should go. This whole lawyer shit, it wasn't. So they say. So I mean, but if he wants to say that, then a lot of the Cosby kids went to, what's that other show, that A Different World, where they were like, about, like, what is he talking about? I think this guy is reaching and stuff like that. He's looking for because if he says Ketanji Jackson, did you hear the part about Ketanji Jackson where he spoke about her?
No.
Like he said that like I don't understand where he's coming from. So I don't know, man.
By the way, this video, if you want to watch the whole thing, you could just go on the Discord. Well, it's called The Huxtables Were Awful Parents. But again, you could go on the Discord and find it easy. Trigger Happy 262 says, I'm being stereotypical, but it ain't surprising that he was a white woman from his look. Observing immigrants, what say you to all of what you heard so far?
I just think it's interesting that a lot of people condemn the Cosby Show for being an unrealistic representation of Black people. That's what I've been hearing all the time. Now you're hearing, well, the kids were flawed, so now it's not, the show doesn't make any sense. Yes, he made valid points on personalities in terms of the kids, but in terms like for the dyslexia thing, a lot of shows, in my opinion, will bring a topic up if the topic is buzzing in society. So Theo might have conveniently gotten dyslexia at 14 because scientists in the real world had recently discovered dyslexia. I don't know. I mean, that was what, the 80s or the 90s. So that might be why it was written into the story at that time. I'm just guessing. But in terms of were there horrible example for Black people to follow? Not really, because we are complaining about all the other negative images of gang violence and all that stuff. So if we have a proper family with faulty kids, that's a little bit of reality. I mean, it is what it is.
All right. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, I can't speak too much about the Cosby because I've never watched an episode, but from what I heard about it, it was a portrayal of a wholesome, aspirational Black family and the children. I don't know too much about the children, and so I can't really say one word or another whether they were failure or not. The one show that I am familiar with and that he mentioned was The Fresh Prince, which to us, that's why I asked about coming to America, because there's two ways that without direct contact with each other, the only way for us to have any sort of communication is through the media, for better or usually for worse. But for us, The Fresh Prince was the epitome of Black success. That's how we viewed Black American culture. But the funny thing is, it turns out that actually Fresh Prince was based on the story of Benny Medina, the guy who's on the front, and he was this. I think he was from Puerto Rican or something, and he was adopted by a white family, a rich white family. But there was already enough sitcoms about that in the 70s with different strokes and all this stuff. So they decided to change it to a black rich family instead of a white rich family. Because I always wondered, like, even if Black people got like really, really rich, it would be something like a ridiculous thing to have a butler. Like, anyway, but that was just maybe me. But yeah, so it was originally based on a white family, and then they adopted, a child. So with that one, he also mentioned, that they grew up to be spoiled and so on, which I do agree with to some extent. But at the same time, I thought, they were successful, they were still taken care of, and they were rich and so on. But I understand what he was saying, that the shows just gave them success and money, but it didn't really give them, values, and it didn't teach them how to survive. That to us was also a way of. Sorry?
You cut off for a second.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so I think that way it didn't prepare them for. I will agree with him. And someone said was that it didn't prepare them to be, Black in the outside world. It just showed them, it's mostly protected them from from the reality. Fresh Prince, I don't know about the Cosby Show, but Fresh Prince, I think, he protected them from the reality of life, and didn't really show them. And it was actually Fresh Will Smith who would show them the other side of life. So that's what I got from it. Whether success or not, yeah. But the other point I agree with him is that yes, one should judge to some extent, parents on their children. If your children turn out to be a certain way, sometimes you have power over it and sometimes you don't. But it's still the responsibility of parents to how their children turn out. But like I said, I don't know how much parents have control over their children, because you can raise them up a certain way and then they go out into the world and they turn out a different way. So yeah.
Buana?
For me, I think that it's very unfair to zip down your pants and take your shit on what this man has created. I think that it was a successful family. I think that successful black families do exist, not only in America but all over the world. I think that children have agency within and of themselves. They have a right to decide whatever their fate may be in this life. It's nothing wrong with them choosing a career or position that is outside of what we perceive to be social climates, doctors, lawyers, etc., etc., etc. What's wrong with a person who owns a survivalist store? What's wrong with a person who gets married to a man who is a military man? He doesn't have. They don't necessarily. Your children don't necessarily have to choose the career path of the parents. I think this is very unfair. And also, let me also say this. I think that human beings, we evolve. We have openings at different stages of our life. We don't. Some people expect that everyone should have these intellectual openings at the same time. And that's not necessarily true. Some people have openings, intellectual openings at different times in terms of our the way we view the world and how we operate through the world. It's not to say that she may be his daughters may decide to take up a so-called a matrix career position later on in life. I think that it's very critical to say, well, these people are failures because they choose a career path or a situation that's different from their parents. Because you say, well, these people are lost because they open a hardware store. Who says that? They may be happy in their venture and doing in terms of what they want to do. Who's this clown to determine that he's a happiness police. He dictates what in terms of what is happiness for an individual, and I don't think that he should hold that particular position. You don't have a right to do that. You know what I mean? If I'm a lawyer or a doctor, and my children decide to open up a survivalist store and they are happy in what they are doing, who am I to determine that these people are lost? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. If they are happy in doing the things that they are doing, let them do that. They may be successful at. In fact, they may make more. They may make more money than me because they could open 1,000 of them. So where am I gonna be then? To say that these people are not successful or these people are not happy? Come on, man. He is not the police to determine what it determines what is happiness, what determines what is successful, what determines what is to be good for an individual to do, just because I don't take up the career path of my father or my mother. Come on, man. Come on. I think that he is very critical, and he I don't think that he has the position to do that. He is not in a position to do that. I really don't feel so. I think that he's a little bit harsh, and you don't know what your children are gonna be. But what you can beat on them because they don't decide to take the career path of a professor like you? Come on, man, get out of here. Get out of here. They have their own agency. We want to guide our children to make good choices in life. We want to guide our children to become happy as possible. We want to guide our children to be able to take care and provide for themselves. But we don't determine what their career path is supposed to be or what their fate is supposed to be. I think that he's very critical, and he probably don't even have kids. Probably have a little snow bunny on the side. Who knows? But I don't know. I don't agree with him at all.
All right. Anyone want to add any last words here?
Yeah, more like an inquiry because well, it's not a contradiction. It's just another. Remember, we had this discussion about whether parents are supposed to sort of manipulate the children into, guide them into life. But I'm hearing you saying that you're supposed to let your children decide what they want to do. So, how much responsibility do parents have for their children's decisions, so to speak? Because what he's saying is that you as a parent, you should be able to guide your children, and I thought that is what we had agreed on the last time.
I would guide my children not to be criminals. I would guide my children not to do wrong things or be immoral people. But if my children decide to be garbage men, if they are moral people who are making an honest wage or honest living and taking care of their families, I would not necessarily want that for them, but they have their own agency as well. They have the ability to think for themselves as well. I want my children to be able to be independent thinkers of me. Because what if I die? What if I die and I can't guide their fate? Then how are they going to exist on this planet? You know what I mean? I want them to be capable individuals. I want them to be thinking individuals, but their individual choices at the end of the day, it won't be completely relying on me. What I would want for them, they may not necessarily choose to pursue. They may not choose to pursue. What am I gonna do? Beat them over the head and say, be a doctor, be a lawyer. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I would just want them to be good men and women in the society. I want them to be productive men and women in the society. I want them to be good with their good husbands and good wives and good fathers and good mothers as much as I could be. But their individual choices in terms of what they choose as a career to make money for themselves, that's the onus is really on them, because I want them to exercise their own agency. Because at the end of the day, I would frustrate myself in my grave if they don't choose to take a career path that I don't want them to take. I don't agree with that, man. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that time.
Um, I would like to interject here because it's kind of like the opposite here. Um, when my daughter was asked what she wanted to do in college, she didn't know. And because she didn't know, her dad said, well, you're going to do the same thing I'm doing and go into computers. So that's what she's doing. She didn't know. He chose it for her. She has an affinity for art. So on weekends and in the summer, she worked doing art. And I explained to her, you know, you can do computers to live the life that you want, in the sense that art, you're not that good at it, in my opinion. So um, be able to make enough money to enjoy your hobby rather than try to make your hobby your earning capacity. You know what I'm saying? So um, in that case, I would disagree with you. My sons, they're a little bit younger, but again, they don't know. And I think too, because they're homeschooled, they weren't exposed to other kids who had or the opportunity to hear about a bunch of other jobs. So with my middle son, he does not um push himself academically. So a trade. And that's the same thing my mom did with my brother. He didn't do well academically. She pushed him into a trade. Now he owns his own construction company. He can do plumbing, electrical, make furniture from scratch. So as parents, I think we have to guide them in terms of work. Yeah, we're not gonna pay for her to do art, but we'll pay for her to do computers. Now, if she wants to do art after she's finished college, that's on her. So, as a parent, I think you still have to guide them, because I don't think a 17-year-old or 18-year-old really has a wide enough scope on life and the possibilities of life to be able to make some of those lifelong decisions. That's my opinion.
I don't. I mean, I think that based on that video, I think this guy's completely wrong. They had a doctor, they had a teacher, and I don't know what Vanessa became, or I don't know what the other one became. At the end of the day, they were not criminals. They were not doing this and that and the third. And for him to say that the Huxtables was bad parents for, as a matter of fact, the Huxtables let their kids talk, gave their kids opinion, didn't beat their kids, didn't tell them they were stupid, they were not going to be nothing. So I don't know what this guy is talking about to say that two lawyers, let's go by him. Okay, a lawyer, she's always at work, and he was working from home. His business was in the house. Like he was a doctor. He practiced his business at the house and at the hospital. So I don't understand what this guy's talking about. It was, if he wants to say that the characters didn't create any Black Panther, Black Power children, okay, whatever. But at the end of the day, why can't these kids? If that was what I would want to ask him, if the Cosbys or the Huxtables was a white family, would he feel that way? Because the kids, like, if you're making money and your kids are allowed to go into arts, your kids are allowed to do this. So art is, if Einstein said art is more important, this is the funny thing. Einstein said imagination is more important than knowledge. So a lot of Caribbean people, including my family and all of that, oh, don't go into art is dumb. Oh, go into this and that and the third. They got people who are good in art. Art make money if you pursue and if you put this thing behind a kid.
Yep.
You're not gonna put. Oh, I'm not trying to say what she said. Oh, I'm not gonna put money for my kid to be a piano player or to be an artist. You're doing your kids a disservice. Maybe the creator sent your kid here to be an artist, to be a musician.
I said she wasn't good at it.
Well, but people would have said Basquiat was not good at it when you look at his shit right now. Now his shit right now costs like $1 million. But I'm just saying that, and this TV show, this guy's so disrespectful. In the thing that when you go in his videos, for a man to be talking about the Cosbys or the what's that show, the Fresh Prince, raise their kids to be white blacks people, he got biracial kids. The fuck is this guy? What is he talking about? So I mean, even the Cosby had civil rights shows. Even the Fresh Prince had that. Even though Carlton and Hillary were two airheads, which I could understand that if he spoke about them, but I didn't see that in the Cosbys.
Well, here's the question:
Mm-hmm.
Is this a part of the Cosby, the anti-Cosby backlash? Is why? Because who brings up the Cosby Show today any goddamn way, right? Is this really just to pile on to Bill Cosby? So you break down the legacy of this show?
It might be, because I went on his YouTube. I didn't see him discuss any other shows.
I think that Bill Cosby is a great man. I think that he is a great man. And you know, I'll stand on that. I'll stand on that. You know why I'll stand on that? Because just like people praise the activities of Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson, they focus on the good aspects of themselves, not their failings. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be with these people who would tend to focus on the things that the so-called dark sides of Cosby, but I'm gonna focus on the good aspects of Cosby and what he in fact did, because other groups of people, when they talk about their historical figures, when they talk about their figures who they praise and worship and respect, they focus on the good parts and aspects of these people. So I would do the same things for Cosby as well. I'm not going to do the same things what these people do. And I'm not going to play that game. That's a game that they play. So if we play in that game, when you want to talk about Cosby, you go talk about Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. Go talk about them before you talk about Cosby.
Yeah, Seventh Heaven wasn't canceled, and that guy was a pedophile, right? Martin Sheen, or who was the guy that was giving everybody AIDS? You don't hear anything about him. None of his shows got canceled.
Charlie Sheen,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when your men rule the world. When your men rule the world, they don't get canceled. When your men don't rule the world, they get canceled. That's what it is. Your men are not ruling the world. They can't even stand for somebody who said some truth.
Yeah, their actions wasn't 40 years ago. Their actions were at least within the last 20, 15, 10 years. And Cosby stuff was like what? Before I was born, please.
So this guy right here, I don't know what he's talking about. He looks retarded. Like like he looks like he got no buns in life.
He needs a haircut. He needs a haircut.
I'm not even attacking the haircut. He looked like he got no butt from black girls. He was tight because black girls wasn't giving no play. Like, look at this clown. Look at his he got his bed sheets as his background. You go sit the F down, man. That pissed me off, man. Like, if you go on his stuff, granted he got his kids playing the violin, he's interacting with the kids or whatever, but your kids look biracial, my boy. But no disrespect to you, I know black women will probably not give you one chance. I know he ain't got no buns from no black shorties. Mad.
When I come to New York, I have to come to Sears really. That's one of my things that I gotta do. I gotta buy him a Prestige and some grill and some pickles. That's one of the things I gotta do.
I might take the Prestige, but I'm not know about the grill. But I'm just saying. Look at this guy. Like, that pissed me off, bro. I watched the video. I thought, all right, let me hear what he has to say. This guy. And none of his other videos have other. I think it's only. Maybe I'm wrong, but he only does this about the Cosby Show. Look at him. You could tell. He got no bun from black girls.
No, I am not critical of Cosby, and in terms of the good and the bad, I accept the good and the bad. And just like how these people worship their heroes, like I say, Andrew, the last president of the United States, said that Andrew Jackson was his hero, and Andrew Jackson was a genocider. He's a genocider, masses of people, and he said that's his hero. So if these people could accept the good with the bad, I could accept the good with the bad too. And when I say bad, I talk about accusation.
Why go so far? You got Biden. Come on, Biden is an accused pedophile, and he don't like black people, and he's in our time, and he's still getting love.
Yeah, but I thought you were going for accuracy and exactness and precision, not this made up stuff. Remember when I was saying that we should just make up our own stories, whether they are true or not, or as long as they empower the next generation. So you don't start by telling your children what was wrong with your heroes. You start telling them how heroic they are. And then when you get in your late 60s, then you start to find out the truth when you have more wisdom to pursue.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I think that we should respect the actions of Cosby in his lifetime. We know the devils gonna create their narratives in terms of how they look at him. But I think that we should create our own narratives. I think that Cosby and many men like him has laid the framework, and they're going to be alternative narratives of how people view him. But this brother did what he did in terms of creating an image and putting the image out there into the world of the black family and the black family. When I used to see Claire Huxtable and Bill Cosby, I used to say that that's the thing I honor. He's an old man. He love his wife. He love his black wife like that. I wish I could have a black wife like Claire Huxtable, because she was a fine ass woman back in the day. These are images that we should put out, that was put out in the world in the early 90s, that it really affect the psychology of many black people to follow after. So we go and chase, we want to look for our own little Claire Huxtable in our own little individual lives. So I think it's a good thing, man. I'll never burn Bill Cosby. Never, not in a million years.
And let me also say this in terms of truth and where we look for it. We look for truth in entertainment instead of looking for it in books, because you look at, all these films and movies coming out, and people are quick to now do their research and study, the Benin Kingdom or the Dahomis and all that. This is one of the few times that Black people are now worried about historical significance. But, when it was all there, all this stuff has been there in the books, but, until it comes to the big screen, nobody was worried about the facts and all of that stuff. And then now, and instead of looking at it and admiring it, everybody's looking for everything that is wrong with whatever is presented. So that's the first thing that we do. But one thing that white people know is entertainment is just that. It's supposed to make you feel good. You're supposed to take a story and then put your own spin around it and make it your own. So when we look at Sparta, do you think white people were talking about the slave system of the Spartans and what they did and all that nonsense? No. And even if they portrayed it as a heroic thing, like the Spartan women heroically gave up their children to be slaughtered by the state because they were so great. No, yeah, and their actions were portrayed as heroic, not as these callous women who didn't give a damn about their children. So they don't look to stories for accuracy. They look for it for inspiration, to make them feel good. The Star Wars, Federation, that's a fascistic, system. But when it's portrayed as, proud and all of that stuff. So sometimes when we look at things also from our perspective, where if it comes to truth and accuracy, yes, let's stick to that when it comes to, history and so on. But when it comes to myth making, when it comes to making stories and passing on, to the next generation, this is not the time to get into, bogged into historical details. Not that, they don't matter, but this is the time to look at, the image, how it affects people, how it makes people feel, versus whether or not, it is, the gritty truth. So if we want the truth, then, inspire people to go look in books, not, for that in television. Television can only do so much. And, yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Any last words for anyone here? All right, then. That's.
Oh wait, can I say something real quick? I just kind of read at the end. I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much time. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just got in, so I'm just seeing like they're talking about the Huxtables. Like I'm just seeing the prompt. It's like, I mean, it's kind of unrealistic. I mean, it's kind of like aspirational to have like a doctor and a lawyer kind of in the same family. I mean, it's not like it's nothing to have a high ideal. I mean, but it's not. I would say like if you're really trying to like, someone did an analysis of like the kind of like money that they have to make in order to like live in a house like that. It's like I don't know if it I don't know what it was, but it was like what it was. It was like I'm not sure if they could afford to live in a house like that. It's like even with their salaries. But I mean, there's better shows that.
Yeah,
I think
why is it aspirational to have a doctor and a lawyer in the same family?
Well, I mean, as far as like I guess as far as like you're looking at like actual like occupations of people, of Black people, I don't think that it's like.
Bro, there's a bunch of Black doctors who will marry Black lawyers. Doctors marry doctors. What are we talking about?
I'm just saying, okay, I'm just saying that like look. It's just not I guess it's just TV. So I mean, it's not like what I think, what I'm trying to say is that it Rock. I put it in the comments, like this TV show Rock that was on Fox. That is something where I feel like I can relate to that. I feel like there was something closer to that. I was not really a big Cosby Show watcher. Like I grew up like in the 80s. I'm telling my age, but it's like I grew up in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? I saw it on TV, but I really wasn't into it. I can't tell you all the whole storyline of the Huxtables, but it's just like, you always have to keep TV with a grain of salt, depending on who is producing the show and all that. That's all I had to say.
Bro, I don't understand. I've met people, some of my classmates, some of the people, our cohorts, Coco could say, they're doctors who marry lawyers. What are we talking about, bro? Like The Rock. I never liked that show, The Rock, anyway. But wasn't he like a garbage man or something?
Yeah.
So you could relate to your father being a garbage man? And I'm not saying that there's not anything wrong with that. But what was his wife in that show? At the end of the day, he was the man of the and to have a brownstone in the 80s, like the brownstone was not as expensive as they are today, and the money was worth more back then. And it's not like it was that. The Bill Cosby's, their parents were well off too. The grandparents came from money too.
Yeah, real black. I think you're being a little bit unfair, man. I think there's a lot of
It's not
African.
about being unfair. Like that shit makes no sense. An
No,
aspiration.
I think it's a lot of African American doctors and lawyers that they exist in the same family, bro. I think it's a little bit unfair, man. You know, but that's just me. You know, I might be wrong. You might know
And then
better.
they could have made Cosby a business owner or whatever. There's a lot of so if that's aspiration, so what the fuck was Tulsa, Oklahoma? The what the fuck was that? If black people were creating before the whole civil rights movement bullshit, when we were by ourselves, that black people had towns that had airports, that had this and that and the third. So what is Tulsa, Oklahoma? That was some bullshit too. It was an inspiration. What?
I guess that wasn't. Yeah, that was a terrible choice of words. Look, I didn't mean no offense to say that, but I think that what it is that there's something about the dynamic in that family that it things. How would I say it? It seemed a bit too. For me, it just seemed a bit too.
Oh,
it's a bit too uppity, maybe. Maybe it's just a bit too. There was something about it that it was just a bit too outside of the reality that I was used to.
You're in love with the toxicity of black family, like good times, like that's what you're in love with.
No. And I mean, as far as a garbage man, I mean, Martin Luther King died right before a garbage strike. You know, trying to improving sanitation workers. I mean, nothing wrong with garbage. I mean, if you love, you know what I'm saying, the basics of our people, someone has to take out the trash.
Yes, absolutely. I think that what real black gentlemen say that it was outside of the scope of what he was familiar with, and that's a fair assessment. But what I would say is that these people actually do exist in Black America and all over the world. Believe it or not, believe it or not, these people exist.
Maybe you're right because
Absolutely.
my pops was a doctor. So
really?
Yeah.
So what happened to you? What happened to you?
I don't exactly. I'm one of those Cosby kids. I don't even know. That's what happened to me.
Just a dirt bag. I mean, just buying prostitution.
Just a dirt bag. Just a dirt bag. My father's friends were doctors and were dated. Their wives were either nurses. Like I don't understand. But at the end of the day, I understand maybe what he's saying. Maybe we're in love with the toxicity. Like it's not the first time I heard that. I heard of Black Americans or the Cosby was not based on reality. So what was based on reality, bro? Like The Rock, but The Rock, I don't remember. The Rock was a garbage man. What was his wife?
No, the brother was saying that's not his reality, and that's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment.
But I don't even care about them being doctors. What I care about the Cosby is the love that was on the show, that the wife had for the husband, the husband had for the wife, and the kids had for each other.
Yes. That I think that.
Black people were really less toxic in the Cosby show than I've ever seen in any shows.
I think that the expression of the fact that they had a relationship that was based on, it was friendly, it was loving, it was playful. I think that was something that didn't. You people talk about cognitive dissonance, because in the reality, what we perceive out here, we don't really perceive our relationships as being like that on television. And I think that that's a lie, because many of our relationships with women and men are playful, loving, and respectful. And I think that the fact that it's coming in terms of a black face, that is resonating with a lot of people with cognitive dissonance, because their relationships are toxic. And I think that that's the difficulty when they watch that and see the reality of their own personal lives. But I have good relationships with women, and I'm sure Koku does, and Erzuli does, and Marcus Garvey is the way, and also Tanzan. I'm sure that they have different kinds of relationships with them men, and I think that the cognitive dissonance comes in because other people may not have that kind of experience with their own personal relationships. So they're people who they deal with. And I think that, and plus, though, also the propaganda is, well, we can't have these kinds of relationships, and which is ultimately a lie. I think it's a lie because we do have good relationships with our partners. We do. And I think that they don't want to put that out there because it resembles a unity or a cohesiveness that they don't want to put out into the world. So I think that that's what the difficulty is with people who watch these kinds of shows.
And The Rock, the husband was a garbage man from Baltimore, and the wife was a nurse. And the Fresh Prince, what was the father was a judge. What was the mother?
The mother was a professor.
Oh, the mother was a professor.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, the only thing I could agree with him is that they didn't raise black kids that were pro or B1 first. That if that's what he was going through, maybe I get that. But in all, I don't think the Cosby was a bad show, bad
I don't
parents.
think so. I don't think so.
I don't think The Rock was bad parents. I don't think what my man just said on the track from Good Times were bad parents either. So
I don't
like
think it was bad either.
there was some shit I didn't like, some buffoonery or whatever. But for him to say the Cosby were bad parents because they like this guy had nothing to do with his first of all, he needs to get a better haircut.
No, he needs to
And
get a girlfriend too. Get a girlfriend too.
no, he definitely he not getting no black chick because
No,
what?
Urzula, I think he could pull tan. He can pull tan.
Yeah,
Kenyan guy.
Terrence
Oh,
from
I
Kenya.
knew you had to fire a shot before the night was over.
Terrence from Kenya. Their men kind of look like that.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
guys.
he's not. No, this is West African stock. No, this is West African.
So Kenya would
Look at the
probably.
name.
I mean, Tenzin probably find this guy very attractive. He got
These are not our people. Yeah, look.
Kenny, tan is hard for her right now because he looks like a werewolf.
But I've seen that. He just has no swag. Like I know he don't. I know he ain't got. If he tell me he married a black woman, I'm gonna be shocked.
Well, someone said he's married to a white woman.
That's what I tell because I watch some of the videos. The kids that he has, they look biracial to me. Look at him. Look at him. Big Coca-Cola glasses, and oh man, just the nerve.
But you know what? What you say that about him and black women, that's one of the reasons why they say that they go to the other side, because they say that black women don't want them anyway. So, you see.
Well, the one that they don't want you. Okay, whatever. But bro, don't come here and trying to shit on my man Dr. Huxtable.
Oh yeah, Bobby Wright is right. See, yeah, that's West African over there. Yeah, yeah.
He's straight from Nairobi. He looked Nairobi-esque.
No, you don't know Nairobi. No, the Nairobi is nothing like that.
His dad is Ghanaian and mom African American.
Yeah, FBA and West Africa once again. That's yours.
I think I feel bad for him. The sisters give him no shot because he probably was an awkward kid in high school, an awkward kid and stuff in college, and then he got no buns. I know he got no buns from the sisters. Oh, and Coco, you think he got buns from the sisters?
Hey,
10. Would you give him some bun?
10 would smash. 10 would definitely smash.
Look, we shouldn't throw away, these people. This is why we're losing as black women, because we're letting these men go over to the other side and get captured by, the Beckys and so on. So That's the only reason why I wouldn't recommend, him going to the other side. So I would tell a young lady, maybe she might not be she might just be as visually challenged as him, and maybe she has bad eyesight. He has double for both of them. She doesn't need to see. Just keep close to him.
I'm saying if he puts on a little swagger, he's not an unattractive brother. But the way he looks and trying to come at my man, Dr. Huxtable, man, shut up. Dr. Huxtable got buns. I saw the episode when he was in college and he was a track star. So I don't know.
Look, Trigger Happy, the only reason why I don't just say, let them go on the other side is I don't care about them, is the fact that they still produce children who unfortunately technically can still come back and forth in our community and continue to create that sort of, and a lot of these people, they do raise their children to be, African centered. They show them the wonderful culture and all that, and they want to go back to the African roots and find out, and then they have a direct lineage. They actually know where their family, the African side, comes from, so they go back and then they show off to the Africans, and you're like, oh, we are better breed and so on. So the children that they create do create a lot of confusion for not just themselves but for the other children around them. So that's the only reason why I say, if it was just them, go and do your thing. But, it creates the second generation who might go either way. And a lot of the time it's going to be our, problem. Yeah. So I encourage Black women to take up with these kinds of men and don't just, let them go and so what?
With these kinds of men?
Before they're taken, of course, before they're taken, when they're still in their nerdy, vulnerable stage, pick them up, give them a shower, take them to, the Baba.
No. See, that's the problem. Men like that should not get picked up. Men like that should not get picked up.
Why does he have to take a shower?
He has no. This man is not. This man, nah, he's not for. But when you look at some of his videos, if you look at his videos and go on his thing, you would think like he has some pretty interesting videos. But nah, you don't come at Mr. Huxtable like that. And Claire Huxtable, one of the baddest mothers of all time, and sitcom.
I have a question. I have a question, right? I mean, this ain't a silly question. This is an honest question. All right. This is a question for time. What is like an attractive Kenyan man look like to you?
My goodness gracious. And then when the Tezi just entered the chat, so Tezi is in the building.
Mr. Untouchable, you're not Kenyan, so who cares?
No, because she said that all he has to do is take a shower.
He needs more than a shower. He needs a whole haircut.
I don't think he needs a haircut, even though I say that, but because that's part of his Black features. If he wants to keep his haircut, that's something that's missing in him. It's not the haircut, because I've seen a lot of brothers with afros like that who get buns.
Hey,
he just needs a little bit of a trim, though, for real. Just a little bit of a trim.
Port-au-Prince so good at, because we know I rocket in Haiti. But I just want to know, what does an attractive Kenyan person look like? Because obviously this gentleman right on the screen, he only has to get like a shower, and
good to go. He good to go.
Look, all Africans. Wow, you will not stop clowning him. Trigger Happy now is on his hairline. Okay. And forehead combined. Well, I would say that the typically attractive Kenyan, Kenyan men are all attractive. They're just all generally attractive, just like Kenyan women are all beautiful. none more than the other.
So hold on now, wait a minute. So is this guy on the spirit? Is he attractive? He's a
No, he doesn't look Kenyan at all.
no, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is he attractive?
Well, remember the premises. All Kenyans are attractive. He does not look Kenyan at all. Therefore,
But you know what the funny thing is, when you go into his other videos, he has a haircut. It's just my man don't have the swag that the sisters would check for, probably. Or maybe the sisters he wanted didn't want him. Sometimes they go for the baddies. Go for a normal sister. He would have been all right.
No,
But
because
nah,
he's
that's him
rocking.
right there.
No,
Ah,
he's rocking a werewolf right now. I mean, he looks like a werewolf. I mean, so
if you go into his other videos, he has short haircuts.
does he?
yeah, this is the once a month, werewolf stage. He goes back to normal the rest of the days.
Oh man. There you go.
No, Trigger happy.
Oh
No,
damn!
don't say, it's not,
And you
nobody's saying he's ugly. It's just that,
There you go.
there's,
stop. He's not attractive.
There you
It's
go,
not.
time.
He doesn't have
Yeah.
no swag, man.
Hey.
What is he wearing? What's that sweater over the collared shirt look?
He got
No,
the
this-
Bill Cosby look, and he trying to play Dr. Huxtable with his bum ass.
No, but the Kenyans go for this, man. Don't this Kenyan styles, man. She goes for this,
wow. I guess you men can just be as vicious on other men as on ugly women. So yeah,
They're being catty.
I'm not gonna say the man is ugly, but I'm gonna say he doesn't have the it. It's like he won't be able to pull a sister. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he's not attractive, but with the women, you don't need to be attractive to pull a woman.
That's not what I said. I said he doesn't have the swag. There's something missing in there. There's something he's missing.
But some women don't need swag or want it. Some women are just attracted by you being able to say big words and say all these things.
Big words. So he could pull you there.
I didn't say me. I said some. So I'm still saying that there are women. He can still get some African women. Even with his whole style or lack of.
Yo, Trigger is vicious, man. Trigger happy said if he ugly without the beard. Damn.
No, no. To be fair, the beauty standards are different when it comes to different kinds of people. So when the sister sees this, she don't really look at what you're looking at. She looking at something different, and she said that it doesn't. They don't really have to. They could just use big words and be able to pull them. So there's really you need to read a dictionary and learn big words so you can pull women like that.
I got $20. I'm good.
One of those nightly. Anyway, so all I'm saying is that unfortunately for some people, they don't know their market value. So while he may have good economic value, maybe the women that might find him attractive are not looking for looks. They're maybe looking for security, for a nice house, for a polite gentleman, reliable.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting. That's interesting. You listen to the women. So Barbados, are you still here? Barbados is not anymore.
I think she stepped off.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
My battery was dying.
Good. So
Okay.
I got Barbados so I can interview her. So Barbados, this young gentleman right here on the screen right now, he is an educated man. He uses big words. I mean, would you go for this kind of guy? Would you find him? I mean, if you was married, of course. Would you find him to be a person you would want to have as a person who would be a person of interest as far as your personal life is concerned? Would you look in him and say, yeah, well, I could go for him. He use big words. He's educated.
Well, I do like an
Also
intelligent
known
man.
as bonds transactions. That's also known as bonds transactions. But go ahead.
I do like an intelligent man. But I don't consider him as the guy was saying. I don't think he has game. I don't think I ever dated anyone with glasses either. So I don't know.
Wow, it's interesting what women go for. Wow.
What?
So
No,
you,
I am attracted to an intelligent man. So
so you would
and it
be
really doesn't matter what they look like. But
you'd be able to look past the
I don't know.
superficial.
Huh?
You'd be able to look past the superficial and just focus on
Well,
the
I'm
fact.
not blind. I'm not blind, so I'd have to be honest. He still has to be attractive.
What is attractive to you?
Um, I would say I like height.
Height. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. I already said intelligence, so height and intelligence. You know.
Are y'all brothers listening to this? Because to me, this man looks like a frog. So I mean, they, this.
Did you just say a frog?
He looks like the Kermit the Frog. So
His skin looks dry. He needs to get some shea butter. I'm sorry, he look like a frog.
Yeah,
He has a white wife. She don't know that. She's not gonna tell him that.
No, but the corners of his mouth, is like crest. It have like white, like crest, like
Okay, y'all are being really mean. Oh my god.
Only your black wife would tell him, hey, you need to put some lotion or some shea butter on. Only that.
Urzula, you have the sister say. The sister say, oh well, he's tall, and this Barbados say he has to be tall. My other sister from Kenya says that well he has to use big words. Nothing about the glasses. None of the fact that he looks like Urkel. None of the fact that his hairline goes back to the back of his neck. I mean, they looking at something completely different. I hope you're hearing this.
Y'all are so mean. Oh
I don't. If I'm gonna use gas and up here, I'm gonna bring gas and up. I don't believe anything these women say. They don't even know what they're saying. The brother.
So you.
I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. This guy just have no swag.
No, you going to the gym is in vain. You showing all their muscles. That's what white girls. These black girls are saying. He has to be tall and use big words. So you drinking steroid juice, it's not gonna work. So
first of all, I'm not drinking steroid juice. But what I'm gonna
no, Bwana Haguziki and both of you, you're both wrong, and what women want is not women. Yeah, they'll want the the stereotypical characteristic Hollywood version of whatever they're being given, but when it comes to the individual person, and that's why most men, ugly, rich, poor, can get a woman is because of this. A woman, yeah, she'll look at the looks, they want the tall, dark, and handsome, and so on. But if you're not tall, but you're still dark, if you're not dark but you're still handsome, if you're not handsome but you're still tall, and any combination thereof, they'll still look at you. And then even if you're not neither of those three things and you have something else, you have charm, you have wit, you have humor, women have far more that they look for a man, and far more compensations than men do. You see, with men, if a woman is ugly, there's very little that you can do to offset that. Rest in peace. But no, it wasn't offset, it was the other one, take off. There's not much that a woman can do to to take that off. So, but a man that is not, doesn't have looks or doesn't have riches or doesn't have, basically for a man is just maximize whatever you have. If a woman is seeing you maximizing whatever it is that you have, if this guy is not here, it's not in the looks department, he has no swagger, he has nothing like that. But if a woman is attracted to intelligence, she might overlook all that, frogginess about him and say, you know what, he's ugly, he's this, but he can, say the biggest word in the whole wide world.
Wow.
Okay, I put my glasses on. He doesn't. No, I just put them on because I wasn't sure what I was looking at. But
she's enamored by his big brain. He's like,
he's not. To be honest, he's not attractive. He just needs to put some face lotion and put some Vaseline on his lips.
That's all he needs to do.
You see, a woman is already waiting to make the improvement. Like, I can work with him. I can work with this. You know, he just needs a this beat, that, boom, boom, boom. You know.
Wow.
Yo. If Shirley Chisholm could get a husband, that guy could get a black girl.
Wow.
This dude originally reached out to me a couple of weeks ago and said, "Yo, Google Shirley Chisholm man," or something like that. And once you look at the pictures of Shirley Chisholm, no disrespect, you cannot take the image out your head.
Yeah,
that's a man with a wig on.
No, she ain't a pretty woman. She ain't a pretty woman.
Yeah, she had a really sharp jaw, and she was from Barbados, so she has some Barbados fruits as well.
Yeah, she was from
Wow, that's
I
from
think the
Barbados.
wig was not flattering. Her wig
That's
was
how
not.
that's
She
the
had a
women
sharp
from
jaw.
Barbados. Yo, if Shirley Chisholm could get married, this brother could have got a sister because Shirley Chisholm is not attractive at all. She looked like Martin's mother from Martin. That's what she looked like.
I know the brothers gonna go after. They're gonna go after the physical whatever, but it's fascinating what the women talk about in terms of attraction. What they would go for, and the
Mr. Untouchable, stop saying that. If you have money, you could bag them. It don't matter how ugly you look.
No, that's
Y'all
not.
are being so unrealistic.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's not true. 99% of women.
There's someone for everyone, and y'all are forgetting that there's someone for everyone.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No,
there's nobody.
The sisters that mentioned two things. They mentioned height. They mentioned his intellectual capacity.
Yo, it doesn't matter if you have the bag, man. It doesn't matter.
I'm saying what they said. You know,
they're lying. They don't even know. Women don't even know what they want. You listening to them?
No, how you can say they lying, bro? That's what they said. That's what they said.
Yo, you playing around. I don't believe in anything they said. They said men is short, and men is dit. Let me come with the bag. See if they stop talking that shit.
But these are the men you grew up around in the Caribbean. I mean, y'all are looking at certain phenotypical. Okay, that's fine there.
Wow. I'm amazed. I'm blown away.
Doesn't he look normal there?
I'm blown away.
I don't know. Put it back.
Listen to me. Y'all got a lot of chat for a bunch of people who ain't camming up, you know.
I can cam up. I mean, it's late in the night, but I can cam up.
I ain't camming up for shit, but I'm fine as fuck.
I can cam up. We can cam up.
Oh my. And self-praise is no praise. That's the same we have in the Caribbean. Self-praise is no praise.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't look bad over here. All he has to do, he just needs a professional stylist makeover. He's not an ugly looking dude, but the way he came up, nah. What somebody said self-praise is no praise. What?
In the Caribbean, we say that self-praise is no praise.
I need to find a light. But I like this.
You know, there's no light in Barbados right now. The electricity cut out. Shut up.
I need to find my.
You know the Bahamas where you at right now ain't got no light. Talk about looking for a light. Shut up.
I think you're the same flight as Nigeria.
Hold on.
Okay, y'all talking plenty shit tonight.
Is this the week of the lights or the week with no lights? You do your cooking every other week.
Coco, you see how they trick you, right?
This guy talking about let me get the light. Yo, don't you say let me grab the candle? Talking about let me get the light.
Kerosene lamp. Oh, I used to hate them candle. When my lights used to cut off, that candle, something about candle gives me a headache, boy. I used to hate that shit.
No, that man needs to. He's not. I mean, well, again, if Charlie Chisholm could get a husband and be married for like 60 years, that brother could have got a sister. I don't understand.
Well, I agreed. I said that he wasn't, whatever he was, there was going to be some woman who will find something attractive in him. The problem is that he was probably looking for another group of women to find him attractive when, maybe he was shooting out of his range. So
His
that's what.
Becky could be basic. We're assuming that because he had a white woman, she's good looking. His Becky could be the most basic Becky in the world.
Well, I don't know. It does. I think she's okay looking, but I think that the excuse is like, oh, the black women didn't want me. I think that's something that is the ones that you went for, didn't want you, but there's always one that's going to want you because she wants something else that you want. Maybe he was looking for the ones who wanted the looks, but a woman who wants looks is not going to go out with an ugly dude. So you either have to have a very somebody who wants money, which he's obviously has a job so he can afford, and then somebody who wants security. He doesn't have swag, but he looks like a reliable fella. He comes home every night, does the same routine every day. So some women like that. So just maximize.
The funny thing is, Dr. Huxtable, when you look at the show, had a similar look. Dr. Huxtable, when you look like when they do, Bill Cosby has a similar. He had an afro. He had this, but Dr. Huxtable had a little swag. Dr. Huxtable wasn't just a nerd. You could be a cool nerd. You just can't be a nerd with no social etiquette. He probably doesn't know how to interact with black society or maybe black people. So
Probably.
sometimes.
Yeah, probably. So, yeah, fortunately, we do lose, people like those ones. The only problem is they keep coming back, to make their little comments. So we have to deal with that. But
My whole thing is with him, he dared to attack Dr. Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable and my main girl, Mrs. Huxtable? Oh, he's disrespectful. Mrs. Huxtable's like a 20. Jesus Christ. The disrespect. Mr. Untouchable, did you like the kerosene lamp yet? Oh, he quiet.
He had some light on, but he looked like
wait, how does he have Wi-Fi without electricity? How does the Bahamian internet work?
The Bahamian.
Hold up, did you say Bahamian? Yo, Tenzin is disrespectful. Bahamian. Yo.
I don't know what she put that.
Yo, Mr. Untouchable, you hear what she said? She called you a Bahamian. What the hell?
You think what these Canadians?
Well, he's been going at me half the night, so.
All I see is darkness there. All I see is darkness. Look. All I see is darkness.
All I see is darkness. Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
It's time to go harvest some sun for the midnight electricity.
Darkness.
That woman put that light up my I know.
Get some sunlight in the cup for the evening.
Darkness.
It is interesting how my sisters look at what in terms of what attraction is for men, and I think that men should take note of this because what we think that they're looking at, they're really looking at. So, Urzuli, you could stay in the gym and tell them tomorrow that's not gonna matter because they're not looking at your muscles anyway. So you need to.
It doesn't matter what they think about. Most of them, what they care about is your bank account. So that's it. Ugly, short, biggie,
No
small.
woman knows what's in your bank account. Come on, if a woman walks up to you,
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. Women looks. You could walk to somebody who's attractive. If you find out he ain't got shit, it's like I don't know. But you see an ugly guy, ashy, but you found out he has.
Nope.
Lies.
No.
We don't believe you.
You're
We
the
no
one
people.
who's lying.
Yo, a broke man can get rich, a fat man can get skinny, but an ugly man will stay ugly, huh?
Not true. Now with his money. You think if Jay-Z didn't have no money, he'll be able to get Beyonce?
He got
No.
Beyonce and a whole bunch of other women, ugly and pretty.
What does that mean? People don't consider Jay-Z as an attractive guy. You know what? Not Jay-Z. Let's use Biggie for example. No, who's okay? Perfect. What's that guy named? Seal. Seal is not considered an attractive guy, and he got the baddest chick in the world at one time.
Listen to this little
Nothing's wrong with you.
little house nigga talking about he had the baddest woman at all time. Why she's the baddest woman?
No, I'm talking about at the time his wife was considered as one of the baddest women in the world.
To who?
Seal?
To who?
Seal's wife.
Because she's a snow bunny.
Yeah, I know, because I never thought she was cute.
Stop.
You didn't think she was cute, but the world,
yeah, because she was a supermodel, but I mean, whatever.
So
I mean, she is pretty, for a white girl. I'll give her that. But when it's not just about the bag as well. You first start, like she said that nobody knows you. You don't have your account number written on top of your head.
Yes, you do. The way you dress, the way what car you drive, the way you dress sends out a lot of messages or whatever. Stop it. If you find out a guy, I seen a lot of so-called quote unquote
rent a Ferrari for a weekend.
I see a lot of quote unquote unattractive guys who have money get a lot of women, but so I don't know what you're talking about.
So I was saying this with everything, with all the different facets. If you have something, you make, you take advantage of it. So you don't have looks. That doesn't mean that looks are not important just because ugly guys can get women. They offset that. Like I said, everything is about offsetting, and women understand that if you don't have your looks, you have some money, then yeah, you will overlook, Jay-Z's, face,
personality,
and all that.
This is women.
Yes.
Women.
And then if you have money but you don't have the looks, yeah, some women will put up with that for a while, but they'll be scheming to get your money so they can get away from your ugly looks.
Not some. A lot of women will put
Okay, fine, a lot of women. But that's what I'm saying. For women, it's very different, the range of things that they want. If a woman wants a man with money, she knows what signs to look for. And even if you don't have your Ferrari in full sight, she'll know that, oh yeah, that's a man with money, and she'll go for it. Man, some men who may be able to hide it for some time.
Hold up, not to cut you off. Mr. Untouchable, stop making sweet eyes into the camera. Stop that.
Don't hate me
because look like Michael B. Jordan, huh?
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Oh my God, this guy. Yo, this guy, he put the
I find my life.
What you got the kerosene candle is working. This guy, right? Yeah.
That's the circle light. What do you call it? I can't remember what it's called, but it's a circle light.
You got a circle light? That's called the what's that called? That's the light them girls use when they do makeup. That's what you got?
The ring light.
The ring light. That's what you call it? The ring light. I have to get that because I was trying to. At one point, I wanted to be like a YouTuber person, like what Kokus do. But I figured, Kokus do this thing, and I say, let me back your man, because the man doing a good job. So let me back what Koku doing.
Yo, Barbados said came up. My man came up. Yo, I see your girl not around because she would have hit you in the head. What you came him up for?
No, she's sleeping right now. She's sleeping right now.
Oh, she's sleeping right now. That's why you came him up.
Yeah, she's sleeping right. Let me take this camera off.
All right, let's
looking out for your girl.
No, Koku is doing a good job. So I had to back my brother because my brother doing a good job with this Pan-African stuff. So I had to back my brother because I was gonna go in a completely different direction as far as money is concerned, because that's the game. But
you was gonna do makeup tutorials.
No. I was gonna do financial literacy in terms of things like that. But I think that my brother doing such a good job. I had to back him. So so I had to get on board with his train. What he trying to do? Had to do it.
Hey, yo, you back him up on the train? What?
You're so wrong.
Hey, listen, Azuli, you can't talk to me, You was walking downtown, holding hands with some freaking random dude.
Pounded it out.
Pounding it out.
First of all,
played some basketball and pounded it out. I mean, come
And
on.
you were smiling too. You smiling too. You said that you was letting it happen. You was letting it happen live and in living color.
I was shocked.
You was in a
Oh my God, y'all are so wrong.
First of all, I was in Goku. You need to stop talking about I was pounding. Stop saying that, bro.
You said it.
No, I did not. How did I say I was pounding?
You was letting it happen. You ain't like pull away your hand and nothing. You was like, okay, let's go. Stop
You ain't put up no resistance.
No resistance. I was riding with this.
Yo, y'all wildin'. That's not. Oh my God, really? Goku, you need to stop that. Stop using that word talking about pounding. None of that happened.
Dude, you used the terminology.
What?
You said you and the fella played some ball and pounded it out.
When did I say what?
Hold on, Dan Van. Didn't he say that?
I remember that show, yeah.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was a couple months ago. It was a couple months ago, yeah.
Oh,
Yo,
God, I'm crying.
Immigrant, you just making that up. You heard that a couple of months ago.
Yeah, when y'all were talking, it was on the show. I remember.
Yeah.
Y'all been to like the nightclub. And
I guess he doesn't remember the pounding.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're cold.
He repressing the traumatic experience.
Yeah, he was
from his memory.
He was in his tight you know what I mean? Walking live and living color up and down Brooklyn.
What are you talking about pounding? All I remember was the story I told about the guy that was holding.
Yeah, that's the same fella. The same fella in question.
Hold on.
You said y'all played some ball and pounded it out.
No. I'm talking about.
Everyone was taken aback by it. Like, he did what? He played some ball and then pounded it. Like, why that combination?
No, I remember the only show we were talking about men holding hands and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
The one when you were talking about cultural something, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about but when we saying that when we asked Tinzin if the men in Kenya hold hands, and she said yes, they do.
Nobody said anything like that. You said that you and your friends would hold hands before you went for your game of basketball.
What are you? I said the guy. Oh my goodness,
dude! You said you and the man played some ball and then pounded it out.
And then did the man hold his hand before or after?
Yeah. The dude pulled you and walked with you somewhere. Y'all went and played ball, and then y'all pounded it out and went to separate ways. You said that.
Goku, shut the hell up.
Your
you just
friend
made
from
that
Haiti.
up.
I said it was his friend from Haiti.
Yeah, I said it was a guy that came from Haiti. I said it was a guy that came from Haiti. We were friends, and he was rushing to go to class, and he grabbed my hand, and for a minute, and that was weird to me.
No, you didn't say grab. You said hold.
Yeah.
What's the difference between grab and held? Like,
one involves eye contact.
A huge difference.
Well,
the
one
thin line
involves
between straight and gay.
Did you pull away? Did you pull away when he hold your hand, like grab your hand?
Shut up,
before you said no.
What?
Did you look?
You said no, but he continued holding your hand.
like for 2 seconds. So 2 seconds. Then I was like, nah, chill, son. That's funny style.
Nah, I didn't hear that part of the story.
I said
Nah,
that's
you
funny
switching
style.
up the story now. We didn't hear that. Nah.
Even that sounds sweet, to be honest.
What?
Even that sounds kind of sweet.
I said, nah, we don't hold hand here. What you mean?
Yeah, it's not like it was a hushed, like a hushed kind of gay thing.
No,
like,
we don't do that here.
Nah,
Maybe,
we
maybe
were
over
talking
there, but not over here.
Yeah.
we were talking about different cultures, and I said that happened to me, and that's a
Wanna
brother
hold
that
hands
came
later.
from Haiti, and it was weird, but I never said about nothing pounding. Like, yo, y'all, wow, man, yo, and then you're gonna say, yes, I did. Did we pound it?
It's really
Thank you,
was aware at first, and
thank
then
you,
you got
Bobby E. Right? See, that's my brother right there.
was aware at first,
Bobby
and
E.
then
Right
you got used
messaging.
to it.
What?
Was it weird at first, and then you got used to it?
Oh my God!
And you went and played ball. I can't believe you trying to tell me you don't remember this part.
I don't remember this
With the
photo.
fella, pounded it out.
You did say you're sexy as hell, didn't you?
Oh,
You
yeah,
did say you're sexy as hell. I think your friend agreed with you.
Nah,
That's
nah,
why he
nah,
held your hand.
nah, nah. You're just trying to be funny right now. I never remember saying talking about pounding it out with nobody.
We can call you Saucy or Zuli from now on in the show.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I gave him a pound and left, but pounded. Like, what are you talking about? Yo, y'all weird, yo. Now, what? I gotta.
A pound?
You pounded it out. That's
Just
what happened.
just a 3-second rounder. I mean,
No. There's a different. I said I gave him a pound. I don't remember.
Pound.
Yeah, I'm making shit up. Well, whatever, man.
In all seriousness, I personally think that in this discussion alone, I think that Arzuli's from Haiti, me and Koku's from the Bahamas, my sister Barbados is from Barbados, and Tan is from Kenya, and I think that the problem is that when we say the problem, I think the difficulty lies where we have so many similarities, and because of our distance between borders, we didn't have the ability to come together to see our similarities, man, because we just laugh the same, we just joke the same, we have the same kind of mentalities, and I think that our efforts should be working towards creating some kind of situation where, well, we're doing it now on the internet, but I think that one day, one day it should come outside of the so-called social media and come into real life, because I think that we do have a lot of things that we could share, and because of our long separations from each other, I think that when we meet each other and greet each other and get together, we'd find that we would have more in common than we have our differences, despite the fact that we've been separated for so long from each other. Because we are one people, man. These people is great, all these little narratives of this and that and the third, but in reality, when we get together, all we can do is laugh and talk shit with one another. So I think that's sad.
Yeah, I need to stop with that pounding shit, though. All jokes aside. And Coco, you the number one thing of that. Tenzen's not that funny. Stop it.
I remember in high school, I used to have one teacher from Barbados. Her name was Miss Gentle. She was what you all would consider to be mixed race or whatever. But she used to beat the shit out of me. Lord have mercy, in primary school. But I don't know. I had a lot of interactions with Bajans. I know I had a whole lot of interactions with Haitians. Lord have mercy, they all around me. But not a lot with Bajans.
I thought that story was gonna end different. Like, what? Why did you even?
I had all kind of interactions with Haitians. But the truth. Let me tell you the truth. I love them for the most of my Caribbean people, and this is the honest to God truth. I think that the Haitian people are the most, and people will disagree with me to the end of the earth, but Haitian people are the most kindest, friendliest people who I've ever met in my life. That's a fact.
Haitian people,
That's Haitian people. That's a
like Azulis people.
Azulis people. That's a fact. I have
Why
never.
why did you say it like that? Like Ezra's people? What?
That's a fact.
Yeah, Tan fuck up for that, but yeah, go ahead.
Haitian people, Haitian to me, and I've been to, traveling through the world, and I see whenever I meet Haitian people, they always friendly, they always greet me nice, and they always been very overly friendly to me. I don't have the same experiences, I guess, with other people because I don't know why they get such a bad name because I never had a bad. The only bad experience I had with Haitian people is just really routing me out on the internet. That's the only bad experience.
I think one of the main reasons I think some Haitians might be over friendly, I think is I guess it could be a good
They
thing,
want to hold
but I
that
think,
time.
oh my God, what? Are you talking about holding hands again? What you said?
Barbados?
I didn't say that
Barbados.
again.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Azuli.
Are they Haitians in Barbados? Barbados?
I
don't think she's in Barbados, bro.
Not really. When I was there, I don't know. I don't know if they're there. I don't know if they're there now. But I've been gone for almost 20 years. I've gone back. The last time I was back was 2016. So no, there were more Guyanese there than Haitians at the time.
Okay.
Well, I think the Haitians are over friendly, maybe because they're trying to prove themselves that they're not the stereotype that the Caribbean puts on them or America or European puts on them. But yeah, I guess I'm not gonna say Haitian people are not friendly, but
Very, extremely. The best of the Caribbean I've met. The best. I gotta say. That's a fact. That's been my experience. I can't speak for Coco. Can't speak for no one else, but that's been my experience.
I mean, I guess.
No, Azul
is not used to compliments, you see. So
yeah.
No, I'm talking about. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. Like, if as a Haitian person, I like sometimes when you meet people from different nations, they treat you better than they treat their own people. But that's what I was thinking about. My interaction with Haitian people. Yeah, they've been friendly. I'm not gonna say that. They've been friendly, but I mean, other nations. I don't know if other nations are not friendly or if they just listen to the stereotype that they placed on us and dealt with us accordingly. So I don't know.
No, I don't look at it like that.
But what's the stereotype against Haitians? I've never heard no stereotype against Haitians.
Where you from? Where you live?
Barbados. I mean, I live in America. But I mean, what is the stereotype?
Where in America you live?
Oh, in Missouri.
And you lived there all your life?
No. We came up from Virginia, and then came over here. Yeah.
I think I don't know.
I came here in my 20s. No, I wasn't here all my life. No.
So well, they say Haitian people do voodoo. Haitian people.
You mean that stuff? I mean,
they say Haitian brought AIDS to America.
Really?
They said a lot of shit about Haitian people.
No, the voodoo I remember, but the AIDS I've never heard of that. But the voodoo, like people trying to practice voodoo now just to be like, in with spiritualism now. So shoot, I guess it came full circle.
Yeah, and you all have a monopoly on voodoo. Trust me, because we have our own version called Obeah, so don't worry about it.
Well, that's what one thing that I learned because I was talking to somebody is like they put the whole voodoo thing on Haiti to disparage them, but the whole Caribbean does it. They name it. They have different names for it. So, but I don't know the stereotype. Well, if you was Haitian and you grew up in New York City from 1990 until probably 2000 something, it's not a good thing. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
But who is America nice to? Anyway, America isn't nice to most black anyone.
Yeah, Wyclef help all y'all Haitians out. Wyclef make you all popular. So
first of all, what?
Wyclef.
He's
Wyclef and the refugees prize, you know, prize, you know, he make y'all
Fuji Lama.
yeah, he make y'all popular in America, I guess.
Let me see. The Fugees came out like in 98.
Yeah.
98, 90. They blew up around 98, 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could say Wyclef did his part or whatever, because those albums were crazy.
Yeah, he
The,
made you popular.
the Fugees album, he didn't make us popular. We was already popular.
I also popular because let me ask you a question with the Haitians, right? No, this is the real question for real. Like, why do y'all wear like church shoes and shit like that? I mean, what's no, for real is really.
Yo, you see the disrespect? You see the disrespect?
You know what was funny? We used to have a saying when I was home growing up. We used to have a saying called Haitian colors. Like there was a certain kind of dress code and colors that Haitians wore, and I always wondered why that was.
But this is the thing. They talk like I heard that too. Like Haitian people dress. I think Haitian people are more color coordinated than Jamaican people. I don't understand
how. Come on, you can't say that with a serious face.
What do you mean? Like, okay, I want to be from the. I don't understand what y'all mean by Haitian colors.
Haitian colors is wearing pink and green, or like.
Yo, shut your ass up, man.
Brown and gray and black.
Like
what?
Polka dot and yellow for no reason.
Yeah, shit like that.
And then
yo.
and then topping it off with some nice pointy church shoes.
I will give you the pointy church shoes, because I remember when I was young. Oh my God, I couldn't believe that. Damn, they made me wear church shoes to school. Oh my God. But I'll give you the church shoes. What?
And a briefcase in your hand?
Nah, they didn't go that far. Nah, but they might have. That's
sometimes have briefcase with them too, but
yo, can you shut the what the like? What are you talking about? Haitian were wearing green and pink. That's not true. What are you talking about? That shit is me.
That was true.
Yeah, that's not true. Haitian people never wear those kind of colors. Those are Jamaican colors.
Brown and gray and church shoes and all them shit. Yeah.
Brown and gray. What is wrong with brown and gray?
It's a kind of gray, man. It was a thing. It was a thing. It was a weird thing. Like,
are you talking about back in the Bahamas or Bahamia? Bahamia or back in when you was in America?
Back in the Bahamas, yeah. So back in the Bahamas.
You ain't call Tanzania an asshole, but you call me an asshole. Okay. But hold on, that's not. Well, maybe because I'm Haitian, I didn't see it. Maybe that's what you see it. I've never seen us dress weird. Like, you trying to say Haitian people was dressing with no color?
I think to you Haitians, maybe it might not be weird. You know, you're looking at each other. You probably grew up, you know, dressing up in green and pink every day. So, you know, nobody says anything.
Tenzin, watch your mouth. We didn't grow up wearing green.
Then when you step out of Haiti, everybody's looking at you.
No, that's not right. Polka dots and all them kind of shit. That's what y'all used to do.
Come on, man. You all know y'all ain't color coded, man. For real, y'all ain't on coded art.
Man, the Caribbean is known for colors anyway, so don't be hating.
No,
that's what I don't understand what they're talking about colors. Like, the Caribbean is a very colorful place, so because we were dressing colorful.
It's not about the color; it's about the coordination.
Yeah.
Tenzin, you shouldn't be talking. You from Kenya? Yeah, Africans ain't got no colors at all. Stop.
Well, the few that we have, we know how to put them together.
The only thing that coordinates with the Kenya is the Kenyan flag. Stop. Then after that, y'all stop. I don't understand.
You don't need anything else. It represents everything.
What you're talking about, I don't see it.
Hey,
the only Caribbean island that I see that was dressed very colorful when I saw was Jamaican people used to wear crazy colors. But I don't know how that threw that on Haitian people. So, but that could just be me. I know.
Did it confuse you when you saw the Jamaican people?
No, Jamaicans is
yellow. Wow.
Jamaicans is a yellow card too. That's a yellow card. But let me ask you. Let me ask Tan. She seemed to be clowning on her Zuli. Why y'all is like cut the cow and drink the cow blood and shit like that? Why y'all is do that?
Well, let me give you a good example because we don't want to kill them. Do you want us to kill them and then drink their blood?
So you all is just drink the blood for what reason? Though? Like you all is like make a blood stew. And-
Firstly, the cows have too much blood, so we're just letting.
What?
Yes, didn't know that?
Yo, yeah, no.
Yeah, you know,
So you
African
drink?
cows, they,
No,
they,
they-
they have an excess of blood because they have such rich soils which produce such, over nutritious grass that eventually the blood just has to be let out one way or another. So it's a form of relief.
Hold up, Tenzin. Are you being serious right now or just making that shit up?
No, that's why she's like vampires because she likes to drink blood. What I'm asking is, what do you get from drinking the blood? I mean, do you get like what, like the iron or something?
Yeah, blood has a lot of nutrients. Blood is like it's
But that's
liquid
blood
meat.
from a cow. There's a lot of diseases that could be passed too.
No, those cows are clean.
How you know that? So that means you've been drinking
Because
blood too?
they eat natural grass. They don't put in given
Do you
hormone treatment and
did you drink did you drink blood before?
So if I call you a bloodsucker, you wouldn't be offended.
No, because we don't actually suck it. We put it in a cup and we drink
Hey,
it.
yo.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's
Make
drank.
that a
It's
clip.
not sucked.
Make that a clip.
How does blood taste, Don? Like, how does it taste like iron or something?
Well, it's like liquid meat. Blood is just liquid meat.
Yeah,
You-
Europeans eat rare anyway.
Yeah, that's just meat that's going through all your veins. Before it becomes meat, it actually has to go through, it's liquid process. So some of
meat.
that comes out as waste, some of that, circulate the body as blood. So that's what it is.
Where did that come from? Where did that tradition come from? That's a tradition that y'all got from the Europeans, or that's your own tradition?
No, it's a traditional thing that some cultures do. It's like milk. Milking a cow, you get the milk, part of the milk, because the cow produces too much milk. The same thing with the blood, it produces too much blood. So
I think you're making that up. How do you? No. I think you're making this shit up. You're not a vet. How you know the cow is making too much blood?
you can tell when a cow
No. Tenzin,
to
y'all
walk
making
a
that
little
shit up.
bit sluggishly, that's one effect of excess of blood. Is called hyper coagulation. So once you do that,
Tenzin,
then
you're
it
not a
releases.
vet. You're not a vet. How do you know when the cow is making too much blood?
So
Like I told you, its movements become sluggish, its eyes become reddened.
No, you're making that up. You're making that shit up.
So does the cow say I'm making too much blood? Suck my neck.
Suck my neck. They actually offered it. Yeah, you see the blood just bulging and stuff, and then when you poke at it, it gushes out, and that tells you that yes, there was actually too much blood, and afterwards the cow feels much better. It's quite a relief, So yeah, that's
I'm gonna go look at this. I'm gonna research that. I don't believe you because you guys are not
You've
veterinarians.
never seen it? You've never seen it?
No,
Do you
I've heard
think before there was a vet, there was a cow? Which came first, the vet or the cow?
All right, and so Erzuli never saw the Africans who get peed on by was it the same cow that they go behind the cow and let the cow pee on them and they shower, like kind of shower with it?
That's straight disgusting.
No,
I don't know about this one, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. But I don't know about that.
I think it's in the same place.
Maybe they have too much, uric fluid.
So why is R. Kelly in prison then?
Because he's not a cow.
No, we use pee. We use pee. If we get if we get stung by a jellyfish, we use pee to get the poison out. We don't drink pee though, but we use pee.
I don't understand. I don't. You drink the blood. This is just as weird as people eating. Because I think Caribbean people do blood pudding or whatever, what that shit is called.
Yeah, yeah, they do, pudding and sauce. Yeah.
So it's kind of that should be the same thing. The difference is they cook it. You guys just eat it raw. You just eat, all the bad shit that we do. You
Well,
guys.
it's like the difference between salad and cooked vegetables. It's the same thing, just how you take it.
No. There's a difference. One, the blood like that could have disease. When you cook the blood, you might be able to
But
kill the disease.
why you are just assuming that those cows have disease? If they're healthy cows running around walking, having too much blood, why do you
Then stop saying that shit. They have too much blood. What? Who are you? What the?
No, but hold on. You gotta understand culture, because I was told once that some Africans think it is disgusting that you would drink that you would eat cheese, because if you think about it, cheese is spoiled milk, and they're like, well, why would you consume spoiled milk? But then the French take it to a whole new level, and the cheese has to stink and all this stuff. So different cultures see things differently.
But what I'm saying is, how do you know that a cow has too much blood? So how do you know if you're able to tell a cow has too much blood? Then next you're gonna tell me you could tell when a human being have too much blood. Let me come and suck your blood.
No, you can tell when a human being does not have enough blood. So the human being without enough blood looks at the cow with too much blood, and then they give each other, they balance the blood levels. The human animal blood.
Tenzin, you're making this shit up, man. You're making this shit up. Yo, Goku, you're not gonna say nothing. You're the biologist. You just gonna let her say that?
I'm just taking it all in, man.
So you just gonna let Tenzin lie like that?
Yes.
Ox is really but mud cookies.
What is a mud cookie, Azuli?
Ox is really.
First of all, see, you be hitting. See now, I see that you're not really the Haitian friends like you claim you are. But mud cookie is something that they say Haitian people do. They use they go in the mud and they make cookie. They cook it and eat it
from the mud.
Yeah.
Do they mix it with some flour?
I don't know if they mix it with some flour, but they might. They cook the mud. They put what?
Sugar.
Are you being funny? Or is that real?
Okay. No, real talk. They'll scrounge together and put some sugar in it.
Pull it up, Goku, pull it up.
But wasn't that after the earthquake when things got really bad?
But the thing is, this is the funny thing. I make fun of it, but if you eat what you call it, Mr. Untouchable?
Mud cookie. Pull it up, Goku.
Mud cookies are very nutrient dense.
Here we go.
You think it's a joke? Mud cookies very nutrient dense. Everything that you grow, the plants
cow's blood is nutrient dense too, then?
No, it's not, because you have a middleman between the cow is the middleman. So whatever you're getting at the blood is not as pure as you would get it from the dirt itself.
From the mud? So are you telling me that dirt is cleaner than blood?
Let's check out this video here.
I don't want
to. Oh wow, it's a real thing. I thought he was kidding.
They look a lot like pancakes or cookies. The recipe passed down from generations here in Haiti. Women spend entire days making them. Grandmothers, daughters, and younger girls. Infants are nursed while mothers work the mix. Kids seem to enjoy them, at least when our camera was around. But these patties, known as bonbon terres by the Haitians who eat them, are a grim reminder of just how poor this Caribbean nation is. They aren't sweet, they're hard to swallow, and add almost nothing in terms of nutrition, because the cookies are actually made of dirt.
It fills your stomach. When we haven't eaten anything, this dirt cookie fills your stomach.
Traded, sold, and even hoarded by women here in the poorest section of the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Cité Soleil in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Small amounts of vegetable shortening, salt, and occasionally sugar are mixed in with the dirt and water as well. Made in places like this, an old fort where torture was once common by corrupt dictators here, Fort Dimanche is now a center of commerce built around the dirt cookies, a basketball court, soccer field, and school for hundreds of kids and home to many.
To get to the basketball court, which acts as a preparation area for the dirt cookies, you have to cross this open sewer, which is littered with animal parts and trash and other nasty things, to get to an area where
Yo,
the
you
cookies
can
are
touch
laid
that.
out.
That means that's a hit
You
piece.
can see that these are still very wet, not quite ready to be served, but this is literally dirt being prepared for humans to eat on top of other dirt and filth.
Celine Denise.
He should eat it.
First of all, they should have punched him in the face because he has his foot on there. But whatever. But do a research.
It's a hit piece. You're right.
But do a research how white people are selling dirt for people to eat dirt now as a good as
No,
a fucking.
No, y'all being offended by nothing. Think about it this way: no matter how poor those people were, they never considered eating one another. Europeans would eat one another in a heartbeat. Yeah. So despite the poverty, they never even sunk as low as to start eating one another. Let a plane crash. Let a plane crash, and these white people get too cold, they'll start eating all the dead bodies on the plane. So they can talk what they want.
But they want to claim that it has no nutritional value. It's a lie because when you dirt have a lot of especially I don't know where they get the dirt from, but I've seen that they have new people like black white companies selling dirt to eat, to put in your coffee, to put in your water. It's called mud. They call it mud coffee now. So what is this guy talking about? Those are
When I was pregnant, I was craving dirt.
Really?
Yeah, at one point, yeah.
I knew he was Haitian.
Hey guys, God made dirt and dirt don't hurt.
Well, I never craved dirt, but
I know human blood and is thicker than water.
blood also carry malaria, AIDS, and all of
And
that.
blood is the essence of life.
I never had
blood. Your own blood is your essence
All
of
the
life.
talk, all them people look healthy. Y'all talking a whole bunch of nonsense. None of them people look sick. All of them look healthy.
Yes. So I don't know where you get your diseases from, Azuli. All those cows are clean, they're healthy, they eat wonderful.
You're not supposed to eat another animal's drink another animal's blood. That don't make no sense.
Eat their flesh.
Who said?
I don't eat. I'm vegan. I don't eat animals' flesh, so I don't eat. I don't do that.
I never had hankering for some dirt Oreos before, but who knows? That might be good. Some good eating. So, who knows? I never had a dirt cookie before. I might try it.
Trigger Happy 262 says black groups besides Haiti that eat dirt: Ghana, Black Brazilians, Jamaicans, Tiv, Mayombe, Kasai. He says this is just propaganda. I will say it's probably exacerbated because of poverty, but it's cultural.
Okay, we forget another eating that people do. You know, anybody know what scat eating?
What's that?
No.
Gay men eat one another's shit. Y'all never seen that? And they call it scat. You can Google that. It's called scat.
No.
Goku,
You can look it up. You can literally look it up. It's called scat eating.
Nobody is looking any of that stuff up. You should just give us an answer warning, like this is some shit, and then we just.
But that's the thing.
Yeah,
they do that, and they have no problem with it. So dirt and blood means nothing in the scope of this world.
I think that's a red flag. Give her a red card for that.
Yeah, flag on the play. Multiple infractions, a fine. Suspension.
15-yard penalty, suspended for 5 days.
I know you've been watching. I ain't not far yet.
No, because the Ghanaian government, when they were trying to push homosexuality, were watching videos about it, and they were like, "Oh, they want to submit our men to this nonsense," and then the officials were watching these videos and saying, "No, we're not going to accept this." And then that's how the first time I ever heard about the scat eating. So it was a documentary.
Oh God.
And they were like, "No, we're not going to let our men do this. Like this is what it leads to."
Which men?
No, when the Europeans were trying, it was like a couple of years ago. Yeah, they were trying to bring it to the people in Ghana, I believe. And the officials were like looking over videos, like homosexual videos and what they were doing. And they were like, "Nah, this is disgusting behavior. We're not gonna because this is what it leads to, and they're like, "You're not gonna accept this stuff." The Europeans weren't there when they were watching the videos. They when they brought the concept to them, then they started to look at videos, and they looked at it as a group of men, and they were like disgusted by the whole thing, but they were like, "Nah, this is what homosexuality leads to, and we're not gonna accept it."
Oh God.
Bobby E. Wright says something. Yeah, that's what they call it now when they want to sell it to black people. Dirt clay. They put a spin on it, but dirt is very nutrition dense. So
you still trying to sell this? You still trying to sell
I'm
this?
not trying to tell it. Do research. I'm not trying to sell nothing to you.
Come on, bro.
I'm not trying to,
bro.
I'm not trying to sell nothing to you.
What you want me to do? Eat a dirt cookie and wash it down with some bob and coat? No, my brother. We ain't drinking.
Yo, the dirt cookie is probably more healthy to you than the meat that you eat. So
no, my brethren, I ain't eat no dirt cookie.
Okay, so you think it's better to kill the animal and eat it?
No, I eat lambi.
No. First of all, don't eat none of that shit no more. Don't eat none of that shit. Eat your Bobby Bahame baby. What was it, Tenzin? Tenzin, how you put?
Bahamian.
No,
Bahamanians.
Bahamian. Eat your Bahamian. Eat your Bahamian, Manian, whatever. Don't eat out Lumbi no more.
Weezy Lambi. Weezy Lambi. Coco Weezy Lambi. Conk. That's conk. Yeah, Weezy Lambi. Yeah, Lambi. Yeah.
What is that?
Lambi, conk.
Conch.
Well, ain't no such thing as conch. It's conk.
It's conch.
No, they call it conch in America.
Who's they?
That's stupid.
Come on, man. It's conch.
That's stupid. Conch.
It's Lambi. Yeah.
No, stay away from Lumbi. Eat that shit, the Bahama baby and stuff.
Let me tell you something. You freaking Haitians, I say sensation. It's enough Haitian cooking lambi in the Bahamas. By the way, I go to the Haitian restaurant to get my lambi. So stop it.
Nah, don't go. I'm gonna send in that tape. That you be talking about. They eat dirt cookies, so they don't give you shit.
You eating frickin'? You ready to see the frickin' film where they eat dirt cookie? Ain't my fault you're eating dirt cookie.
There's nothing wrong with dirt cookie. I told you it's nutrient dense.
Well, let me ask you a question. When is the last time you eat a dirt cookie since you missed the nutrient? When is the last time you eat one?
I never ate a dirt cookie.
Shut up, because you're lying. You're lying.
I'm not lying. That's what. But you don't want to bringing it up, and then in the same breath you go about my Haitian people are the best people. But you trying to make fun of us for eating that? You ain't shit. Shut up.
Oh, I love Haitians, but you
go get your kerosene with your fake ring light. Wanted to make makeup tutoring videos. Shut up. Talk about it.
Hey, some of the Haitian women.
Well, you Kathy?
They're one of the most beautiful women I ever seen. But I
stay away from my Haitian women. No.
Hey, the Haitian women in Miami, they beautiful, man. I gotta say that, man.
Nah. Stop. They Bahamian women. They're muscular looking chicks.
Nah, I gotta say that. Asian women.
Nah.
They beautiful, man. I gotta say.
No. I thought Shirley Chisholm was from the Bahamas. You lucky.
Shirley Chisholm? That chick is from freaking somewhere in Barbados or something, man. They just wear mustaches and things.
That's real disrespect.
Oh my God, y'all are so bad.
Don't ever do that shit again.
Shirley Chisholm got a freaking bad man. She from Barbados or something.
Yeah, man. Don't ever make that mistake again in life. What are you talking about?
Yo, I saw Shirley Chisholm. I said, yo, she from the Bahamas?
Nah. The devil is a liar.
Nah, Shirley Chisholm got a sausage nose, man. She from Barbados or something. I don't know.
Yo, but I was having that conversation. Yo, but Shirley Chisholm is not attractive at all. Yo, I think she.
You know what though? What's the sister name? Who's from Barbados? The other sister who's a singer. She's a beautiful
Rihanna.
Rihanna's a beautiful chick.
Rihanna look like a dolphin. Shut up. It's because she's light skinned. You say you talking about she's beautiful. Shut up.
She look like a dolphin?
She look like a dolphin.
Oh
my
like God, y'all are so bad.
That forehead. She look like she got an NFL helmet on every day. Like, what are you talking about?
You would eat Rihanna shit. Stop it.
No, I would not. No, I would not.
Oh my God.
Rihanna got a huge forehead. I don't know what you just saying that shit because she's light skinned. she's half white or whatever. Oh, she's beautiful. Stop.
Say she's half white. You tell me, say you wouldn't smash Rihanna.
She's quarter
Okay.
white, not half. Quarter.
What you say?
She's not half white. She's quarter white.
What does that mean? She's quarter white.
Her dad is only half.
Oh, I don't know. She a white in the family.
You know where
Yeah, her
you
dad is
think that
half.
big forehead came from?
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
That ain't us.
No wonder like why she like them English white boys, and she dates a black man, and she having a job for a black man. I think I think her man is a where he's from?
ASAP Rocky.
And he's from Barbados too.
Yeah, he got
No.
Barbadian background. Yeah,
It's
like
about
LL Cool
American,
J
bro.
as well.
Yeah, that's 2 billionaires. They about to make their money. That's good. Shout out to
First of
Bob.
all, A$AP Rocky is not a billionaire. Stop that.
No. But he was smart enough. He's smart enough to see. This is what you call
That's
intelligent.
not like ASAP Rocky making some good music and selling music.
Like, I don't understand what this guy's talking about.
He may not be making some good music, but
This guy always, I think this guy, Mr. Untouchable is an enabler or 2 billionaires. He's not a billionaire.
Yeah, but at least he know where to stick his penis, unlike some people I know.
Well, the men in Kenya stick their penis in the hole trying to get the earth pregnant. So I don't know.
Now them Kenyan dudes trying to suck blood out of. I don't know. They vampires, man.
It's
First of
deep
all,
and it's symbolic, and you all don't know what it's all about. So yeah,
I'll be trying to.
what's deep and symbolic?
Well, yeah, what's deep and symbolic?
You know, it's
You mean
Exactly.
you tell me they can't find a nice woman to put that thing in? They gotta stick it in the ground.
no, they can, and that's the precursor to it. That's the practice. You know, once, yeah,
That's
you get
the
it out of the
practice.
way. Yeah, so
But the earth is rough. What?
yeah, so guess what? If you can, if you can F the earth, you definitely can a woman. So,
Bullshit.
Again,
Well,
the Europeans out here screwing dead people, children, and animals. So again, I mean, our deficiencies are not as bad.
No, I think that's a big deficiency, man. What kind of
Yo,
Kenyan somebody get penis in the earth, man? I mean that's some serious.
Yo, my boy from the Bahama Mama gave me a joke, right? You ready for it?
Yeah, let me hear this.
He said a man was going in the countryside. As he's going in the countryside, he look up, he see another man fucking a goat. So they make eye contact. So so he see the man fucking the goat. They look at each other, and then the man trying to go back to town to tell what he saw. The man that was fucking the goat beat him to the town. They say, how you beat? He told the people he got on the goat he was fucking and ran past him and went told the people he was fucking the goat.
What kind of freaking Asian joke this is, man?
It was a guy from the Bahamas who told me that.
That story so
God.
worthless.
Blame the Bahamians.
What kind of weird Haitian joke this is, man? What y'all be doing in the countryside?
Yeah, that story just worthless as hell. Don't hear me tell you that shit. Don't lie again. Don't lie again.
Yo, the guy told me the joke. He was from the Bahamas. I said, what?
Don't lie again.
I said, that's what they be doing. He said, yeah, sometimes.
There's no ridiculous ass story like that. Don't
Story
lie.
makes no sense.
Yo, it makes sense. Immigrant. One of the guy was going to the country. He saw a guy having sex with the goat. So the guy who saw the guy having sex with the goat is going back to town to tell people he saw him having sex with the goat. But the guy who was having sex with the goat saw him, so he jumped on the goat and beat him downtown and tell the people he was fucking the goat.
Nah, that
Yeah, ain't no Bahamian putting that together.
Asian joke to me. That sound like because the only thing they say, but us, especially the Jamaicans, they say that we like to yam, because the Jamaican men don't like to go down on their women. So that's the thing that they have on us, But that's a whole nother story.
That's disgusting.
No, see, they say the rest of the Caribbean don't like to eat fish.
What's disgusting? Doing it or not doing it?
The Caribbean, especially the Jamaicans, we don't.
I think it's only Jamaica that says that.
Only Jamaica.
Yeah, because all the other countries, I don't think I ever heard anything,
Oh.
against it.
Oh, okay.
Except maybe among the Rastas, maybe.
Yeah. Well, they're right. Okay. Well, that's what they say. Well, that's the business.
Hold up. Oh, yo, Mr. Untouchable. Are you advertising here?
What?
What are
You
you
advertising
hearing?
here?
What are you hearing?
West Sparrow say saltfish.
All right, you better be careful before your woman get up from the bed and slap you upside your head.
No, she's sleeping.
Oh, she's sleeping.
It's 2:00 in the morning. She's sleeping.
This guy talking about saltfish. What?
Sparrow, man. Yeah, man.
No.
All right. Let me let y'all go to y'all.
Final words for tonight. Let's start with Tanzan. What are your final words tonight?
Wow. Are there words for a day like this? I have none. It's just been a hoot, and we had fun, and thank you all for a good time. So yeah.
Erzuliism. What's your last?
Well, my final words is I'm gonna have some dirt cookies and some blood. That's the best protein a black man could have. So that's it. Oh, let's not forget the saltfish. Yeah, that's good too.
Oh.
As usual, great. I had a great time. So, but Goku, you did this. I sent you like we could do Sankofa or I don't know Avatar, but I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, I heard you talking about Avatar. I think on Tanzan show, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah. We could do
Avatar. Or we could do Sankofa. It's either or. I just have to rewatch both of them and stuff.
Yeah, we could do that.
Let me just say,
we'll talk.
shout out to everyone on the panel. Thank you for Coco for giving me the time to make me work off this rum so I wouldn't be vomiting the night later on tonight. Yes, this is fun. This is very fun. I had a good time, but I appreciate all the brothers and sisters.
Marcus Garvey is the way.
Yes, thank you for the invite, and yes, it was definitely entertaining. It was definitely enjoyable. Thank you. Take care.
Yes, I'll see you next week. I hope. See you next week, Ozuli. See you next week, Untouchable, and see you next week, Tanzan. Thanks for spending some late hours with us. I know you're on the road traveling, so I appreciate you coming through. Real Black Gentleman still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm thankful to be here, and I really enjoy listening to everyone in their experiences. Like, I mean, I just want to say that, you know what I'm saying, I was just, I had to refresh and just look up, you know what I'm saying, the populations in the Caribbean, and like Haiti is like number 2. It's like Haiti almost has as many people, probably does have more people, and probably is the most populous nation. It very well may be. That gets overlooked. Like, you could fit all the other, like a lot of like basically all the rest of the Caribbean besides the Dominican and Cuba in the population. Haiti is a powerhouse, and I think that the Haitian people deserve much more credit than they do. That's just one thing I want to say. But I love the conversation that you guys speak of, especially for the people that are in the islands. Like, that perspective is it's enlightening. I mean, it opens up my mind, and I hope that, the Most High graces you guys every day, and those people that you love and that you are around. Like, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. Thank you. I'll see you guys next week. We'll do it again. I'm trying to figure out a way to come back during the week, at least once during the week. So look out for that. Again, look out for the clip show of all these Shoot the Breeze shows. I think that could be a useful tool in the future, right? Good night to Bobby Wright, Trigger Happy 262, and everyone else who's in the chat. Okay, so I'll see you guys next week, Saturday. Peace, everyone.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.